Tantor Audio, an RB Media Audio brand, presents Lords of Ruin, Savage, Dark Reverse Harem Bully Mafia Romance by Sophie J. Rivers. Narrated by Tortom and Emmy Fox. Chapter 1. Cast. 3 years later. Speak up, pendejo. I whisper in the ear of the sobbing man in front of me. His face is a grotesque masterpiece, swollen, bloodied, and broken beneath my hands. One eye is sealed shut, bruises blooming in sickly hues of purple, yellow, and green. Blood trickles from his split brow, weaving down to the gash on his cheek like the final perfect stroke of my work. His lips, cracked and swollen, threaten to tear with just a little more pressure. A tempting thought. His nose, crooked and broken, serves as the center line to the chaos. Dried blood crusting around his nostrils, sweat beads on his battered skin, mixing with dirt and crimson in a grim contrast. Each rattling breath is unsteady, a dying animal's gasp. I tilt my head slightly, a faint, almost amused smile curling my lips. It's art, beautiful in its rawness. My fingers twitch with the desire to add another stroke, to deepen the masterpiece. But for now, I let the moment hang and settle on tapping my knife against this fucker's skull. Come on, I laugh, my eyes wide and curious. Don't make me take another finger, Gus. He spits in my face. Blood and saliva slide down my cheek. Fuck you, you sick rat. The spit doesn't bother me. If I knew this was my last moments alive, I would spit in a motherfucker's face too. But it's the word rat. Some of the racist Italians refer to the Mexicans here as rats, because they are brown, furry, reproduce in litters, and other racist reasons. I'm not saying I wouldn't love to kill the bastard, but I'm going to make this so fucking slow. I smile, wiping the spit off my cheek, and then slapping him so hard across his face he coughs out a tooth. Nice. But we can do better, can't we? Swiftly, I throw my machete down and take his hand. The man's screams rip through the air, raw and guttural, a symphony of pure agony that reverberates off the walls. His body convulses, trembling uncontrollably, and tears streak his battered face, mixing with the blood and sweat already staining his skin. He tries to suck in a breath, but it comes out a choking sob, his voice breaking under the weight of the pain. The sound is exquisite, like music, raw and unrefined, every note striking something deep within me. It fills the silence, drowning out the dull hum of my own thoughts. And for a moment, I let myself savor it. There's a rhythm to his agony, a cadence to his cries that I find intoxicating. Each scream, each gasp, is a testament to my work, a masterpiece painted in blood and suffering. I stand over him, my fists clenched, my patience thinning but my pleasure undeniable. Now tell me, you racist shit, I snarl, my voice cutting through his cries like a blade. Who's the mole stealing my supplies and killing my people? But he doesn't answer. He can't. His screams drown out anything he might say. His body consumed by the sheer torment coursing through him. The sound grates against my ears. But more than that, it ignites primal feelings within me. I shouldn't be enjoying this, but I am. Control yourself, Cast, I think, a flicker of irritation sparking in my mind. Don't let it slip too far. Not yet. But the line between my fury and my restraint is razor thin, and this bastard's silence pushes me closer to its edge. With a growl of frustration and delight, I rear back and slam my boot into his already shattered kneecap. The sound is sickening, bone-crunching, cartilage snapping, and his scream spikes to a pitch that makes even my own stomach churn. Beautiful. Still nothing? I hiss, leaning over him. His head lolls to the side, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. But he's still not talking. Coward. Swiftly, I heave my favored machete, the blade embedding itself into the ground with a metallic thunk. Without hesitation, I grab his trembling hand, forcing it palm up. "Let's see how much more you can take," I say, my voice low, almost a purr. My grip tightens, his fingers twitching under the pressure. "You don't want to talk? Fine. Let's make it a little harder for you not to scream." And God, I hope he does. Gus gives me the name Nicholas, spitting it out between sobs and screams like a confession at the gates of hell. That's all I needed. I let him live, if you can call it that. One hand, two shattered knees. Even bargain. Mercy, by my standards. I step out of the warehouse, a cigarette dangling from my lips, the smoke curling lazily into the night air. Blood drips from my clothing in steady crimson trails, staining the ground as I walk. My boots crunch against the gravel, the only sound besides the faint whimpers from inside. I've run the cartel ruthlessly since my father's death 3 years ago. It wasn't a seamless transition. People doubted me, whispered that I was too young, too reckless, too consumed by my own demons to lead. But I silenced those whispers with bullets and blades, leaving a trail of bodies as proof of my resolve. They don't question me anymore. Not my men, not my enemies. They call me La Parca, the Grim Reaper. The name fits, doesn't it? I like the way it rolls off their tongues, dripping with fear and awe, like I'm some myth come to life. Death itself, walking among them. It's not far from the truth. Fear keeps people loyal. It keeps them in line. And it keeps me alive. I glance at my men as I step past them, their gazes avoiding mine out of respect, or fear. Either works. "Clean it up, and drop him off at the Don's home," I say, my voice flat but carrying authority. They nod silently, already moving to handle what's left of Gus. The night air feels colder as I slide into the waiting car. The leather of the seat is cool against my back, and for a brief moment, I let myself sink into it. I take a slow drag, the cigarette tip glowing faintly in the dark as I exhale a stream of smoke into the air. It's a brief reprieve, until the sound of the passenger door opening destroys any semblance of peace. Valeria, my assistant, slides in. Her perfume is a light floral that cuts through the lingering scent of blood and smoke. She's impeccably dressed as always. A fitted, short pencil skirt that hugs her figure, and a silk blouse with just enough sheen to catch the dim light of the car. Her brunette hair is pinned back in a sleek bun, and her crimson lips curve into a polite, practiced smile. "Signor Castillo," she greets, her tone smooth and professional, though her eyes linger on me a second too long. "Your itinerary for tomorrow." She holds up the tablet, her manicured nails tapping lightly against the screen as she scrolls. I grunt, not in the mood for pleasantries. "Go on." Her crimson nails tap against the tablet, the screen's glow reflecting in her sharp eyes. 7 a.m. Call with the European connection. They want a better percentage on the arms deal, but I'd hold firm. 10 a.m. Security walkthrough at the docks. There's chatter about a raid, and new protocols need your approval. She shifts slightly, silk blouse dipping lower, cleavage on full display. Noon. Lunch with Senator Ortega. He wants campaign funding, but is offering access to new transport routes. 2 p.m. Meeting with Zona Rosa. She glances up, lips curving into that ever-present coy smile. 4 p.m. Drop off at the vineyard, ensuring distribution lines are smooth. 6 p.m. Dinner with the Luna family, pushing for an alliance, though their leverage is unclear. A pause. A scroll. 9 p.m. Inspection at the South Warehouse. Someone's skimming inventory. I assume you'll want to handle it personally. Her gaze lifts, locking on mine with a flicker of amusement. Busy day even for you, Senor Castillo. Shall I reschedule anything? I smirk, leaning back in the seat, the cigarette dangling between my fingers. No, leave it as is. She leans forward slightly as she scrolls through the list, her toned legs crossing to show off her completely unprofessional miniskirt. My jaw tightens, but I keep my face neutral. And Mr. Beaumont is waiting in your estate office for your arrival. Do you need anything else from me, Senor Castillo? She asks, her voice dropping an octave as she leans just a little closer. Her eyes flick down briefly, subtle but intentional, before meeting mine again. Her question hangs in the air, thick with implication. I let the silence stretch, studying her. She's good at tempting me, and one day I might let myself, but not tonight. I hired her because she reminds me of Willow. The resemblance isn't exact. Willow was softer, her beauty effortless, unintentional. Valeria, on the other hand, is polished. Every detail of her appearance carefully curated to attract attention. But the similarity is enough to twist the knife deeper every time I look at her. I'm a masochist, through and through. The car comes to a stop outside the gates of the estate. The driver's voice crackles through the intercom, but my focus is on Valeria, who's still sitting next to me, her body language carefully composed. No, I say finally, my voice cold. That'll be all, Valeria. She straightens, smoothing her skirt with a practiced hand. Of course, she replies with a passive expression. However, now there's a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, or maybe frustration. I exhale a steady cloud of smoke. Take her home, I order the driver Jamil without sparing her another glance. Yes, sir, Jamil responds, his voice steady as always. Valeria doesn't flinch at my words. She simply nods, her expression a little too composed, her smile a touch too practiced. Senor Castillo, she murmurs, the words dripping with the sweetness that feels a little too forced. I turn toward the door, opening my side swiftly. Good night, she adds. I finish the cigarette, the last of the smoke curling around my fingers as I flick it away, grinding it out under my heel. The cold air bites in my skin as I move toward the estate. My thoughts drift unbidden to Vincent, knowing he is waiting for me in my office. Vincent hasn't been the same since Willow left. I've kept him busy as my right-hand man in the cartel, but even that doesn't help. He was always the steady one, unshaken even when everything fell apart. But now there's a bitterness in him, a darkness that lingers. The Beaumonts push him to marry and take over the estate, but he brushes them off, claiming he needs to sow his wild oats when really he's just waiting for Willow to come back, if she ever does. Damien isn't much better. His anger simmers beneath the surface, only eased by the blood of the pedophiles, murderers, and enemies I give him to kill. He usually hides his emotions, but lately, every word from his mouth feels like a blade. It all ties back to Willow, the way she left without a word, leaving a wound in all of us. He even put hockey on hold after that first brutal year, claiming he couldn't focus with cartel business. But I know the truth. They give him 2 years to figure his shit out before they pull his scholarship. 2 years that are almost up. I push open the door to my office, stepping into the dimly lit room. My eyes immediately land on Vincent, sitting there in the leather chair, looking as worn out as I feel. His posture is rigid, but the lines around his eyes betray exhaustion. He lifts his head slowly, his eyes meeting mine. They're dull, lifeless, and it pisses me off more than I want to admit. I drop into the chair behind my desk, the leather creaking under my weight, and light another cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating my face. "What the hell are you doing here at this hour?" I ask, exhaling a stream of smoke. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he leans back in the chair, running a hand through his disheveled hair. His silence grates on me, and I slam my hand down on the desk, the sound echoing in the room. "Talk, Vincent," I snap. "I don't have time for this silent bullshit." He flinches, barely, but it's enough for me to notice. "It's about Willow," he says, and just hearing her name makes my chest tighten. I lean forward, resting my forearms on the desk, my jaw tightening and the ash from the cigarette drooping onto the desk. "Of course it is," I mutter. "It's always about her, isn't it?" His eyes narrow, and for a moment, I see a flicker of the old Vincent, the man who wouldn't back down from anyone, not even me. "Don't act like she doesn't matter to you," he says, his voice sharper now. "We both know that's a lie." "She made her choice," I say coldly, flicking ash into the tray on the corner of my desk. "She left, and you're sitting here like a goddamn ghost, letting her haunt you." "You think I don't know that?" Vincent snaps, his voice rising. He leans forward, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair. "You think I haven't tried to move on? You think I haven't done everything I can to fix this? Clearly not, because you're still here." I shoot back, my tone icy. "If you're so desperate, we know where she is. You want to drag her back? Fine. Go do it." Vincent's expression shifts, a dark and unreadable expression crossing his face. He looks away, his jaw tightening, and when he speaks again, his voice is quieter. "I already tried that," he says, the words heavy with implication. My stomach twists, but I keep my face neutral. "What the hell does that mean?" I demand. Vincent doesn't answer immediately. He leans back in the chair, rubbing a hand over his face. When he finally looks at me, there's a flicker in his eyes I've never seen before. Regret? Defeat? It's hard to tell, but it sets me on edge. Before Vincent can speak, Damien strides in, his face set like stone, as he wanders over to my liquor cabinet. "Can't you see we're in the middle of something?" I bark, irritation flaring. He ignores me, his gaze bouncing between Vincent and me, as he pulls a glass out of the cabinet and pours a glass of the most expensive whiskey on the shelf. After a long sip, he speaks, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "She has to come home. Now." Vincent is the first to react, his brow furrowing as he straightens in his chair. "What are you talking about? I thought you didn't want her to come back." Damien's lips press into a thin line, and his nostrils flare as he takes a slow breath. "Willow," he says, his voice heavy with an urgency that's impossible to ignore. "It doesn't matter what any of us want. She has to come back." My patience snaps. "You're not making any goddamn sense," I growl. "Why? What the hell happened?" Damien's eyes lock on mine, and the weight in them hits me like a freight train. "Her dad's dead," he says, the words clipped, almost mechanical. "And it's our fault." The room falls deathly silent, no pun intended. I stare at him, waiting for him to take it back, to say it's some kind of sick joke. But he doesn't. His expression remains grim, unwavering. Vincent's knuckles go white where his hands grip the armrests of the chair. "Our fault," he echoes, his voice barely above a whisper. There's a tremor in it, something I've never heard before. "What do you mean, our fault?" "It was the Italians," Damien whispers, I know, because his left ring finger is missing. That's their calling card. If they know about Tommy, Vincent continues, his voice rising, it won't take them long to connect him to her. They'll know where she is. And if they don't know already, they're going to figure it out. Damien nods. They'll hunt her down just to prove a point. Vincent leans forward, fist unclenching as desperation tightens his voice. If we bring her back, we put a target on her. If we leave her out there, we're handing her over ourselves. Damien finishes his glass before sharply saying, I know. Vincent looks at me with crazed eyes, both lingering with fear and excitement as the words leave my lips. We have no choice. We have to bring her home.
Chapter 2. Willow. I drew inspiration from Roman statues veiled in thin drapery. I say, standing before my inspirations class at RISD. My grip tightens around my sketchbook as I glance at my sculpture, a blend of marble and clay. The marble veil, painstakingly carved, drapes over the clay figure beneath it. Professor Harlow studies it, her sharp eyes unreadable. And the veil, what does it represent? Fragility and resilience, I answer. Marble is rigid, unforgiving, while clay is pliable but prone to cracking. Together, they reflect the tension between strength and vulnerability. She nods slowly. Why mix materials? I swallow. Because life isn't one thing. Marble is permanence and ideal. Clay is human, imperfect. I wanted to explore that contrast. A pause, then a measured, interesting. Let's see where you take this next. She moves on to the next student, but my chest feels tight as I return to my seat. Sophia, my next-door neighbor and a talented mixed media artist, catches my eye and gives me a small, reassuring nod. Rudy leans over from the seat beside me, his sketchbook balanced precariously on his knee. Hey, that was solid, he whispers, his voice low enough not to draw attention. Rudy's always nervous in these critique sessions, but his talent with 3D painting speaks for itself. His work practically leaps off the page. Professor Harlow's just intense. Don't let her get in your head. I manage a small smile. Rudy's encouragement helps, even if he's a bundle of nerves himself. He's been my closest friend here since I started over as Rose Taylors. After class, Rudy dashes ahead, flinging his arm over my shoulders with dramatic flair and letting out a sharp whistle. I'm going to fail this class, and it is all Rosalita's fault. Yes, it is Rose's fault you banged your way through half of the 3D art department and forgot about your midterm project. Sophia deadpans, stifling a yawn as she catches up. Excuse me? Rudy gasps, clutching his chest in mock offense. My extracurriculars are a form of research, thank you very much, and for your information, I'm about to make history with my midterm. Just you wait. Sophia snickers, brushing her dark curls off her face. History? Babe, you're about to make an excuse for why you didn't finish in time. Again. Wow, the betrayal! Rudy cries, his voice echoing in the corridor. Rose, back me up here. You know I've got vision. Vision? Sure, I say with a shrug, grinning despite myself. Execution? Still pending. We're all laughing as we step outside, when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I fish it out, and the moment I see unknown number, my stomach drops. I freeze, my hand tightening around the phone. Rudy notices instantly because of course he notices everything. Oh, what's this? Is that your hot boyfriend calling again? His voice drips with exaggerated curiosity as he leans in, trying to peek at the screen. Sophia's eyes widen, and she practically squeals. Wait, hot boyfriend? Rose, you've been holding out on us. Spill. What's his deal? Is he a brooding artist? Or a secret heir to a fortune? I roll my eyes, hoping to downplay it. He's not my boyfriend, I say quickly, a little too sharp to sound casual. And his name isn't important. Not important? Sophia arches a brow, her lips twitching with amusement. Which means he's definitely smoking hot, like rip your clothes off hot, isn't he? Can confirm. He lived with her all second semester freshman year. Rudy chimes in, grinning wickedly. He has dark hair, blue eyes, and the most charming smile. I almost fell in love with him. He is the true reason I am a bisexual man. I thought that was Ross Lynch's fault. You know, before cheating on Jazz. Sophia questions, popping her strawberry-scented gum. Rudy giggles. You know you're right, because Austin Moon is catnip to me. Can't explain it. I press the decline button and shove the phone back into my pocket, my hands trembling. You're both ridiculous. Ridiculously accurate, Rudy says with a triumphant grin. Come on, Rose. Sophia pleads, her grin widening. We've been friends for months, and this is the first I'm hearing about your clandestine romance? Dish. Is he the reason you're always so serious? Because if he's as hot as Rudy says, I don't blame you for being distracted. I'm not distracted. I snap, my voice sharper than I intended. The playful atmosphere dims as they exchange glances, their teasing tapering off. Rudy pulls back his arm, an apologetic look on his face. Rosalita. I take a deep breath, forcing a tight smile. It's fine, I say. Really, let's just drop it. Sophia nods, perking up when she thinks of another topic to talk about. You guys still down for drinks tonight? Absolutely, Rudy says. I'm in desperate need of liquid inspiration. Rose, you coming? I shake my head. I think I'll skip it. I feel a headache coming on. Boo, whore, Rudy says, pouting dramatically. I lift my middle finger in response, earning a cackle from him as Sophia covers her mouth to stifle her laugh. Turning in the opposite direction, I head back to my apartment, leaving their laughter behind. The voicemail notification still glows on my phone like a taunt, even as I juggle the phone in my hand. 6 numbers, 6 new beginnings, each one shattered by his persistence. I shouldn't listen. I should delete it, move on. But my fingers hover over the play button, my heart pounding. The first message from a year ago plays, his voice soft, almost tender. Willow, I love you. You know that, don't you? I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why you think you need to run, but please just call me back. We can fix this. I'll do whatever it takes. I clench my fists, his words wrapping around my chest like a vice. My thumb hovers over the delete button, but I can't bring myself to press it. The second voicemail from 8 months ago starts, more urgent this time. Willow, I've been trying to reach you for weeks. I know what you said, but please, I need to hear your voice. Tell me you're okay. Please. The air feels colder as I walk, the faint buzz of campus celebrations drifting in the distance. My steps quicken, unease prickling at the back of my neck. My pulse quickens. I glance over my shoulder, but the street is empty, except for the faint glow of streetlights and the occasional rustle of leaves. He sounds desperate, on the edge of breaking. But I know better than to trust the vulnerability. He always knows how to pull me in, like my own personal siren to my death. The third message from a few weeks ago cuts through my thoughts like a blade. His voice is sharp now, each word dripping with anger.
You think you can just run away from me? From us? That's not how this works, Willow. You're mine. You always will be. And if you won't come back, I'll drag you back here, Willow. Because you belong here.
A shiver runs down my spine. My hand trembles as I pause the message, the air suddenly feeling too thick to breathe. By the time I reach my apartment building, my heart is pounding. I fumble with my keys, the sharp click of the lock echoing in the silence. The familiar scent of old wood and fresh paint greets me as I step inside, but it does little to calm the unease coiled tightly in my chest. I close my eyes, leaning my head against the cool surface of the door. They're better off without me. All of them. They deserve someone who isn't broken, someone who doesn't make them so vulnerable. I kick off my shoes, followed by pulling off my socks, as I glance back down at the phone. That unknown number still staring at me, daring me to call back. But I can't. I won't. They need to move on. I need to move on. I toss my shoes next to my door and throw my socks onto my couch, followed by my hoodie. I delete the voicemail messages. I delete the call. Okay. Delete ex-boyfriend's voicemails. Check. I mutter. Now for wine and a bath to drown in my sorrows. I can already picture the steam easing the tightness in my chest as I slide off my leggings and make my way to the bathroom. But then it hits me. Wood, paint, ash, and whiskey. My breath catches in my throat, and my heart skips a beat. The scent is unmistakable, thick and rich, like smoke clinging to the air. For a long moment, I just stand there, my mind spinning, trying to convince myself that I'm imagining things. But I know I'm not. I slowly turn the doorknob, and as soon as I push it open, there he is. Cast, sprawled across my bed like he owns it, his presence overwhelming the small room. His striking green eyes catch mine immediately, an almost predatory hunger flickering in them. He lounges against the headboard, one arm slung lazily across the pillows, a smirk playing on his lips. He looks like he's been waiting for me. I gasp, and the sound rips from my throat before I can stop it. My pulse kicks into overdrive, and my stomach twists into a hard knot of panic. What the hell is he doing here? How did he even... His voice is low, smooth, with that dangerous, playful tone curling around every word like a tease. You know, Willow, he drawls. His eyes rake over me, the intensity that sends sparks across my skin. I thought we got rid of your ignoring problem. Maybe a spanking would help that.
Chapter 3. Cast. Cast! She gasps, her eyes wide and body on full display for me. And fuck me, I've missed her like this. Bare and screaming my name. I mean, I can do without the black lace bra and matching thong, but it's like she knew I was coming. Karina, do you just walk around your house like this all the time? I tease, sliding my arms behind my head and licking my lips at her curves. She places both hands on her hips and scowls at me. Cast, what are you doing here? She questions. Her eyes narrowed, and the slither of joy she allowed herself to show is long gone as she stares at me with palpable anger. I yawn, only to irritate her more, which it does, and she scrunches her nose in annoyance. Come sit on my lap. Cast, she huffs, but I cut her off. I will tell you whatever you want to know once you are straddling my lap. I say lazily, and she sighs. Without further debate, she sways her hips in that way I was obsessed with at 19, and damn right drunk off of at 21. She steps closer, and I can already tell she's trying to play it cool. But the way her breath hitches when her thighs brush mine says everything. Her hands rest on my shoulders as she lowers herself down, her heat pressing onto my groin. I'm trying to stay nonchalant, but the way her scent swirls around me, vanilla, roses, and cashmere, makes it damn near impossible. She sits down with a slight groan, making sure I feel every inch of her against me. "Happy now?" she murmurs, voice dripping with sarcasm. But I know she likes it. She always has. I tilt my head back, flashing her that grin I know drives her wild. Ecstatic. Her lips tighten, like she's resisting the urge to tell me off. But there's a flicker in her eyes and I grab a handful of her perfect ass, making her grind against my hardening cock. She sucks in a breath and I smile, holding in the moan that wants to escape me. "Why are you here, Cast?" Her voice is shaky, but there's something else behind the words. Curiosity? Or maybe fear? I drink her in. Black hair streaked with pink, wild curls framing her burning hazel eyes. Her tan skin glows in the dim light. Every curve, every movement laced with confidence that drives me mad. She breathes in, her chest rising against mine, fitting so perfectly it feels like fate. My fingers itch to trace her curves, to pull her closer, but I hold back. Barely. "Cast, tell me. You're making me nervous," she whispers, her golden hazel eyes shining into mine. I press my thumb into her lower lip, my eyes flicking to her chest, watching it rise and fall with each breath she tries to steady. "You don't really want to know, Willow. Not yet." Her breath catches as my hand finds its place around her throat, my fingers just firm enough to make her pulse flutter beneath my touch. She freezes for a moment, but the tension only thickens, and I can feel her heart pounding against my palm. I lean in, my mouth capturing hers in a kiss that's raw, desperate, and burning with need. The taste of her, sweet yet intoxicating, fills me up, erasing the space between us. I feel the heat of her body against mine, the curve of her hips pressed tightly to my lap. I deepen the kiss, my thumb grazing over the delicate skin of her throat as I pull her closer. The moan that escapes her lips is everything I need, everything I've wanted. When we finally break away, her lips are swollen, breathless, and that same spark from when we were teenagers dances in her eyes, the look that says she wants more. And my chest is tight with the need to give her just that. "I missed you, Karina," I whisper, a breath away from her swollen lips. "Tell me you missed me." "Cast." Her breath hitches as I tighten my grip around her throat, my thumb brushing over the pulse point there. She's so close, so fucking close, and I can feel the way her body trembles with anticipation. Her hip shifts slightly against mine, and I let out a low growl, my other hand sliding down to grip her waist. "Don't lie, Willow," I growl, smacking her ass and pulling her closer against me. "I would hate to have to punish you during our reunion." "I've missed you," she whispers so lightly I barely hear it, but I smile like a predator in her face. "Tell me what you want, Willow," I rasp, my voice rough, demanding. Her golden eyes widen, her lips parting as she hesitates. I can see the conflict in her gaze, the way she's torn between wanting to give in and holding back. But I don't have the patience for games tonight. Not when she's sitting on top of me like this, her heat pressing against me, driving me insane. "I want she starts, her voice trembling, but I cut her off with a sharp squeeze of my hand. Her breath catches, and I feel her pulse quicken beneath my fingers. Louder, I command, my voice low and predatory. Tell me exactly what you want. Her hands grip my shoulders tighter, her nails digging into my skin as she leans forward, her lips brushing against my ear. I want you, she whispers, her voice barely audible. But it's enough, more than enough. I release my grip on her throat, my hands sliding down to unbutton my pants and slide my cock out. She follows my motion like my good little slut and moves her thong to the side. Good girl, I murmur, my lips grazing her ear. She shivers at the praise, her hips grinding against me instinctively, and I hiss at the wetness of her pussy against me. She rolls her hips against my cock in a slow, deliberate motion that makes it twitch beneath her. Karina, I growl, my hands gripping her hips firmly, guiding her movements. She gasps as I take control, her body arching as I lift her slightly, then slam her back down onto me. Her moan is music to my ears, and I can't help but snicker as she clenches around me. Fuck, she whispers, her hands gripping my shoulders for support. But I'm not done yet. I lift her again, my fingers digging into her hips as I set a brutal pace, driving into her with a force that has her gasping for air. That's it, I mutter, my voice rough, my eyes locked on hers. Take it. Take every fucking inch. Her moans grow louder, her body trembling as she tries to keep up with the punishing rhythm I've set. Her nails rake down my chest, leaving red marks in their wake, and I hiss at the sting. You like that? I ask, my voice taunting, my hands sliding up to cup her breasts, my thumbs brushing over her nipples. She gasps, her back arching as she nods frantically. Yes, she breathes, her voice trembling. Yes, Cast. Please. Please what? I demand, my voice low and rough. Her eyes meet mine, and I can see the desperation in them, the way she's teetering on the edge. Please don't stop, she begs, her voice breaking, and I don't. I can't. Not when she's looking at me like that. Not when she's so fucking close. I slam her down onto me one last time, my hips snapping up to meet her, and she screams, her body convulsing as she shatters around me. I watch her fall apart, my hands gripping her hips tightly as I follow her over the edge, my own release crashing over me like a tidal wave. Her body melts against mine, her chest rising and falling as she struggles to steady her breath. I let my hands roam her back, tracing the curve of her spine with slow, deliberate strokes. She shivers under my touch, and I press a soft kiss to her shoulder, lingering there like I can somehow protect her from everything outside this moment. For a while, there's only the sound of our breathing, the silence heavy but not uncomfortable. Then, her voice breaks through, soft and filled with the tremble of fragility. I missed us, she whispers, her words muffled against my chest. I miss everything. You, Vincent, even Damien. I miss the way we were. I freeze for a moment, my hands stilling on her back. I know, Willow, I say quietly, my voice rough. She shifts, propping her chin on my chest so she can look up at me. Her hazel eyes are glassy, her expression open in a way I haven't seen in years. Is that why you're back here? Because I can't go back home, Cast? No. I have good reason for you to come back home, though. I took a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes narrow on me, a smile on her lips as she rolls her eyes. Your dick is not an incentive. I cup her face, my thumb brushing along her cheek. This part, the truth, is going to tear her apart, but she deserves to know. Willow, I start, my voice low and steady. Your father, he's dead. Her body stiffens against mine, her breath catching in her throat. What? She whispers, her voice barely audible. He was killed, Willow, I say, forcing myself to hold her gaze. And it wasn't random. It wasn't an accident. The men who did it will come for you next. She pushes herself up, looking at me like I've just slapped her. What the hell are you talking about? I sit up, running a hand through my hair. He was killed. And you're in danger, Willow. That's why I'm here. She stares at me, disbelief and anger warring in her expression. You're telling me this now? After everything. After you... Her voice cracks as she gestures to the space between us. How could you do this knowing that? I saw you and I didn't, I say, my voice low and unsteady in a way I haven't been since high school. Willow, it will be okay. Okay? She laughs bitterly, shoving off my chest. You fucked me, Cast. You didn't warn me. You didn't tell me. You just took what you wanted, knowing that my dad... I stand, towering over her, my jaw tight as I meet her fiery gaze. I won't apologize for what I did, but I am not lying to you, Willow. He is dead, and you need to come home with me. Her eyes narrow, her chest heaving with rage. You think I'm just going to listen to you after this? You don't have a choice. I growl. Get it back. You're leaving with me. She glares at me, her lips trembling with suppressed fury, but I see the fear creeping in behind her defiance. She knows I'm right, and that pisses her off even more. 5 minutes, I add, my voice cold and unyielding. And don't make me drag you out of here kicking and screaming. Chapter 4. Cast. Willow's been silent for most of the flight. Her arms still crossed, gaze fixed out the window like I'm not sitting right across from her. The jet hums softly around us, but the tension between us is louder than anything. I let it go for a while, but eventually I can't resist. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees as I look at her. How long are you planning on pouting, Karina? Because we've got a few more hours, and I'd hate for you to waste all your energy being angry. She finally turns to me, her hazel eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Oh, I don't know, Cast. Probably as long as I have your cum between my thighs. My blood runs hot, and my cock stirs at the thought of wiping that defiance off her face, of reminding her exactly who she's dealing with. Willow, I say, my voice low, laced with warning. She doesn't turn. Doesn't even flinch, still staring out the window like I'm not worth her attention. Willow, I repeat, sharper this time. Look at me. She ignores me again, her fingers tapping impatiently against her armrest. Get over here, I command, my tone leaving no room for argument. She whips her head around, eyes blazing. Excuse me? You heard me, I say, leaning back in my seat, spreading my legs wider as I pat my thigh. Come here. Now. Her jaw tightens, and for a second I think she might actually tell me to go to hell. But then she shifts, slowly uncrossing her arms and standing, her movements deliberate and full of attitude. She's challenging me, testing how far I'll go. And fuck if it doesn't make my dick harder. She steps closer, stopping just in front of me, her hands on her hips. Happy now? She snaps. I grin up at her, grabbing her wrist and pulling her down onto my lap before she can protest. She gasps, her hands landing on my chest as I grip her hips, keeping her firmly in place. Over the fucking moon, Karina. I whisper into the curve of her neck, and just like when we were teens, she melts into me with a smile. Her body softens, her anger momentarily slipping away as she relaxes against me. That little smile tugs at her lips, the one I used to live for. And for a moment, it's like no time has passed. Like we're still those reckless kids who thought the world couldn't touch us. What exactly happened to my father, Cast? She whispers, her voice trembling. The warmth in her transitions into something colder and sharper. She sits up, her hazel eyes locking onto mine, and I see the fear creeping in. Tell me. I exhale, my hands tightening on her hips to ground us both. Damien was visiting him every Sunday. The Italians saw and took him out as a warning. Her breath catches, her body going eerily still. Damien visited my father? Yes, I say too sharply, and she flinches. Cursing myself, I soften my tone, brushing my thumb along her side. Willow, when you ran, we didn't have any leads. Your father was the only connection we had to you. Her lips tighten, and I can practically see the storm brewing behind her hazel eyes. She sucks her teeth, the sound sharp, dismissive. Karma, she mutters under her breath. What? Her eyes snap to mine, and there's no mistaking the icy edge in her tone. I killed Rosemary, and now because of you, my father was killed. She says it so flatly, so numbly, that it knocks the breath out of me. Willow, I start, but she cuts me off, her voice rising. No, Cast. Don't. Don't tell me it's not the same, because it is. You just don't want to admit it. She pushes at my chest, trying to free herself, but I hold her tighter, keeping her in my lap. Listen to me, I growl, my voice low and firm. This isn't the same, Karina. What happened to Rosemary happened so you could live, so you could survive. And your father... I pause, choosing my words carefully. He got caught up in a war he wasn't built for. It wasn't personal. She lets out a bitter laugh, the sound grating. Not personal? Cast. I took her heart. Her actual heart. Then look at what happens. I leave, and suddenly you and the boys are playing chess with my family's lives. My jaw tightens, the memory of that day flashing through my mind like a brand. Rosemary's death wasn't clean. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't Willow's fault. No matter how much she tried to shoulder it. No matter how much Damien wants to believe that it's her fault. You didn't kill Rosemary, I say, my voice dropping into a dangerous calm. You did what you had to. If you hadn't taken that heart, you wouldn't be here. She would have died anyway, and you know it. Her eyes glisten, but she shakes her head, her lips trembling. And my father? What's your excuse for that? He didn't deserve to die because of me. No, I admit, he didn't. But the Italians don't care about fairness. They care about sending a message. And you, Karina, would be one hell of a message. Her body stiffens, and I see the walls go up in her eyes. So what? Am I a pawn in your little war now? That it? You're not a pawn, I snap, grabbing her chin and forcing her to look at me. You're the queen, and if they think they can come for you, they're about to find out how wrong they are. But I can't protect you if you're not with me. She stares at me, her breath shaky, her hands fisting the fabric of my shirt. I don't want your protection, Cast, she whispers. I want my father back. I know, mi amor, I say softly, pressing my forehead to hers. But right now, we don't have the luxury of what we want. Her laugh is sharp, bitter. No. As always, Cast. You get the luxury of what you want. I tense, my hand stilling on her waist. And what do I want? I ask, my voice low, pulling her chin so she's forced to meet my eyes. She hesitates, her gaze flickering between defiance and a softer, more vulnerable expression. Me, she whispers finally. The corner of my mouth lifts in a humorless sneer. You think I want you? I murmur, my thumb brushing over her jaw. You're wrong. Her lips part in surprise, but I don't give her a chance to speak. I lean in closer, my voice rough and unrelenting. I don't just want you, Willow. I've needed you, craved you. Do you know how hard it was to let you go when everything in me screamed to keep you locked away? Her breath catches, doubt flickering in her eyes, but then she shakes her head, her voice sharp, cutting. You're lying. You let me leave. You let me go, Cast. My grip tightens on her chin, and the fire in her gaze only fuels the inferno inside me. You think I let you go? My voice drops, lethal. Because I didn't drag you back kicking and screaming? Because I didn't ruin you when I had every right to? Yes? She snaps, shoving against my chest, though she doesn't pull away. You let me leave. You let me live my life. But you made damn sure I couldn't have anyone else. You've been pulling strings from the shadows, haven't you? I don't deny it. I don't need to. She already knows the truth. See? She says, her voice trembling with anger. You think you own me, Cast. That's why you didn't fight. Because as long as no one else touches me, you're fine sitting back and watching from your throne. I exhale slowly, my jaw tight. You don't get it, do you? I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous calm. You think you've seen the worst of me, Willow, but you haven't. Not even close. You bring out the worst in me. You always have. She freezes, her defiance faltering as my words sink in. I let go of her chin, dragging my hand down to her throat, my fingers curling around the delicate curve of her neck. I don't squeeze, but the thread is there, simmering beneath my skin. I'm not Vincent, I growl, eyes boring into hers. I'm not the man who will crush you to keep you. I'm the man who lets you go because I love you too damn much to destroy you. But don't mistake that for passivity. Don't think for a second that I wouldn't burn the whole world down if someone tried to take you from me. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, and for a moment we just stare at each other. The air electric, and I can't breathe because I just said I fucking love you to her for the first time. And fuck, I want her to say it back. You're right, she whispers finally, her voice trembling. You're not Vincent. You're worse. The words cut sharper than expected, but I don't let it show. I lean in, my lips brushing her ear as I speak. Maybe. But you're still here, mi amor. And that's what matters. She shudders, her body betraying her even as she tries to hold on to her anger. You can't keep doing this, she whispers, her voice breaking. I'm going to my father's funeral, and then I'm going back to school. You can't keep me at your beck and call, Cast. I don't have a choice, I murmur, kissing her temple. And neither do you. Without you, I will go mad, Karina. Do you want to see how bad I can really get? No? She chokes out. So stop fighting it, Willow. You're mine. You always have been. Always will be. Her voice is quiet, but the words slice through me like a blade. And what if I don't want to be yours anymore? The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. For a moment, all I can do is stare at her, the fire in her hazel eyes daring me to react. My grip on her throat loosens, but my hand stays where it is, my thumb brushing over her pulse, steady, defiant, alive. Then, I say, my voice low and dangerous, I would burn the world to the ground. Her lips part, shock flickering across her face, but I don't stop. I lean closer, so close that the warmth of her breath mixes with mine, my gaze locked on hers. I'd burn it all, Karina, and then I'd make you and I choke on the smoke together. Her breath catches, her body trembling slightly against mine, but her gaze doesn't waver. You're insane, she whispers, her voice unsteady. Maybe, I admit, a dark smile tugging at my lips. But you've always known that, haven't you? You've always known what I'd do for you, what I'd destroy for you. Her chest heaves, and I see the conflict in her eyes. Anger, fear, and a deeper emotion she doesn't want to admit. A feeling vibrant with raw vulnerability. You can't just decide that, Cast. You can't make me stay. I'm not making you stay, I say softly, tilting my head. You're here because you want to be. Even if you hate me for it, even if you want to run, you're still here, Willow. And you'll stay. Because deep down, you know you belong to me as much as I belong to you.
Chapter 5. Willow. The plane lands in Texas, and I find myself unable to move. I am torn between wanting to stay on the plane forever and wanting to get off and face the truth. But there is no escaping it now. Damien was right about me. I am heartless. I am a murderer. Cast looks at me with his bag thrown over his shoulder. What's wrong? I take a deep breath. Everything. Nothing. Willow. He sighs, dropping the bag onto the seat and staring at me with his perfect green eyes. Goddamn, Cast is perfect. If I get off this plane, I have to admit my father is dead. I whisper, giving him a partial truth. I don't want to admit that just yet. His lips twist into a frown. Sitting here won't bring him back, Willow. I clench my jaw, my hands fisting in my lap. I know that. He studies me again, then reaches out, his fingers brushing against my wrist. It's light, barely there, and still it nearly undoes me. Come on, we will face it together. Tears burn my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I nod, forcing my legs to move. But the moment I stand, my knees buckle. Before I can even think about hitting the floor, Cast is there, arms around me, lifting me effortlessly into his hold. I stiffen. Cast, put me down. No. His grip tightens as he moves us toward the exit. You're walking out of here one way or another, Karina. Might as well make it easy. I don't fight him. I don't have the energy to. I sink into his shoulder and let the smell of ash and whiskey lull me into a false sense of security. Cast carries me down the narrow aisle like I weigh nothing, his arms steady, his steps confident. The humid Texas air wraps around me when we step off the plane, thick and suffocating. He strides toward the parking lot, where a sleek black car waits, tinted windows gleaming under the harsh daylight. I should pull away. I should demand that he put me down so I can walk on my own. But I don't. Instead, I press my face deeper into his neck, breathing him in like he's the only solid thing in a world crumbling beneath my feet. I expect him to put me down when we reach the car, but he doesn't. Instead, he shifts me effortlessly, freeing one hand to open the passenger door. Then, just as effortlessly, he sets me down on the seat like I'm delicate. I stiffen at the touch, but Cast is already stepping back and moving to the driver's side. The second he slides in, the weight of everything starts creeping back in. My father is dead. Ricardo is dead, and I am the one who killed him. And I'm going home with him. With Cast. I will see Vincent again. I will see Damien. I let out a shaky breath, staring out the window as he starts the car. The drive is silent as the city of Dallas unfurls before us. The city blurs past in streaks of neon and headlights, the hum of the car's engine a low, steady purr beneath us. Dallas at night is alive, towering buildings, bustling streets, the occasional red glow of a brake light catching in the rearview mirror. But I don't see any of it. I just see him. Cast's hands grip the steering wheel, veins prominent against his tanned skin. He drives like he does everything else, with effortless control. One hand shifts gears, the other resting casually. But I know better. He's always calculating, always watching. And right now, I hate that I find comfort in that. The reality of my father's death presses down on me thick and suffocating. I can feel it clawing at my throat, wrapping around my lungs. But then I remember his lips. Cast's mouth on mine, fierce and all-consuming. The way he kissed me was like he was claiming a part of me he already owned. The heat of it, the violence of it. I squeeze my thighs together and slam the memory out of my head. Not now. Not when I'm barely holding myself together. I turn to look at him. How much longer? He flicks me a glance, amused. Eager to be alone with me, Karina? I scowl. I want to sleep. His smug look deepens, but he doesn't push. We're almost there. Minutes later, the car pulls into an underground garage, the air shifting from the warm Texas night to the cool sterility of concrete and steel. Cast parks effortlessly, shutting off the engine before stepping out. He rounds the car, opening my door before I can even reach for the handle. Come on, he murmurs, offering his hand. I ignore it and step out on my own, but the second I do, the exhaustion slams into me. I sway, and before I can catch myself, Cast's hand is on my waist, steadying me. He doesn't say anything, just holds me there for a moment longer than necessary before releasing me and leading me toward the private elevator. What happened to your mansion? I cough out a little sharper than intended. He chuckles to himself. We wanted a place in the city. We? Yep, all three of us live here. I nod to myself. Dallas is only 30 minutes away from Thornhaven, but I like the city better than our town. As we step into the penthouse, the stillness is eerie. The glass windows reveal a breathtaking view of the Dallas skyline, the city lights twinkling like stars in the night sky. In the reflection, my figure appears ghostly and hollow, a stark contrast to the vibrant cityscape outside. My limbs feel heavy, my thoughts a tangled mess of grief and exhaustion. But beneath it all, a single truth sharpens like a blade in my chest. I don't belong here. Being back with Cast, with Damien and Vincent, is too much, too close, too dangerous. They can't know. They can never know what I've done. My stomach twists, nausea rolling over me as the truth of it settles in. I can still see Ricardo's body, the blood on my hands, the moment his eyes went glassy, vacant. It replays in my mind like a sick, looping reel. And every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, kneeling in the darkness, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my ears. If Damien finds out, he'll never forgive me. If Vincent finds out, he'll look at me like I'm a monster. And Cast? I don't even want to imagine what he'd do. I glance over at him, still standing by the elevator watching me with those sharp, knowing eyes. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. Cast sees me in ways no one else does, and if I stay here too long, he'll see the truth. I can't let that happen. I won't let that happen. I wrap my arms around myself, pressing my nails into my palms to keep from shaking. I'll stay for the funeral. I'll bury my father, say my goodbyes, and then I'll disappear. I'll be gone before any of them can put the pieces together, before any of them can look at me like I'm broken. Chapter 6. Willow. After we arrive at the Chessman's penthouse, he drops me off in the room he calls my bedroom and gives me space to breathe. I don't know if it's mercy or strategy, but either way, I'll take it. The room isn't just beautiful. It's mine. The walls are painted a deep, muted blue, the kind that swallows light in the most expensive way. A king-sized bed with silk sheets sits against the far wall, the comforter the perfect shade of ivory. I close my eyes, exhaling shakily, and kick off my Converse. The plush carpet cushions my feet as I take another step forward, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The floor-to-ceiling windows stretch across one side of the room, a private balcony just beyond them, the Dallas skyline shimmering in the distance. I sit on the bed, sinking into the comforter as the scent of lilacs and cherries kisses my senses. The scent reminds me of Dad, and all the lilacs he would get my mother when I was younger. Mom looked like one of those old-school supermodels, like Shalom Harlow, but with huge curly black hair and devastating blue eyes that looked like the ocean and reminded me of the sea. When Mom was good, everything was good. She was a piano teacher and she played like a saint. Dad would fall asleep on the couch as she practiced, lulled into dreams by the soft rolling notes, and I would sit on the floor, knees tucked to my chest, watching the way her hands moved. She never just pressed the keys, never forced them. She coaxed them. Each note was a whispered secret, each song a spell cast into the air. She played like the music was alive beneath her fingers, like the piano itself was breathing. She said the lilacs were for good luck, that they kept the bad energy away. Every week he'd bring home a fresh bouquet, filling the house with a soft floral scent that mixed with the warm notes of old sheet music. When she played, the lilacs swayed from the vibration, like they were listening too. Art is the only way the soul gets to scream without making a sound, she told me once, her voice soft as she guided my hand over a blank page in my sketchbook. When you don't have the words, when it's too much to say out loud, you draw, you paint, you play. So I did. The first thing I ever sketched was her at the piano. The curve of her back as she leaned into the music, the way her fingers barely seemed to touch the keys, the lilacs framing her like she was an apparition out of a dream. I wanted to capture the way she looked when the world made sense, when the melody carried her somewhere far away, where nothing could hurt her. The shrill ring of my phone shatters the trance, yanking me out of the past and slamming me back into the present. My breath hitches, my fingers still curled around the soft fabric of the sweater Vincent picked out for me. I blink, forcing my vision to clear and glance down at the screen. Rudy. I hesitate for only a second before going to sit on my bed and swiping to answer, pressing the phone to my ear. Yeah? There's a pause, a breath. Then his voice, low and urgent. Willow, where the hell are you? I had to do an emergency trip. I whisper, sitting up in the bed and pinching my nose to get the lilac smell out of my system. An emergency trip? Rudy repeats, and I can practically hear the disbelief dripping from his voice. You vanish without a word, and that's the best you've got? I sigh, sinking deeper into the plush pillows, the soft fabric brushing against my skin as I try to ground myself. I didn't exactly have time to draft a formal excuse, Rudy. No shit. I can hear him running a hand through his hair, likely pulling at the strands out of frustration. Rudy. Willow. His voice is heavy with concern now. How long? What? I shift, feeling my heart beat a little faster. You disappeared in the middle of the semester, Rudy says quieter. I know you've been through shit, but I also know you did some bad things. My stomach drops. What do you mean, bad things? What are you talking about, Rudy? Freshman week, he says quickly. When you were drunk, after Vincent left, you told me you were a bad person who did bad things, which, for the record, I don't believe, but now you disappear? That can't be a coincidence, right? Are you running from the mess you made? My fingers press against my temple, but it doesn't help. A bad person who did bad things. I can still hear my own voice from that night, the bitterness in every syllable. I swallow hard, trying to shake off the words, but they cling to me. Partially. But that's exactly why I'll be back. In a week. I trail off, looking around the unfamiliar room. A month, tops. I can cover you for a month. His voice is almost teasing, but I hear the underlying strain. You owe me a damn burger and a sake bomb when you get back to RISD. I'm gonna need it. I grin despite myself, leaning back into the bed. Rudy, I squeal. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? Yes, he drawls. But I'd love to hear it again because I'm gonna have to lie to Santiago, and that bitch is scary. Rudy. I sing his name. Literally the most perfect man in the world. Rudy. Wow, little devil. A smooth, raspy voice says, and I nearly jump out of my skin at the sound. I turn and see Vincent standing there with his arms crossed over his expansive chest. I knew you were cruel, but professing your love to a guy in the middle of our home is just diabolical. Diabolical? I repeat, trying to keep my voice steady. You know, I've never been called that before. His lips twitch again, but this time there's a smoldering glint in his eyes. He takes a slow step forward, closing the distance between us. His presence overwhelming. His blue eyes are dark with intent, studying me as if I'm the very thing he's been hunting. Well, isn't that what you are, little devil? He murmurs. A diabolical little mastermind here to manipulate us. A pawn who comes to bring the king to his knees. His words slide over me like a caress, but the way he says them, low, dangerous, makes my pulse quicken. Every muscle in my body tightens, as if some primal instinct is warning me. I open my mouth, but my breath catches in my throat as he steps closer, his chest nearly brushing mine. The heat from his body is almost unbearable, sending a shiver down my spine. His scent, rich and intoxicating, surrounds me. It's familiar, cedar wood and a familiar aroma that makes my head spin. I'm trapped, my heart hammering in my chest, but I can't pull away. I want to be closer than I am now, and there is not a body part of mine absent from the touch of him.
Willow?
Rudy's voice breaks through the haze, but I don't move to speak. And then Vincent smirks, leaning in just enough for me to feel the heat of his breath against my ear. Without breaking eye contact, he reaches down, snatches my phone out of my hand with surprising gentleness. He brings it to his ear and says, his voice calm but firm,
Willow is going to be preoccupied for the foreseeable future. Don't call back.
My mouth opens, but no words come out at first. It's only when I can finally breathe again that I manage to choke out, "Hey, that was rude."
No, it was effective.
Vincent's leering smile widens and he leans in closer, his voice dropping lower, a teasing undertone creeping in.
You're not allowed to have boyfriends, Willow.
I blink, my breath hitching, my fists clenched at my sides. I am not allowed? I repeat, my voice icy, cutting through the charged air between us. Vincent's eyes darken, the playful edge in his smile slipping away as his brows furrow. He steps closer, closing the space between us until there's barely any air left to breathe. The heat from his body presses against mine, and I fight the urge to retreat. His presence is suffocating, intoxicating.
Yes, Willow,
he says, his voice low and deadly serious now, no hint of teasing.
You are not allowed.
His gaze locks onto mine, almost daring me to contradict him.
Not after what you did in Rhode Island.
Vincent.
If you are allowed to say no, then I am too, Princess.
He hisses in my ear, and my blood runs cold.
No.
Chapter 7. Vincent. 2 years ago. Comment puis me rendre à Louvre? Willow carefully pronounces each syllable to mimic the French accent as best she can. I think that's very convincing. Are we already in Paris? Shut up, Vincent, she murmurs with a smile as she buries her head into my chest. I'm for real. Everyone knows that French is all about attitude, and I think you have that down. Her bright eyes glimmer in the dim lighting as she takes a moment to look at my face, before leaning in and swiftly nibbling on my collarbone, sending a jolt through my nervous system as I gently shake her off. Hey, I'm serious, I retort. It's much better than mine. She begins twirling her finger around my chest. Oh yeah? Show me. Je suis Vincent. Enchanté. The words stumble out of my mouth. I cringe, feeling the pressure of my own ineptitude. How can I sound so bad? Willow's laughter starts soft, a little giggle that escapes her lips before she clamps a hand over her mouth. But then it grows, spiraling out of control until she's rolling on the bed, clutching her stomach. Holy shit, she gasps between breaths. How much have you been practicing? I groan, running a hand through my hair. Look, we still have plenty of time until Paris. Plus, I have you, and you're already perfect. She mock punches my arm, her laughter finally subsiding into a soft chuckle. Ha ha, she says, resting her head on my chest. Very funny. We're nestled together under the covers, her body warm against mine. My arm is draped over her shoulder, our legs tangled in a way that feels as natural as breathing. Her arms wrap around my torso, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my skin. The scent of her hair fills the air, floral and sweet, like a garden in full bloom. I could stay like this forever. But then she shifts, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me. There's a small grin playing on her lips, and a mischievous glint in her eyes. "You know," she begins, "I may have a way to help you practice a bit faster." I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, and what's that?" Her grin widens, and she leans in closer, her breath warm against my ear. "Let's just say I'll make it worth your while." Her hand trails down my chest, her fingers lightly brushing over my skin, sending shivers down my spine. I can feel my body responding to her touch, the heat between us growing with every passing second. "Willow," I whisper, my voice hoarse with desire. She pulls back slightly, just enough to meet my gaze. Her eyes are dark with want, her lips parted in anticipation. "Vincent," she murmurs, "say anything in French." I blink, caught off guard. "What?" She grins, her hand continuing its exploration of my body. "You heard me. Say anything in French. If you get it right, I'll reward you." I stammer, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Je t'aime? Willow's eyes light up, and she leans in to kiss me, her lips soft and warm against mine. The kiss deepens, her tongue teasing my lips until I open for her. When she finally pulls back, her eyes are shining with satisfaction. "Not bad," she purrs, "but I think you can do better." Her hand moves lower, slipping beneath the covers to tease the sensitive skin on my hip. I gasp, my body arching towards her touch. "Willow," I moan, my fingers tangling in her hair. She beams, her hand inching closer to its destination. "Say something else," she whispers, her voice low and sultry. I swallow hard, trying to focus. Tu es belle, très belle." Willow's eyes darken, and she leans in to capture my lips in another searing kiss. Her hand finally finds what it's been searching for, wrapping around me in a firm grip. I groan into her mouth, my hips bucking against her hand. She breaks the kiss, her breath coming in short gasps. "Good," she murmurs, her hand moving in slow, deliberate strokes. "Keep going." I can feel the tension building inside me, my body on the edge of release, but I force myself to concentrate, to come up with a word or phrase, anything in French. Je veux toi, toujours." Willow's eyes widen, and her hand stills for a moment. Then she's back on me, her mouth devouring mine like she's trying to consume me whole. Her hand resumes its rhythm, faster now, more urgent. I can feel myself slipping, the pleasure overwhelming me. But I need to hear her voice, to know that I'm doing this right. "Willow," I gasp, my fingers digging into her hips. Tell me I'm doing it right." She pulls back slightly, her breath warm against my skin. "You're doing perfect," she whispers, her voice trembling with desire. "Keep going." Her hand moves faster, her thumb brushing over the sensitive head of my cock. I can feel the pressure building, the pleasure coiling tight in my gut. "Willow," I moan, my voice breaking. Je t'aime tellement." Her eyes soften, and she leans in to kiss me, her lips tender against mine. "Je t'aime aussi," she murmurs, her hand never stopping its relentless pace. And then I'm there, my body shuddering with release as I spill into her hand. Fuck, I groan. She kisses my temple. Wrong language, mon amour. I collapse back onto the bed, my chest heaving. Willow lays down beside me, her head resting on my chest. My breath slowly returned to normal as I pepper kisses over her forehead and cheeks. For a long time we just lay there, wrapped up in each other. The warmth of her body against mine is comforting and perfectly molded into mine. Vincent, she whispers, her voice barely audible. We're going to Paris. I smile, my fingers lightly stroking her back. I know, I reply, my voice filled with affection. But I don't need Paris. I just need you. She looks up at me, her eyes soft and full of love. Even if your French is terrible? I laugh, pulling her closer, especially if my French is terrible. She grins, resting her head on my chest again. Don't worry, she murmurs. I'll keep helping you practice. I smile, my eyes closing as I relax into the warmth of her presence. I'm counting on it. After a brief pause, and our breath finally begins to settle, I turn my head to look at her, my fingers still tracing slow circles on her back. Willow, I murmur, my voice low, like I'm testing the words before they leave my mouth. I've been thinking about us, about everything, about how this feels. She lifts her head again, her golden eyes meeting mine, steady and calm. There's no question in her gaze. She knows I'm about to say something important. The air between us shifts, the kind of quiet tension that comes before a big decision. I want you with me. For all of it, I say, my voice tightening just a bit with the heaviness of it. I want this to be more than just a few days in Paris. I slide a black velvet box from underneath my pillow, keeping my eyes on her. I want you in my life. All of it. Forever. I slide the box open, and nestled against midnight black velvet sits my mother's ring. The centerpiece is a flawless princess-cut diamond, adorned with delicate pearl accents that frame the diamond on either side, and a platinum band holding it all together. It was my mother's, I say, voice uncharacteristically soft. The only thing of hers I kept. The only thing worth keeping. The same way you are the only thing worth keeping in my life. Her eyes widen, and for once I can't read what's behind them. I've left myself exposed in a way I never have before. Offered up the only piece of my past that means anything to me. Say yes, I whisper, and it sounds more like a command than a question. But there's an undercurrent of vulnerability that I've never allowed anyone else to hear. Be mine, Willow, but this time as my queen. Her expression softens, but there's a flicker of caution. Vincent, she starts, but I don't let her finish. I know what she's going to say. I can already feel the walls she's putting up, the distance between us that she always keeps in place, even when we're this close. And I can't stand it. Not anymore. I'm not talking about a fucking ring, Willow, I say, voice a little sharper than I mean it to be. I'm not asking you for a fairy tale or a big wedding. I'm asking you for a chance. I want to build a home, a life, with you. Together. She looks at me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine, maybe trying to figure out if I'm serious, if I'm ready for what I'm asking. And I can't blame her for that. I've never been good with commitment, but with her, it's different. The idea of losing her, of not having her in my life, it's unbearable. Vincent, she whispers again, softer this time, but there's a distance in her voice that makes my chest tighten. I don't know if I can do that with you. My heart drops, and I feel the sharp edge of her words cut through me like a cold wind. Why not? I ask, the question coming out almost desperate, like I'm trying to pull her closer, to make her see what I see. She pulls away a little, sitting up on the edge of the bed, her back to me. Because I'm not sure I can ever give you what you want, she says quietly, her voice trembling just a little. I'm not sure I can be what you want. I'm not ready for that, for the forever you're asking for. I sit up too, not knowing whether to reach out for her or give her the space she's clearly asking for. But I want you, Willow, I say, trying to keep the edge from my voice, trying to make her understand that it's not about the forever. It's just about us. She looks over her shoulder at me, then, her eyes full of so many things. Fear, uncertainty, maybe even a little sadness. I know you do. And I care about you, Vincent. But that's the problem. I can't promise you forever. I don't even know if I can promise you tomorrow. Okay, I say, even though the word doesn't feel like enough, even though nothing feels like enough. I get it. She turns to face me then, her eyes soft but sad, and she reaches for my hand. I don't want to hurt you, Vincent. I care about you. I know. I nod, trying to swallow the lump in my throat.
Willow, present day. The tears won't stop falling, and I want nothing more than for them to stop, especially when Vincent is looking at me with such heat in his eyes. I want to crawl into myself, scream, and beg for him to be mine, to want me again. Vincent, I stutter. My hands won't stop shaking no matter how much I will them to be still. Vincent's blue eyes drill into me, fierce and unrelenting, pinning me in place like he can see straight through the cracks I've been trying so hard to keep together. My breath shudders, and I clench my fists to stop the shaking, but it's useless. Everything in me is unraveling, and he's standing there, watching me fall apart. Vincent. His jaw tightens, and for a second I think he might soften. But then he speaks, his voice razor sharp. What the hell do you want from me, Willow? His tone isn't cruel, but it's demanding, searching, like he needs to understand. You think you can just run away and pretend none of it happened? That we never happened? I let out a broken, bitter laugh, wiping at my face furiously. We didn't happen, Vincent. I whisper, my voice raw. Not really. We were a deal. I was your pawn. His expression darkens, his body going rigid, but I press on. I was never going to be able to make you happy. Vincent lets out a sharp breath, his hand running through his hair in frustration before he steps closer, his fingers gripping my chin, forcing me to look at him. Don't fucking do that, he growls. Don't stand here and feed me that bullshit like it's some noble fucking sacrifice. I shake my head, trying to pull away, but his grip tightens. Not hard, just enough to keep me from running, from hiding. You're a coward. He spits, his voice rough with anger but feels like heartbreak. You didn't leave because you couldn't make me happy. You left because you were scared, because it was easier to run than to stay and fucking fight for this. My breath catches, my pulse pounding so hard I feel it in my throat. That's not true, I whisper. But it's a lie. It's a lie, and he knows it. Vincent scoffs, shaking his head, his thumb brushing over my jaw in a touch that feels almost gentle, despite the fire in his eyes. You think I don't know you, Willow? You think I don't see you? You can lie to yourself all you want, but don't fucking lie to me. His voice drops lower, rougher. You still want me. Chapter 8. Willow. A week later. I sit at Cast's heavy mahogany desk, the glow of the computer screen casting an eerie light across my face. The page in front of me blurs as I stare at it, unseeing, the words bleeding together in a haze of grief and exhaustion. The funeral home's website is open, a dozen floral arrangements staring back at me, demanding I make a decision I am wholly unequipped to make. White lilies, red roses, carnations, chrysanthemums, orchids. All with meanings that suddenly feel too heavy, too much. My father deserves the perfect flowers, but I don't know what those are. I don't know what anything is anymore. My fingers hover over the keyboard, and I pinch the bridge of my nose, exhaling shakily. The soft click of the office door opening barely registers through the fog in my mind, but then I hear footsteps, calm, measured. I know who it is before I even look up. I don't turn to see who came inside. Instead, I keep my eyes on the screen, hoping they'll leave, hoping they won't see how lost I am. Damien steps beside me, and out of the corner of my eye, I see his gaze drop to the screen in front of me before he steps in closer. Without hesitation, he reaches out and selects willows and roses. These, he says, voice quiet but certain. I swallow hard, my throat burning. Why? Because they remind me of you, he answers simply. And because he loved you. That's all that matters. I nod, my throat too tight to form words. Damien reaches over, scrolling through the options, clicking on arrangements that I haven't even noticed. It's perfect. Deep red roses nestled between soft, delicate willow branches. My vision blurs again, but this time I don't try to blink it away. The tears fall, hot and silent, splashing onto my lap as I grip the edge of the desk. Hey, Damien says softly, his voice gentler than I've ever heard it. He doesn't touch me. He never does unless I initiate it. But he's close enough that I feel his presence. It's okay, Willow. I shake my head, a sharp, jerky movement. No, it's not. None of this is okay. Damien is silent for a long moment. Then finally he speaks, his words slow, deliberate. It wasn't your fault. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh, swiping at my wet cheeks. You don't know that. Yes, I do. He says it with such conviction that it almost makes me believe him. Almost. I turn to face him then, meeting his steady gaze. His gray eyes hold a twinkle of understanding, like he knows exactly what kind of weight I'm carrying. Would he still be alive if I had never met you? My voice is barely above a whisper. If I had never gotten involved with any of you? Damien doesn't flinch. He doesn't rush to fill the silence or offer me pretty lies. He just watches me, his jaw tight, before he sighs out a response. Maybe I can say the same thing about you. If you never met my mom, would she still be alive? Damien, I sigh. Maybe she would be. But that's a maybe. The fact is, my mom and your dad are gone. My hands tremble as I stare at him. That doesn't make it any easier. No, it doesn't. He nods, his gaze never leaving mine.
but blaming yourself won't bring him back.
I bite my lip, tasting the salt of my tears. I don't know how to stop. Damien watches me for a long moment, and then he reaches out, not quite touching me, but his fingers ghost over my wrist, a quiet offering.
You don't have to stop. You just have to learn to carry it.
I exhale shakily, gripping the desk tighter. For a moment, the silence stretches between us, heavy but not suffocating. Then, in a voice so soft I almost miss it, Damien says,
I visited him every Sunday.
My breath catches. What are you talking about? He looks away, his jaw flexing.
Your dad, I visited him. We talked.
I stare at him, struggling to process his words. Why didn't you ever tell me? He shrugs like it's nothing, like it doesn't matter.
It wasn't about me. He wanted a connection to you. I was that for him, that's all.
A sob escapes before I can stop it, and I press a hand to my mouth, closing my eyes. Damien pulls me into his chest, his arms wrapping around me like he's afraid I might shatter into 1,000 pieces if he lets go. His hand slides up to my hair, brushing it back gently as I bury my face into his shirt.
I didn't know how to tell you,
he murmurs, his voice rough.
He didn't ask for anything but that. Just wanted to talk about you with somebody. I couldn't let him carry the burden and worry about you while you were gone.
My hands clutch his shirt, as if holding on to him is the only thing keeping me from crumbling completely. He doesn't pull away. He lets me cry, lets me fall apart in his arms, as if it's the most natural thing in the world.
I didn't want you to have to carry this,
he says again, quieter now, his words more for himself than for me.
I just wanted you to be able to breathe again.
I thought you hated me.
At first, yes,
he admits, his voice lower, rougher.
But now I don't know.
The minute I feel myself melting into Damien's arms, a knock at the door startles us, and he pushes me away. I look down at myself, quickly wiping the tears.
What did you do to her?
Cast's voice is sharp, demanding, fist clenched at his sides, his entire body coiled tight as if he's ready to pounce. Damien simply rolls his shoulders back, staring blankly at Cast.
Nothing. Bullshit!
Cast snarls, stepping into the room, his gaze flickering to me.
Willow?
I'm fine. My voice wavers slightly, betraying me, and Cast's eyes darken even further. He takes another step forward.
You don't look fine.
I shake my head, brushing at my damp cheeks. Damien was just helping me pick the flowers. Cast's gaze snaps to the computer screen, where the selected arrangement is still displayed. His jaw ticks, but some of the tension in his frame eases.
Flowers,
he repeats, but his tone suggests he doesn't fully believe that's all that happened here. Damien exhales sharply.
Relax, Castillo. I didn't break her.
Cast whirls on him. You don't get to talk about her like she's some fragile thing after the way you've treated her. Damien's expression darkens.
You think I don't know that?
Silence hangs between them, thick and charged. I step forward, placing a hand on Cast's chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath my palm. Please, I whisper, looking up at him. Not right now. His gaze softens slightly when he looks at me, reaching up to cup my cheek for a brief moment before exhaling sharply and stepping back.
Fine,
Damien snorts.
How generous of you.
I glare at the side of Damien's head before turning back to Cast. Did you need me?
Yeah, he says, tilting his head toward the door. Someone's here for you.
I cast one last glance at Damien, who simply shrugs. then follow Cast out of the office. My legs feel heavy as I descend the stairs, the weight of everything that just happened still pressing on my chest. Then I hear her. "I don't care who the hell you think you are, Landon. You can't just drag me wherever—" The sharp, familiar voice cuts through the air, snapping me out of my haze. My stomach flips as I round the corner, and then I see her. "Jasmine?" I cough out. She stands in the middle of the foyer, her blue eyes blazing with fury as she stares down one of Cass's guards. Her hands are on her hips, her foot tapping against the marble floor with impatience. It's been years since I last saw her, since life pulled us in different directions, since everything between us was left unresolved. But none of that matters in this moment. I freeze, and the second her eyes lock onto mine, the fire in them flickers, just for a moment, before the relief and sadness takes over. Her lips part, and I barely hear her whisper my name before I move. I don't think, I don't hesitate, I just run. She meets me halfway, our bodies colliding as I throw my arms around her, clutching her tight. A sob rips through my chest as her arms wrap around me just as fiercely, holding on like she's afraid I'll disappear. "Will," she chokes out, her fingers digging into my back. "God, I'm going to kick your ass. I can't believe you." I shake my head against her shoulder, squeezing my eyes shut. "Don't. Just let me have this." She nods against me, her own breath shaky, and we stay like that, clinging to each other, as if trying to make up for all the lost time. "I thought I'd never see you again," I whisper, my voice raw. Her gaze softens, the distance between us closing once more. "I didn't think I'd see you either." Her fingers trace the outline of my jaw, the touch almost too gentle for the hurricane of emotions swirling inside me. "But here you are, and that's enough for me." I nod, pulling her in again, burying my face in her hair, breathing in the scent of her, familiar, comforting, like home. I pull back just enough to take her in, my eyes tracing over her familiar features. Jasmine looks the same, sharp, striking, effortlessly cool, and a little bolder. Her golden blonde hair, once wild and untamed, is now braided into 2 neat plaits. But it's the shaved undercut peeking out from beneath them that catches my attention. It suits her. Edgy, confident, unapologetic, just like she's always been. Her blue eyes, intense and brimming with emotion, search mine, and for a brief moment, I see the girl I used to know, the one who had my back no matter what. But there's something harder there now, a weight neither of us had before. She arches a brow, sneering, despite the tears still shining in her eyes. "What? Never seen a badass before?" A watery laugh escapes me, and I shake my head. "Not one who still dresses like she's about to fight the devil and win." Jasmine huffs out a laugh of her own, tugging playfully at the hem of her leather jacket. "Damn right." The guard in the back snorts, and Jasmine practically growls at him. "Jackass, you are so on my shit list." I snort, making a ridiculous face at her because that was Jasmine's way of flirting. Sarcastic, bold, and always with an edge of mischief. Some things never change. So life updates, yes?" Jasmine's eyes go wide, like she just remembered the most important thing in the world. And then she jerks a thumb toward the guy standing beside her. A tall, broad-shouldered man with an easy smirk and an annoyingly good jawline. "Landon, meet my runaway bestie, Willow. Willow, meet one of my partners, Landon." I blink. "Excuse me?" Jasmine rolls her eyes. "Don't start." "No, hold on." I cut her off, my confusion deepening as I look between the two of them. "He's a guy, and last time I checked you were a lesbian, like from birth. You swore off men before we even knew how to spell compulsory heterosexuality." Jasmine snorts, crossing her arms. First of all, rude. Second of all, I was bi-curious. She wiggles her fingers dramatically, which means I had a question and I sought an answer. I tilt my head. And... Jasmine sighs dramatically, flipping one of her braids over her shoulder. And then your asshole of a man, Jasmine. Cast growls from behind me, his voice low with warning. Asshole, she repeats pointedly before continuing like he didn't say a word. Assigned this guy to shadow me like a bodyguard or some shit, which means I had to deal with him all the time. And one thing led to another. I tried it out, and surprise, surprise, I liked it. She shrugs, shooting a sideways glance at Landon, who just grins. Well, him and Connor. I blink again, still trying to wrap my head around this new development. So, no girls. Jasmine gasps in exaggerated offense. Yes, girls. Do you think I could ever abandon the fair sex? She sighs dreamily, pressing a hand to her chest like she's in the middle of some great romance novel. The last and love of my life is Brooke. Landon raises a brow, his smug smile deepening. Hey, I thought I was your favorite. His accent, British, smooth, and filled with amusement, makes the words sound even more smug. Not right now, Lan. Jasmine turns on him with narrowed eyes, her hands on her hips. You are ridiculous and pushy. Landon just chuckles, clearly unfazed. And before she can step away, he reaches out, curling a hand around the nape of her neck, his fingers threading into the short undercut there. He leans in, murmuring words too low for me to hear, and whatever he says makes Jasmine's entire face go bright red. She jerks away, smacking his chest. Company, Lan. He laughs, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Right. Behaving now. But the glint in his eyes says otherwise. See, this is why I need Brooke. She sighs. Anyway, you need to tell me everything, like I literally want to know every time you pissed. Everything. I giggle. That may be TMI, but I'll tell you just about everything. Good enough. Jasmine laces her fingers with mine, pulling me in the direction of the stairs. No boys allowed. A pizza and 2 tubs of ice cream later, and I know everything that happened in the last 3 years. Jasmine doesn't hold back. She never has. She tells me everything, from how she met Connor, Landon, and Brooke, to how their chaotic, messy, and ridiculously hot love story unfolded. Apparently Connor, the devastatingly charming Irish cop with blonde hair, green eyes, and a voice like butter, is the only reason Landon isn't rotting in a prison cell. Landon, for all his cocky grins and easygoing attitude, is a killer, who kills those who have harmed others and failed to get punished in court. Connor gives him his victims and helps him evade the police. Then there's Brooke, the sweet yet feisty cowgirl turned professional thief, who somehow balances them all out, slipping between them like she was made to belong there. Jasmine literally swoons every time she says her name. It is adorable. As much as Jasmine's story is wild, it's hers. And she's happy. Really happy. She's a professional boxer now, taking all that fire and rage and turning it into something powerful. And out of everyone, Landon is the only one who really sees the darkness inside her. The same kind of darkness he carries. I listen, hanging on to every word, laughing in places, gasping in others. But underneath it all, there's a deep ache. I missed this. I missed her. Jasmine must see it on my face because she nudges my foot with hers, eyebrow raised. All right, enough about me. Spill, Willow. What the hell has been going on with you? So I tell her. I tell her about Sophia and Rudy, about Vincent's proposal. Her jaw drops at that. And then finally I tell her about Ricardo and what I did, and how no one else knows. Her expression shifts, the teasing glint in her eyes dimming as she studies me. She doesn't gasp. She doesn't look horrified. She just sees me, the way she always has. "Damn," she murmurs, leaning back, running a hand through her braids. "You really did it, huh?" I nod, my throat tight. Jasmine squeezes my hand, her grip warm and steady, grounding me in the way only she can. "Good. That bastard had it coming," she says, voice firm, leaving no room for argument. But then her eyes soften, scanning my face, and I know she sees everything I'm trying to hold back. She exhales, shaking her head. "Damn, Wills. How the hell did we get here?" A humorless chuckle escapes me, but it dies too quickly, swallowed by the pressure in my chest. I stare down at my half-eaten slice of pizza, suddenly unable to even look at it. "I don't know," I admit. But I keep wondering if I had done anything differently, if I had never gotten involved with them, would my dad still be alive? Jasmine stills. Her hand tightens just a fraction around mine. "Willow." I shake my head quickly, trying to keep it together, but it's no use. "His funeral's in 2 days. My voice wobbles. "I don't even know how I'm supposed to do this, Jazz. I don't know how I'm supposed to stand there and say goodbye like I'll ever be ready for it." "Oh, Wells." She lets out a shaky breath, and before I know it, she's yanking me into a fierce hug, her arms wrapping around me so tight I can barely breathe, but I don't want her to let go. "I'm so damn sorry," she whispers against my hair. "I had no idea. I should have. There's nothing you could have done." My voice is muffled against her shoulder, and I grip the back of her hoodie like it's the only thing keeping me together. I miss him so much." Jasmine holds me tighter, one hand cradling the back of my head. "I know," she murmurs, and I can hear the pain in her voice, raw and unfiltered. "I hate this for you, Wills. I hate that you have to go through this." I squeeze my eyes shut, swallowing the lump in my throat. A few moments pass, nothing but the sound of our breathing, the quiet hum of the city outside. Then Jasmine pulls back just enough to look me in the eye. "You are not doing this alone," she says fiercely. "You hear me? I'm going to be right there next to you, every second." Tears spill down my cheeks before I can stop them, and she wipes them away with the sleeve of her hoodie, like she used to when we were kids. "I need you there," I admit, my voice small. She cups my face, her forehead pressing against mine. "I'm already there, Wills. Always and forever."
Chapter 9. Damien. They erased every trace of Tommy, scrubbing bloodstains, replacing broken items, and restoring the house to a pristine, eerie calm. It was as if he had never existed. Cast wonders if Willow will want the house back someday. Maybe not now, but eventually. I remember my own grief, how I clung to my mother's home, leaving everything untouched, as if she might return. It wasn't logical, but grief rarely is. When I finally let go, I realized loss was a constant in my life. My mother, Tommy, even Willow, slipping away despite still breathing. Yesterday I held her trembling body, offering what little comfort I could. But beneath it, something darker stirred. A need to break her, to control that fragility. Her pain mirrored my own, a reflection of the emptiness I buried. And in that moment, I knew. She was holding on to me. And even with Cast and Vincent within reach, She chose me. Maybe I could love her. Maybe I already did. It wasn't a thought I'd allowed myself to entertain before. Not with everything going on. Not with the way my life was already a mess. But looking down at her in my arms, feeling her pulse against mine, and everything in me shifted. It was subtle at first, the quiet whisper of a possibility. Could I really love her? With all the darkness that came with me? With everything I've lost? Everything I've done? I could see it now. The way she fit against me. The way we fit together. There was a flicker in her eyes when she looked at me. A flicker of something raw and unspoken. That told me she needed me just as much as I needed her. And maybe that's what terrified me the most. That I could lose myself in her. That I could let her into the hollow parts of me I've spent so long keeping locked away. I walk into Tommy's room, the silence around me thick, almost suffocating. The air still smells like him, like the cigars he used to smoke, and the leather of his chair where he spent hours brooding over business deals. The room feels like a tomb, a reminder of everything that's been lost. I stare at the tan-brown jacket hanging in the corner, dusty and crumpled from days of hard work. The collar still smells of cement and cedar, even though he's gone. I reach for the jacket, my fingers brushing over the rough material. I slowly pick up the last jacket he wore, taking a deep breath before I slip the pin from Tommy's jacket. A hard hat with flowers. One Tommy always wore on his jacket before going to a construction site, and pin it carefully on my jacket. The gesture feels absurdly final, like a token of respect that can never be repaid, a reminder of all that has been left behind. The pin on the fabric seems to add a layer of heaviness to the air, as if it was being sealed away. I linger for a moment, looking at the suit, at the space where he used to stand, and then I turn to leave. My phone rings, breaking the stillness. Without looking at the caller ID, I swipe it open, already preparing myself for whatever bullshit Vincent is about to throw at me. Yeah, I answer, my voice low, edged with impatience. Where the hell are you? Vincent snaps, his tone sharp, the urgency in his voice clear. The funeral starts in 20 minutes. I pause, the words hitting me harder than I expected. The time is here. Everything's been leading up to this. And now, standing in the hallway of this house, his house, my heart sinks a little. I'm not ready. But then again, when the hell will I ever be? On my way, I reply, my voice clipped, as I slide my phone back into my pocket, not even giving myself a moment to think about the significance of what's coming. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. I step into the cold night air, the memories of Tommy's house still pressing on me, choking me. As I walk to my car, I can't stop the thoughts that clawed my mind. Would Tommy ever have let me be with her? The question gnaws at me. He was a man who loved Willow more than life itself, and I know I am not deserving of her, but I wonder if he knew that. If he knew all the ways I wanted to break his beloved daughter for my own entertainment. He surely did know, but it doesn't matter now. It fucking doesn't matter what Tommy would have thought, because none of that shit is relevant anymore. He's dead. He's gone. And the rules he set for this world, for Willow, they're all meaningless now. Willow isn't his anymore. She isn't anyone's but ours. That's the truth. And fuck anyone who thinks differently. I don't need Tommy's blessing. I don't need his permission. She's got my mother's heart in her chest. She has my heart in the palm of her hand. She's tangled up in me. Her love, her pain, everything she is. It's all twisted in with mine. And there's no way to undo it. No way to take it back. She can't be with anyone else. She won't be. Not while I'm still breathing. Not while she still has a pulse. She's mine. Body, heart, and soul. And if anyone dares try to take her from me, I'll die before I let them. She was always meant for me, even if I never admitted it before. She's always been mine, and I'll be damned if I ever let anyone forget it.
Chapter 10. Willow. My dad would have hated this funeral. I'm sitting in the third row, too afraid to sit in the front, and wanting the crowd to put distance between me and the casket through the sea of black suits and too many floral arrangements. All I hear are the occasional sniffles and the low murmur of voices as people shuffle in their seats, avoiding eye contact, like the awkwardness will just go away if they pretend it isn't there. I'm sorry for your loss. I force a smile, which turned out to be more of a grimace than anything else, but still I nod. Thanks. This whole scene feels like a performance, everyone playing their part, trying to make sense of a situation they can't possibly understand. It's all too much right now. I just want to leave, to walk out of this suffocating room and go somewhere, anywhere, where I can breathe without the weight of all these words bearing down on me. I lean over, whispering to Jasmine, just as we take our seats outside in the cemetery. I want to go. Willow, Jasmine starts. I can't do this. I go to move, but Damien holds me down, his arm placed across my lap, and I turn to glare at him. Damien. You are going to sit here and stay at your father's funeral, Damien says through gritted teeth. I breathe in sharply. I can't. Your father was a good man, the best man. Damien's eyes don't leave the preacher's direction as he walks up to the podium and starts to speak. You are going to give him the respect he deserves. Damien, let me go. No, he snaps, looking at me. And that is when my eyes dart down and lock on a small pin shining on Damien's lapel. I reach out, my hand shaking as I touch the pin as if it would burn me. What's this? I got it from your father's room this morning. He whispers, his eyes boring into my face, and I swallow as I run my fingers across the large, hard hat pin with the daisy on top. I gave that to my father when I was 13. I whisper. Damien hums his approval, moving in closer to me. I guess that's why I took it. It's a piece of him and you. I can feel my chest tightening as the pastor speaks, the pressure building up behind my eyes as the tears threaten to spill over. Damien, hold me. I whisper, my voice barely audible above the murmurs of the crowd. I turn to him, seeking comfort, needing the security of his arms, even if just for a fleeting moment. My body trembles with quiet desperation, hoping he'll be kind to me again, just for this last time. I need him now more than ever, even if it's only temporary. I bury my face in his chest, the fabric of his shirt wrapping around me, the faint scent of rain mixed with his cologne grounds me. The storm outside is relentless, the rain hammering against the windows. But in Damien's arms, the world feels like it slows down, if only for a second. I cling to him, as though he's the only thing keeping me from shattering completely. I need him. But I know I'm really just holding on to the last bit of comfort before I'm forced to face the reality that my father is gone. Then a voice calls out my name. The pastor's. It cuts through the fog of my thoughts. Willow. The pastor continues, his voice carrying over the crowd. His legacy lives on in his only child, Willow, who will now give his eulogy. I freeze. My stomach churns, everything sinking deeper. Everyone is waiting for me. The room is heavy with anticipation, and I know they're all expecting me to stand up, to find the strength to honor my father the way he deserved. But I can't. My body refuses to move. I feel my chest tighten at the mention of my name. I can't be the one. I can't carry the weight of this. I can't speak when the tears are still falling, when all I want to do is curl into myself and disappear. "Willow?" the pastor says again, his hand outstretched. I move away from Damien and bury my face into Jasmine's shoulder, pouring all of my sorrow into her, even if it is just for a moment. Her arms wrap around me and she holds me close, but even that comfort feels small in the face of the suffocating grief. I don't know how to process it, how to say goodbye to the man who's been my everything, my father, the person who always believed in me. I look up through the haze of tears and feel Damien's absence as he moves to step forward. He clears his throat before he speaks, and I hold my breath. "Willow's father was many things to many people," he starts, his words steady, each one laden with emotion. "But to me, he was everything. He was the man who might as well have raised me over the last 3 years, who taught me what it meant to be strong, to be kind, and to never back down from a fight. He was the best man I've ever known. He was a man who would do anything for those he loved," his eyes scanning the crowd. "He built more than just a business and the occasional chair. He built relationships. And I'm proud to have known him, to have been a part of his life." Jasmine tightens her hold on me as I let the tears fall again. But this time, I don't feel as alone. I don't feel as lost. Their voices fill the space that I couldn't fill. And for the first time in hours, I can breathe. The rest of the funeral goes by smoothly, and for the most part I either stand or just sit there, eyes fixed on the casket. The only thing in this room that feels real, the only thing that isn't pretending to be something it's not. I stand there long after everyone has left, and they have started to throw dirt on top of the casket. Cast doesn't want to leave, but the cartel never stops for anyone. I can see the hesitation in his posture. Like if he stays just a bit longer, the situation might change. But he knows it won't. The life he's in doesn't allow for moments of peace. "I've got to go," he says quietly. He leans in, presses a soft kiss to my cheek that feels more like a goodbye than anything else. "I'll be back," he murmurs, though the doubt in his voice makes it feel more like a promise that might never be kept. Without waiting for me to say anything, he turns and walks out, leaving me with nothing but the empty space between us. Damien follows soon after. He doesn't speak, but there's a quiet understanding in his eyes as he leans in and kisses my cheek. It's brief, but it's enough. A reminder that even though Cast is gone, I'm not completely alone. Before I can even process the silence that follows, Jasmine is pulled away by Landon for a job. I watch them go, feeling the loneliness of everyone leaving, one by one. The rain starts shortly after, a soft pattering against my cheeks and hands, like the world is mourning with me. Vincent stands beside me, his jacket suddenly draped over my shoulders. He doesn't say a word, just offers the small act of kindness, his warmth against the cold of the night. "Don't want you getting wet," he says, his voice low and almost lost in the sound of the storm. The rain is relentless now, drowning out everything else. I pull Vincent's jacket tighter around my shoulders, the fabric warm but not enough to chase away the chill in my bones. After a while, he speaks again, his voice low and almost hesitant.
Willow, it's getting worse out here. We should go home.
I suck in a sharp breath, but I don't move, instead saying, I'm sorry.
For what?
Vincent's voice is thick with frustration as he pulls my gaze to him, and I look at something other than my father's grave for the first time in hours. He looks exhausted and angry. Two things I've never seen on his face before.
For what, exactly?
For letting Damien and Cast do the eulogy. For saying no to you when you stand here in the middle of the rain with me. I say, my eyes trained on the curve of his jaw. I love you. I should have said yes. His jaw tightens. I can see it in the way his hands curl into fists, like the words are physically hurting him, and maybe they are. Maybe they're hurting me, too. Because I've been running from this for so long.
You're damn right you should have said yes.
He snaps, stepping forward, his eyes burning with raw passion.
I would have given you everything. You know that, don't you?
His voice rises, the words spilling out like fire.
I would have given you the world, but you turned me down.
His anger hits me like a wave, sharp and hard. And I feel the sting of my own regrets flooding my chest. He's right. I pushed him away when all he wanted was to love me. I was scared. I murmur, my voice small and fragile, like the words are all I can offer. I didn't know if I could be what you needed. Vincent's eyes flash, the hurt in them almost unbearable.
That's not good enough.
He spits, stepping even closer now, his words cutting through the air.
You think I didn't feel that? You think I didn't feel the doubt when you said no? But I still wanted you. I still wanted to fight for you.
I didn't mean to... I begin, but he interrupts, his voice rising again.
You didn't mean to?
His frustration is palpable. I was terrified, I admit, my breath shaky, my chest tightening. I was at my dream school, Vincent, my entire future ahead of me, and you want marriage, kids.
Not right now.
But you wanted to run away to Paris. You wanted me to give up my dreams for yours.
No, I never said that.
Vincent. Vincent's eyes bore into mine, stormy with emotion.
You should have said yes,
he murmurs, voice thick with regret.
I would have given you everything. I didn't need anything else. I just needed you.
Something in me snaps. I grab his collar, pulling him in, and our lips crash together, breaking open everything we've held back. His hands grip my waist, pulling me closer, the heat of him drowning out everything else.
I would have given you everything,
he mutters between kisses. I know, I breathe. I should have said yes. His forehead rests against mine, breath shaky.
It's not too late.
And then his lips are on mine again, fierce, desperate, like he's trying to erase the past. The rain pours down, soaking us, but I only feel him. His hands frame my face like I'm someone precious, someone he can't lose again.
You're everything to me, Willow,
he rasps, his touch searing against my skin.
Everything I need, everything I want.
Then give it to me, I whisper. His breath hitches, and for a moment he just looks at me, his eyes searching mine like he's trying to find some sign that this is real. And then his lips are on mine again, and this time it's different. There's a desperation in his kiss, a raw, aching need that mirrors my own. His hands fumble with the buttons of my shirt, his fingers trembling as he pushes the fabric aside. I help him, my own hands shaking as I tug at his belt, desperate to feel him, to be close to him. The rain pours down, soaking us through our clothes, but I don't care. Nothing else matters except him, except this. Our clothes fall to the ground, a tangled mess of wet fabric, and then his skin is against mine, hot and firm, and I gasp at the sensation. His hands grip my hips, lifting me easily, and my legs wrap around his waist instinctively. He presses me against a nearby tree, the rough bark digging into my back, but I don't care. All I can think about is him, the way he feels, the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing that matters in the world. "Willow," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion as he pushes inside me, slow and deliberate, giving me time to adjust. I gasp, my head falling back against the tree as pleasure courses through me, intense and overwhelming. His lips find my neck, his teeth nipping at my skin, and I moan, my fingers digging into his shoulders. He moves with a rhythm that is both frantic and controlled, like he's trying to make up for all the time we lost. His hips press against mine, his body driving into me with a force that leaves me breathless. The rain falls around us, but I barely notice. All I can feel is him, his warmth, his strength, the way he fills me completely. "Vincent," I whisper, his name a prayer on my lips, and he kisses me, swallowing my moans as he moves faster, harder, until I feel like I'm going to fall apart. His hands grip my hips tightly, holding me in place as he thrusts into me, each movement sending waves of pleasure coursing through my body. I can feel the tension building inside me, coiling tighter and tighter until it's almost too much to bear. Pleasure coils tight inside me, and when he growls, "I'm close," I'm already there, unraveling with him. We cling to each other, breathless, the rain washing over us. He presses his forehead to mine. "Stay," he pleads. I kiss him softly, pouring everything into it. "I love you," he says, his voice raw. "I love you too," I whisper, sinking into him. He kisses my forehead and I melt into him in the rain. "You're shivering," Vincent whispers into my hair, his arms still wrapped around me. "Put your clothes back on." I nod, numbly, my body trembling, not just from the cold, but from everything. My hands fumble as I reach for my dress, the soaked fabric clinging to itself in a mess of black and lace. I drag it over my skin, shivering as the wet material molds to me. It feels heavy, like it's carrying the weight of my shame, my grief, my mistakes. Vincent watches me, his gaze unreadable, but he doesn't stop me. He doesn't try to help, doesn't try to fix what can't be fixed. I crouch down, searching through the damp grass, my fingers brushing against the cool, muddy earth as I reach for my shoes. One of them is a few feet away, the heel sinking into the soft ground near my father's grave. And that's when it hits me. A sob tears from my throat as I stare at the gravestone, at the name carved into the wet stone, blurred by the rain, my father's name. My father, who I came here to mourn, my father whose grave I just desecrated with the man I swore I would never love again. My chest tightens and I press a hand over my mouth to stifle the broken sound escaping me. "Oh, God," I whisper, my voice shaking. "What did I do?" Vincent steps closer, his presence a shadow against the storm raging inside me. "Willow." I shake my head, scrambling back, my hands trembling. "No, don't act like this isn't..." My breath hitches, a sob choking off the words. "I did this here. Right here. How could I..." Tears burn down my cheeks, hot despite the cold rain, and I wrap my arms around myself, shaking. The guilt is suffocating, weighing on my chest until I feel like I might break apart. I shake my head violently, stumbling back. No, I can't." My voice cracks, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. He tries to follow, of course he does. That's who he is. Relentless, stubborn. He wants to act like what he did isn't wrong, like it isn't something I should be ashamed of, but I am. I can't breathe in this space anymore, can't look at him, can't even look at myself. I turn on my heel and run, my boots sinking into the damp earth as I make my way to the car waiting for me. waiting because Cast knew I'd need an escape. Vincent's voice chases me, desperate and raw. "Willow, stop!" I don't. I can't. By the time I reach the car, he's right there, his hand slamming against the window the second I pull the door shut and lock the door. His face is wild with frustration, his mouth moving, but I refuse to hear him. I squeeze my eyes shut and turn away, my fingers curling into fists in my lap. "Miss?" The bodyguard in front starts, but I shake my head. "Just drive," I whisper through my tears. "Please." Chapter 11. Willow. I can't believe I did that at my father's funeral. Of all the places, of all the moments, why there? Why then? But Vincent, he gets me so riled up. He knows exactly how to push every button, how to unravel me in ways I don't know how to control, and honestly, I'm not sure I even want to anymore. Sometimes he consumes me. Actually, scratch that. Most times they all do. Every single one of them. And what am I supposed to do when 3 men are constantly consuming all of my senses, each of them so damn powerful, so overwhelming in their own way? The driver who Cast had waiting for me, along with the bodyguard, doesn't question me when I tell him to drive me home. Well, my real home. The one that still smells like sandalwood and lilacs. The way my father always did. I know I will still be able to feel him there. I will still feel the pieces of him, the little things I never thought I'd miss. The warmth of his laughter, the soft way he'd tell me everything would be all right, even when nothing was. We pull up to the house, the familiar sight of it taking me back to a time when everything felt simpler. The front porch, the old swing that creaked in the wind, the garden that my dad used to tend to with such care. It's all still here, just as I remember it. But it feels different now. He's gone, and the place doesn't feel like home without him. I step out of the car, and the guard follows. The grief I'm feeling settles over me as I make my way toward the door. I push the door open, surprised it's not locked like normal, but dread fills my chest when I realize Dad used to lock it, and if he left it to me, the door would always be unlocked. The faint sound of music drifts toward me, the familiar scent of sandalwood and lilacs. The smell of him still lingers in the air. At first, it's soft, almost imperceptible, like a whisper in the distance. But as I walk in, it grows clearer. The soft, melodic tones of a song. One I've heard 100 times before, growing up. It's the one he always played on rainy days, the sound of raindrops tapping against the windows. A lullaby to the chaos of life. It's my father's favorite song. I step further into the house. My breath catches in my throat as I follow the sound, drawn like a magnet. The music tugs at me, a pull I can't escape even if I wanted to. It's so familiar, too familiar. The guard moves in behind me, his gun raised, his presence a jarring contrast to the soothing hum of music drifting from deeper inside the house. "Stay outside," I say, my voice firm. He doesn't lower his weapon. "That's not happening." I turn to face him, my jaw tight. "This is my father's house. I'm not going to let you storm in here like it's a war zone." He scoffs, scanning the room like he expects someone to jump out at any second. "With all due respect, Miss Castillo, we don't know who's inside. This could be a trap." I cross my arms, ignoring how my heart beats faster at the sound of Miss Castillo. "Then I'll deal with it. If I need you, I'll scream." His expression darkens. "That's not how this works." I step closer, my voice dropping. "I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Stay outside." He hesitates, his grip tightening on his gun, but he knows better than to argue. He nods sharply, stepping back, muscles coiled like he's just waiting for an excuse to rush in. Satisfied, I turn away and walk past the foyer into the living room, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Every step feels heavier, like I'm walking through a past I no longer belong to. And that's when I see her. She's sitting in the living room, her back to me, her fingers dancing over the piano keys with a grace that feels almost otherworldly. The soft, melodic notes fill the room, swirling around me like a warm embrace. But it's not warmth that seizes my chest. It's ice. Her wild, curly salt and pepper hair falls around her shoulders like a storm caught in time, as if the years of absence had only made it wilder, stronger, more untamed. It's her. It's the woman who disappeared from my life long before I had the chance to understand her. The woman I've spent years mourning, cursing, wondering about. I stand frozen in the doorway, my heart thundering in my chest as I watch her play. The way she moves, the curve of her back as she sways with the rhythm. It's me. I see myself in her every way. It's as though time has bent back on itself, and in this moment, she is both the past and the present, and I am caught in the middle. For a moment, I forget how to breathe, forget that I'm supposed to be angry, forget that she left me. All I can think of is the melody, the song, and the woman who created it. I don't even realize I've spoken until the word slips from my lips, shaky and raw. Mom? She doesn't stop playing. Her fingers keep moving across the keys, smooth and steady, as if the sound is more important than anything I have to say. But then, slowly, she turns. Her face is older, worn. The lines around her eyes deeper than I remember, but they're still the same eyes. The same hazel eyes that mirrored mine when I was little. Willow. Her voice is softer than I expected, like a whispered apology, and it shatters me. Her lips tremble slightly, but she doesn't move to stand, doesn't reach out for me. She just looks at me, a stranger in her own home. You've grown so much. My voice cracks and I hate myself for it, hate how weak I sound, like a child. I don't understand. Where have you been? The words come out in a rush, desperate. I've been holding them in for years, and now they've finally broken free. She drops her hands from the piano, the music coming to an abrupt end, and the silence fills the space like a thick fog. She's still sitting, staring at me with that same haunted look in her eyes, and for a moment, I think she might say something, but she doesn't. My feet move before my mind catches up, and before I know it, I'm standing in front of her. My heart is racing. The room spins. The anger that's been building inside me for years, the years of abandonment and unanswered questions, erupts in a violent rush. Where were you? My voice cracks, each word cutting deeper than I want it to. Where the hell have you been all this time? She stands then, slowly, cautiously, like she's afraid I might break under the weight of her presence. But when she moves toward me, she doesn't say anything more. Her arms open, as if it's instinct, and without thinking, I step into her embrace. And she pulls me close. Her arms wrap around me so tightly, so desperately, as if she's afraid to let me go. Her breath hitches, and for the first time since I've known her, I feel her tears fall onto my hair, her body trembling as she holds me. I'm so sorry, Flower, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion, breaking with each word. I'm so sorry I wasn't there. I never planned to leave you. I never wanted to hurt you. The pain I've carried for so long claws at me, bitter and raw. But I can't move. I can't pull away. For the first time, I'm here in her arms, and she's real. I can feel her. her warmth, her heartbeat, the rhythm of her breath against mine, and yet it doesn't make the anger go away. It doesn't make all the years of longing and resentment vanish. I needed you. I choke out, the words bitter, impossible to swallow. You weren't there. I needed you. She shakes her head, her grip tightening around me as though she's trying to apologize without words. Her voice breaks again, strained with sorrow. I know, baby. I know. And I can't take that back. I can't change the past, but I'm here now. I'm here, and I'll do anything to make it right. She can't fix it. She can't fix what's been broken for so long. No matter how much she holds me, no matter how much she cries, it won't change the fact that she wasn't there when I needed her the most. She wasn't there for me when I was a child, when I was left to navigate the mess of my own life alone. I want to pull away, to push her off, to scream at her for all the pain she's caused. But in her arms, I feel like a part of me is finally being held again, even if it's only for a moment. My mother tightens her hold on me, her body trembling with emotion, her breath shaky against my hair. I can feel her pain in the way she clings to me, like I'm the one thing she's afraid to lose again. She pulls back slightly, just enough to look me in the eyes. I missed you, Willow, she whispers, her voice thick with unshed tears. I missed you so much. Every single day I've thought about you and what I should have done. But I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't be what you needed, but I never stopped thinking about you. Never stopped wishing I could be there. I blink rapidly, fighting back the tears. And before I realize it, the words come tumbling out, choked and ragged. I missed you too, I say, the truth burning my throat. I missed you more than I can even say. She closes her eyes. Her arms tighten around me, her sobs muffled against my shoulder. I'm so sorry, she whispers, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there for you. I didn't deserve you, but I love you. I never stopped loving you. I pull away from her, the heat of anger rising, mixing with the ache I've buried deep inside. Why? I demand, my voice shaking but fierce. Why did you leave me? You were my mom. You were supposed to be there. She opens her mouth, but no words come out for a moment, like she's trying to form the right ones, the ones that will finally make it okay. She tries to reach for me, but I step back. You're not my mom, I say through clenched teeth, the words coming out colder than I meant them to. You left, and I grew up without you. And now, you don't get to come back and act like everything's fine. Get out. What? I don't want you here. I don't want this. Not now, not ever. For a long moment, she doesn't move. She just stands there, staring at me, like she's waiting for me to change my mind. But when I don't, she nods, her eyes clouded with tears, and she turns toward the door. The door slams shut behind her with a finality that reverberates through the house. The silence that follows is almost suffocating, but somehow it feels right. I slide to the floor, my back against the wall, and the tears fall freely.
Chapter 12. Cast. I can't sleep. Not after watching Willow. She looks so fucking small, standing there, lost in grief. And I stared at her until I couldn't anymore. The cartel doesn't stop for anyone, not even the girl I love. And yeah, I love her. I think I've loved her since she was 14, and she said sorry to me right before going into surgery for her heart transplant. Maybe I always wanted her, but I don't deserve her. I'm not a good man. I was never a good child. but I've always wanted to be good enough for her. The best thing about Willow is she doesn't want me to be good. She wants me to be me, and that in itself is a sick travesty, because she sees who and what I am and asks for more. She is my everything. 3 years without her, and I became more myself than ever before. But when she saw me, she smiled and welcomed me into her life like I had never left, like she welcomes the corruption that I am more than willing to give. I exhale sharply through my nose, shaking my head. What the hell is she doing to me? A soft thud breaks the silence. I don't look up. Busy, I mutter, swirling the last of my whiskey in its glass. The door opens anyway. Valeria steps inside, moving like she owns the space. Hips swaying, heels clicking softly against the floor. She's in a sleek black fitted dress that hugs her curves just enough to be a distraction, and she knows it. "Someone left this for you," she says, holding out a yellow envelope between manicured fingers. Instead of waiting for me to take it, she steps around my desk and perches on the edge, crossing one long leg over the other, close enough that I catch the faint scent of her perfume. Artificial cherries. Gross. I take the envelope, tearing it open with one sharp motion. The photo slips into my palm, and my entire body goes still. Willow. She's standing at the funeral partially dressed with Vincent naked behind her. Her head is bowed, clothes crumpled in her hands, and shoulders are curled inward like she's caving in on herself. My fingers tighten around the edges of the picture, but it's the words scrawled beneath that light a fuse inside me. You can't protect her forever. I take a slow, steadying breath, but it doesn't work. My jaw flexes, rage pressing against the inside of my ribs, sharp and demanding. Valeria watches me, amused but observant. Bad news? I don't answer, just shove back my chair, standing so abruptly that she has to plant a hand on the desk to keep her balance. I grab the photo, already moving. Who dropped this off? I say, my voice low. Valeria doesn't move from my desk, just tilts her head, watching me with a smarmy curve of her lips. No name, just an envelope. Guess you have a secret admirer. I'm in front of her before I realize I've moved, my fingers gripping her jaw, forcing her to look up at me. Her smile doesn't waver, but her pupils flare just a little, dark and knowing. Where did this come from? I snarl, my grip tightening just enough to make a point. She exhales, slow and deliberate, her lips curving like she enjoys this. Security caught a man on the cameras, left it at the front desk, and walked out like he didn't have a care in the world. Face? Valeria leans into my grip just slightly, like she's daring me to lose control. Not clear. Baseball cap, hoodie, classic no trace bullshit. But he wanted you to get this. My fingers twitch before I let her go with a rough exhale. My pulse is a steady roar in my ears. Someone thinks they can play games with me. With her. They're fucking wrong. Valeria straightens, rolling her jaw like she can still feel my grip. You're going to rip someone apart tonight, Hefe? I don't answer. I exhale hard, running a hand down my face, forcing down the rage clawing up my throat. Get Vincent and Damien. Now. My voice is sharp, edged with lethal determination. Valeria doesn't flinch, just slides off my desk with that slow, deliberate grace of hers. Of course, she purrs, smoothing out the hem of her dress. After you get the guys, you're fired, I say coldly. She pauses, one perfectly manicured hand on the doorframe. What? You're fired. Slowly, she turns back to face me, one brow arching in disbelief, but her amusement doesn't drop. If anything, it deepens, like she thinks I'm bluffing. Oh, and what exactly did I do to deserve that, Cast? Excuse me? I snarl. Senor Castillo? She corrects. I step forward. You don't take this seriously. You flirt like this is a fucking game, and I don't have time for games. My voice lowers, rough with conviction. She wouldn't like it. Understanding flashes in her eyes, not shock. Valeria isn't the type to be shocked, but an awareness close to recognition. She breathes out a soft laugh, shaking her head. So that's how it is. Valeria's smirk falters, just slightly, before she squares her shoulders. You're serious? I stare at her blankly. She scoffs, crossing her arms. You're firing me because some fragile little girl wouldn't like the way I talk to you? Since when do you give a damn about anyone's opinion, Jefe? My jaw flexes. Watch it. But she doesn't. She steps forward instead, heels clicking against the floor. You really think she's going to love you for this? That cutting me loose is going to make you a better man in her eyes? Her smug look returns, slow and knowing. You're still you, Senor Castillo. And you and I both know she won't survive in your world. I close the distance between us in a single step, towering over her, my voice ice cold. Get the guys. I let my next words land like a warning. And if you're not gone by the time this meeting is over, I'll make sure you don't take another breath in this city. Fuck with me some more, and I'll make sure you're dead by sunrise. That gets her. Just a flicker in her expression. Surprise, irritation, something dark and sharp. But she masks it quickly, rolling her shoulders back with a low, bitter chuckle. Fine. She walks out, slamming the door behind her, and I throw my glass of whiskey against the wall. The moment Vincent and Damien step into the room, I slam the envelope down in front of them, watching as they both take in the photo of Willow at the funeral. Vincent picks up the photo first, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the image. Who the fuck sent this? He asks, his voice tense. I don't know. I growl, pouring myself another glass of whiskey. Damien simply leans forward, his fingers brushing the edge of the photo, his gaze cold and calculating as his jaw clicks. Why the fuck is Willow partially dressed and you're naked? What the fuck do you mean? You don't know? Vincent hisses, ignoring Damien's narrowed eyes. Vincent, I snap, pulling his attention back to me. I need you to track down the cinder. Right. I'll get to it. But his voice is distant, almost like he's not fully present. Damien, however, is unfazed by the tension in the room. His eyes don't leave the photo, his mind already working. You know, he starts in his usual cool tone. This has the Italian mob's fingerprints all over it. I don't need to ask what he means. Damien's gut is rarely wrong, and he has a way of seeing things for what they really are. You think it's them, Cast? Vincent asks, his voice quieter than usual. Damien's eyes flick to him, a faint snarl on his lips. You're not paying attention, Vincent. This is their signature. They want war, and I say we give it to them. The image of Willow, vulnerable, exposed, keeps burning in my mind. No one touches her. No one. I step closer to the desk, my voice colder than I've ever let it be. I turn toward the phone, picking it up with a calmness that contrasts with the fury boiling inside me. Get the team on this. Full scale. No half measures. We're starting a fucking war. If they think they can touch her, I'll burn their entire empire to the ground. I turn to Damien. And go get our girl.
Chapter 13. Willow.
You think you can stop me?
He sneers, his voice slicing through the air like a blade.
You're nothing, Willow. You'll always be nothing.
I want to scream, to run, to fight back, but I can't. My feet are glued to the floor, my hands shaking, my body frozen in place.
You're weak,
he says, stepping closer.
Pathetic. Always will be.
It's like his words are poison, sinking into my skin, twisting everything inside me. His eyes, they're dark, cold, full of hatred. It's like he's looking right through me, like I'm nothing more than a speck of dust in his world. But then my consciousness snaps. My hand, it's moving, reaching for something cold, heavy, a knife. How did it get there? I don't know. I don't care. The blade feels foreign in my hand, but it's also comforting. I clutch it, feeling the cold steel against my palm, the weight of it reassuring in a way I don't understand. Ricardo laughs, that low, mocking laugh.
You don't have the guts, girl.
The words ignite a fire inside me, anger, rage. It all burns hot. A fire consuming me. My hand moves before I can stop it, the knife slicing through the air, connecting with his chest in a sickening thud. I hear him gasp, but I don't stop. I don't think. I pull the knife out and drive it in again, deeper this time. The sound of it, the sick, wet sound of flesh tearing, it makes my stomach churn, but I can't stop. I don't want to stop. Over and over, I push the knife into him, the blood spilling out, painting the floor in crimson. His body jerks, his breath coming in ragged gasps. But I can't hear him anymore. His face, his smug, mocking face, fades away, replaced by the red haze that's clouding my vision. Each strike feels like release, like something I've been holding in for too long. He deserves this. He has to deserve this. The anger, the pain, it's all slipping away, replaced by a darker sensation, something more satisfying. But then it hits me. His body is still, too still. My hands are shaking, covered in blood that feels too warm, too real. I try to wipe it off, but it just keeps spreading, blood everywhere. I open my mouth to scream. Then, just as quickly as it started, a jolt hits me, a voice. Damien's voice cuts through the haze of my dream, pulling me back into reality.
Trouble. Willow, stop. I'm here. I'm right here.
My eyes snap open and the dream shatters like glass. I blink into the darkness of my room, disoriented, my breath still coming in shallow gasps as if I've been running. Damien stands above me, his silhouette sharp against the dim light from the hallway. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment there's a flicker of recognition in them, something that makes my chest tighten. But it's gone almost as soon as I notice it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a nightmare. I rub my eyes, struggling to clear the fog of sleep. Damien? What's going on? I glance at the clock. It's the middle of the night. Is everything okay?
I need you to listen to me, and I need you to listen carefully.
I swallow the strange knot of anxiety in my stomach tightening. What's happening?
I need to get you out of here. Now.
Out of where? Damien, what's going on? I can hear the edge in my own voice, my nerves starting to fray as the seriousness of the situation settles over me.
Willow, there's a threat. I can't go into details right now, but it's serious. We don't have time. We're going to a safe house. Get dressed and be ready to leave in 10 minutes. Don't argue with me.
His voice is so final I feel the words slap against my skin. Damien, what do you mean a threat? What are you talking about? My hands grip the edges of the blanket, the warmth of the covers doing nothing to ease the chill running down my spine.
I'll explain everything later, but right now, I need you to trust me. Just do as I say.
Damien, stop. You're scaring me. I hate how weak my voice sounds, but I can't shake the wave of panic creeping through me.
I know,
he mutters, the words barely audible.
But it's for your own good. Please, just trust me. I'll explain it all when we are at the safe house.
Another?
You're not safe anywhere they know we live, so you can't stay here. And we can't go back to our penthouse, not Vincent's, not Cass's mansion, not even my apartment.
Your apartment? I whisper. I've never been.
I'll take you one day, but right now I need to take you somewhere safe.
He nods, and I slip deeper into my comforter. But I know better than to argue with him when he's like this. When Damien is serious, there's no changing his mind. Okay, I whisper, though every inch of my body wants to fight. I don't want to leave my house. I don't want to go with him, wherever there is. But I can hear the desperation in his voice. He wouldn't have ripped me out of bed in the middle of the night if it wasn't important, if it wasn't life or death. He moves quickly, grabbing a bag from the closet and tossing it onto the bed.
Essentials only,
he says. I shove a few things inside, my hands shaking as I zip it up. Before I can process what's happening, he's already at the door, one hand on my lower back, steering me forward. Headlights slash across the window twice, and my stomach knots. A black SUV purrs in the driveway, its tinted windows swallowing the night. Damien doesn't slow. He yanks the door open and ushers me out, his grip firm but not harsh. Move, he says, and I do. The cold bites into my skin as I step outside, my breath curling in the air. One of his men stands by the vehicle, his face stoic behind dark sunglasses despite the late hour. He doesn't speak, just opens the door as Damien all but guides me inside. The second I'm in, the door slams shut and we're moving. The SUV moves through the darkness, the hum of the engine the only sound breaking the silence. After a while, Damien's phone rings and he answers it. He spends the entire car ride on his phone between texting and the muffled conversations. I decide it is better to ignore him than to act like he's there with me. My fingers curl into the fabric of my hoodie as I stare out the window, watching the city lights fade into the black void of the coastline. The drive stretches on, each mile pulling me further from the life I knew and deeper into whatever storm we found ourselves in. The SUV comes to a stop, and before I can reach the door, it swings open. Damien steps out of the car first, his lips twitching in a wry grin as he turns around and holds out his hand. I hesitate. Something about this feels final, and I can't bring myself to go of my own accord, so I let him pull me from the car. The cold lake breeze wraps around me, carrying the scent of damp earth and wood. I shiver, but Damien doesn't let go of my hand as he leads me up the wooden steps and into the house. The inside is dimly lit, the warm glow of a single lamp casting soft shadows across the walls. Everything feels untouched, like no one has been here in a long time. But Damien has. Without a word, Damien guides me down the hallway, pushing open the door to a bedroom. The bed is already made, the sheets crisp and cool as I sit on the edge, exhaustion finally catching up with me.
You should sleep, he murmurs, his voice softer now. You're safe here.
I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Safe, I echo, staring at my hands. You keep saying that, but you won't even tell me what I'm running from. Damien's jaw tightens.
I will, but not tonight. I should fight him on it, should demand answers, but I'm too tired, too drained, so I just nod. He watches me for a long moment before sighing and stepping back toward the door. Get some rest, Willow. Then he does something I don't expect. He grabs a pillow from the bed, tossing it onto the floor before settling down beside it. My breath catches as I watch him stretch out on his back, one arm resting behind his head, the other draped across his stomach. Damien, I whisper, my throat tightening. He doesn't look at me, just stares at the ceiling like it holds all the answers to whatever weight he's carrying. Go to sleep, he says, like this is normal, like he hasn't done this before. But he has. When we were younger, when the nights felt too long and the world too cruel, Damien would sleep on my floor just like this, like some silent protector keeping the monsters at bay. And now, years later, he's still here, still protecting me, even when I don't know what he's protecting me from. I curl into the blankets, my body sinking into the mattress, as I watch him lying on the floor, his body stretched out like he's done this 1,000 times before. The space between us feels vast, even though he's only a few feet away. I should let it be, should turn over, close my eyes, and pretend like this is just another night. But I can't. Damien. My voice is quiet, barely a whisper against the hum of the waves outside. He doesn't answer right away, just shifts slightly, his fingers flexing against his stomach. What is it? I hesitate. I shouldn't say it. Shouldn't need it. But after everything, after the funeral, after the fight with my mother, after being ripped from my father's house in the middle of the night, I can't pretend I don't. Come to bed. His head turns slightly, eyes locking onto mine in the dim light. His lips stay in a straight line, a flicker of emotion passing through his gaze before he speaks. Willow, I can't sleep like this. I cut in, voice raw. Not with you on the floor, please. Damien exhales sharply, then pushes himself up, moving toward the bed without another word. The mattress dips under his weight as he settles beside me, stiff at first, like he's still deciding if this is a mistake. But then I shift closer, and his arm moves instinctively, pulling me against him. The warmth of his body seeps into mine, the steady rise and fall of his chest grounding me in a way nothing else has tonight. My fingers grip the fabric of his shirt, and for the first time in hours, my pulse slows. I don't know what this means. I don't know what will happen when the sun comes up, or when the world will come crashing back in. But right now, in this quiet, isolated place, I just need this. Need him. And for once, Damien doesn't pull away.
Damien. Willow makes me sleep in bed with her all week. The first night, I told myself it was just exhaustion, that she needed comfort after everything. But then the second night came, and the third, and every time I tried to pull away, she reached for me in her sleep, murmuring my name like a prayer. She won't sleep until she's curled up against my chest, her soft breaths warm against my skin, smelling like vanilla and sweet roses, like home. And I let her. Every night I let her. But it's dangerous. This quiet intimacy, this illusion of something more. I know better than to pretend this can last. But for now, I don't have it in me to fight her. This morning, I wake before she does, untangling myself from her warmth as carefully as I can. She stirs slightly but doesn't wake, her lips parting with a soft sigh as she burrows deeper into the blankets. I run a hand through my hair and force myself to leave the room. In the kitchen, I move on autopilot, grabbing eggs, bread, and coffee. Cooking is an action I can control, something that doesn't ask me to think about the way Willow feels in my arms, or how fucking right it is to wake up beside her. The smell of eggs and toast fills the air as I work. The waves outside crash lazily against the shore, a slow rhythmic pulse that matches the steady beat of my heart. Everything feels still, peaceful. The sun barely peeks over the horizon, casting the room in a soft golden light, and I let the quiet settle around me. It's almost too perfect, this moment. Too easy to pretend it's all real. That Willow and I could just be normal. That I could be someone she could count on. But I know better. When the food is done, I plate it and pour 2 cups of coffee, balancing everything on a tray before heading back to the bedroom. Willow, The words die in my throat. The bed is empty. The sheets are rumpled. Her scent still lingering in the air. But she's gone. A sharp jolt of panic slams into my chest. I set the tray down harder than necessary and move fast, checking the bathroom first. Empty. The closet. Empty. My stomach knots as I rush through the house, calling her name. Willow! Nothing. Fuck. My pulse pounds as I grab my phone, my mind already spiraling through worst-case scenarios. What if someone took her? What if she ran? What if... Then I see it. Through the window, past the open sliding door, a small figure sits curled up on the porch, staring out at the lake. Relief crashes into me so hard it nearly makes me weak. I exhale sharply and shove my phone back in my pocket before stepping outside. The early morning air is crisp, the cool lake breeze ruffling Willow's hair as she hugs her knees to her chest. She doesn't turn when I approach, but I know she hears me. I lower myself onto the wooden steps beside her, setting the steaming cup of coffee next to her knee. You scared the hell out of me. She finally glances at me, and for the first time in days, the weight in her eyes seems lighter. I couldn't sleep, she murmurs. I study her profile, the way the wind tugs at the loose strands of her hair. She looks small like this, fragile in a way she never lets herself be. I exhale, the tension in my chest easing now that I know she's safe. You could have told me you were up, I say, watching the waves crash against the shore. Willow shrugs, taking a slow sip of her coffee. I didn't want to bother you. I shake my head. You're never a bother, Willow. She doesn't respond right away, just stares out at the horizon like she's searching for something she'll never find. Her breath shudders, and I can see the way her mind races, the weight of what she's done pressing in from all sides. I killed him, Damien, she whispers, like she's confessing some terrible sin. I killed Ricardo. I know. My voice is steady, calm. And you had to. She shakes her head violently, pulling away from my touch. You don't understand. I do understand. I cut in, my voice firm. Your dad told me, and I know what it's like to take a life and feel like you'll never be clean again. I know what it's like to wake up and wonder if it's written all over your skin. Her breath catches, her nails digging into her palm. I reach for her again, this time gripping her hand, squeezing tight. But I also know that he deserved it. And I know that if you hadn't done it, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. Tears well in her eyes, but she blinks them away furiously. You should have told them. No, I say immediately. This stays between us. No one else needs to know. Not Cast, not the others. I hold her gaze, making sure she understands. This is our secret, Willow. Her lips part, a mixture of emotions flashing across her face. Guilt, relief, a little of both. She exhales shakily. You should hate me. I scoff. I could never hate you. She closes her eyes for a beat, and when she opens them again, she looks different. Not lighter, not yet, but a presence inside her has shifted. I don't know how to live with it, she admits, voice so soft I almost don't hear it. You don't have to live with it, I whisper. I'll live with it. Her breath catches, her lips parting like she wants to argue, but no words come. I watch the war play out in her eyes. The fear, the guilt, the unbearable weight crushing down on her. And then her demeanor shifts. Slowly she reaches for me. Her fingers hesitant at first, then firmer, as they curl around the front of my hoodie. A silent plea. A need to hold on to something, someone, solid. I don't hesitate. I cup her face, my thumbs tracing over the delicate curve of her jaw. You don't have to carry this alone, Willow. My voice is rough, steady. I won't let you. Her lips tremble. Damien. I don't give her a chance to say anything else. I close the space between us, pressing my mouth to hers in a kiss that isn't soft or hesitant. It's deep, consuming, a promise wrapped in heat and desperation. She melts into me instantly, her fingers fisting my hoodie, pulling me closer like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. I slide my hand into her hair, tangling my fingers in the soft strands as I angle her head, deepening the kiss. She tastes like coffee and hope, like a treasure I never should have touched but can't bring myself to resist. A small sound escapes her throat, and it undoes me. I groan against her lips, my other hand gripping her waist, anchoring her to me. She kisses me back, her fingers gripping my shirt, pulling me closer. For a moment, nothing else exists. Just her. Just us.
Chapter 14. Willow. I am curled on the living room couch with my world history textbook pulled up on Damien's iPad and Professor Harlow's sad face on my laptop. Willow? She says gently, her voice careful. I really think you should consider the sabbatical. We can frame it as a sympathetic academic leave. You'd still be in good standing when you return. No penalties, no repercussions, just time to grieve. I sigh, rubbing a hand over my face. Rudy got cornered by Professor Harlow after I missed my 6th class without a single word. And, of course, he spilled everything. Told her I was grieving. She didn't waste any time. By the next morning, she was demanding a meeting, making it crystal clear that if I didn't show up, my scholarship would be rescinded. I swallow around the lump in my throat. I don't want to fall behind. You won't. Her brows pinch together. You're already ahead in your coursework, and your professors are more than willing to accommodate you. This won't be a failure, Willow. It would be grace. I clench my jaw. I hate that word. Grace. It feels like pity wrapped up in something prettier, a concept more palatable. But what choice do I have? Pretending I'm fine is exhausting. The weight of everything, of trying to hold on like nothing is slipping through my fingers. It's too much. Fine, I whisper. I'll take the leave. Her expression softens with relief. I'll handle everything on my end. You just focus on breathing, okay? I nod because it's easier than arguing. She thanks me, says she'll send over the paperwork, and, after another few seconds of lingering concern, she signs off. I exhale and close my laptop, dropping my head against the couch. My temples throb, my eyes burn, and I'm so damn tired.
Are you okay?
I jerk up at the voice, blinking to find Damien standing a few feet away, watching me. His hands are in his pockets, but his gaze is sharp, taking me apart piece by piece. Yeah, I say automatically. His head tilts.
Try again.
I let out a humorless laugh and press my palms over my face. I don't know. The couch dips beside me. He doesn't touch me, doesn't say anything at first, just sits, close enough that his presence wraps around me, a quiet anchor I don't know how to accept. Harlow thinks I should take a leave, I murmur, a sympathetic academic leave. He hums.
And?
I shake my head. And I said yes. I don't know if it was the right choice, but I said yes. His voice is softer this time.
It is not permanent.
I nod, staring down at my hands. The truth settles like a weight in my chest, heavy and unmoving. I just don't know who I am without this. I admit, my voice small. I don't know how to just be. Damien exhales, slow and steady.
You're still you, Willow. Even without school. Even without a plan. You don't have to figure everything out all at once.
I glance at him, searching for reassurance. You make it sound so easy. He snickers, nudging my knee with his.
I never said it was easy, just possible.
I let out a breathy laugh, and for the first time in what feels like forever, my spirit lightens inside me. Thanks, Damien. He tilts his head. Then I say, So you never did tell me. Why are you guys called the Chessmen? A slow smile tugs at his lips.
That's classified information.
I raise a brow. Oh, come on. He leans back against the couch, feigning deep thought.
Do you know how to play chess?
I shake my head. Not even a little. He stands suddenly and holds out a hand.
Come on.
I hesitate before placing my hand in his. Where are we going?
Outside. I'm going to teach you.
A few minutes later, we settle on a bench near the fire pit, a small travel chessboard between us. Damien begins setting up the pieces, his fingers deftly placing them with practiced ease.
Each piece has a role, he explains. The king, the most important, the queen, the most powerful, the rook, strategic, the bishop and knight, versatile, and then the pawns.
I watch as he taps each one. And you three, where do you fit in?
Damien sniggers. Vincent is the king, always in control, always watching. The king doesn't move much, but everything moves because of him. He doesn't need to get his hands dirty. He has the rest of the board to do it for him. That's Vincent. He pulls strings, manipulates, plays the long game, and when he sets his sights on something, it's his. No exceptions.
A chill rolls down my spine. That sounds possessive. Damien's expression darkens slightly.
Because it is.
I swallow, my pulse quickening. And cast?
The rook,
Damien says, shifting his focus to the piece.
Rooks are powerful, but they work best with a plan. They hold the board together, reinforce the front lines, and strike when no one expects.
I frown, trying to piece it all together. But you said rooks are strategic. If Cast is losing his mind, doesn't that make him reckless?
Damien huffs a quiet laugh. Reckless? No. Unstable? Maybe. But Cast has a way of making even his chaos look like a masterpiece.
I glance at the board. And you, why are you the knight?
Because knights don't follow a straight path, Damien says simply, moving the piece in an L shape. We move differently, unexpectedly. We get close, hit from angles no one sees coming. We do what others can't, or won't. His voice drops, becoming hardened. And when the board starts to crumble, the knight is the one still standing, still fighting.
The seriousness in his tone makes my chest ache. You mean protecting?
His jaw tenses. Same thing.
I let that settle for a beat, then point to the pawns. And them?
Pawns get sacrificed.
A shiver runs through me. But before I can dwell on it, he moves a piece and gestures for me to do the same.
Now it's your turn.
A shiver runs through me. So, if I am a pawn, that means I get sacrificed. Great.
Damien leans back, watching me closely. You really think that's still true?
I stare at the board, at the tiny disposable pawn standing in front of the king. Cast calls me pawn, the lowest piece on the board, disposable. But the queen, she's the most powerful, the one with the freedom to move wherever she wants. I don't know, I murmur. Maybe I'm just another pawn in your game.
Damien's eyes darken. You think Vincent would waste this much time on a pawn?
I swallow roughly, moving my pawn forward one space before looking up at him through my eyelashes. He tilts his head, studying me like he's waiting for me to understand a concept I can't quite grasp.
The king only moves for two things: checkmate and his queen.
My breath catches. That's not...
You tell me,
he murmurs, voice low and unreadable.
Are you a pawn, or are you the piece the whole game revolves around?
I don't know how to answer that. Before I can dwell on it, Damien moves a piece and gestures for me to do the same.
Your turn, pet.
I roll my eyes, but there's a smile tugging at my lips as I clumsily move my rook to the left. Damien hums in disapproval, reaching over to adjust it. His fingers brush against mine.
That's not how a rook moves, Trouble.
I swallow. Maybe I like to play by my own rules. He chuckles, low and deep.
That would explain a lot, but in chess, reckless moves get you taken.
I glance up, catching the gleam in his storm gray eyes. Is that a warning? He leans in slightly, his voice dropping to a tone almost intimate.
It's a promise.
My breath catches, but I force myself to focus on the board, on the game. Still, my hands feel unsteady as I move another piece, and Damien watches me with a knowing smirk.
You're getting better, pet, but you're still an easy read.
I narrow my eyes. Maybe I'm just lulling you into a false sense of security. He pinches my chin between his fingertips, and I lean across the chessboard to be closer to him. His eyes darken to a storm as he whispers, a breath away from my lips.
Is that so?
Before I can answer, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out, glances at the screen, and his jaw tightens.
I have to take this,
he mutters, standing abruptly. The playful air around us shifts as he steps away, his voice dropping as he answers.
Damien. I keep my gaze on hers. Cast. I bite out. This better be good. I'm switching you out with Vincent, he says, and I can already feel the headache forming. The hell you are, I snap. It's not up for debate. Cass counters smoothly. I think I know who threatened Willow. That stops me cold. My eyes flick back to her. She's watching me, her brows drawn together in concern, lips still swollen from my kiss. The sight of her like this, so soft, so unaware of the storm brewing just outside our safe house, makes a dark and possessive passion coil in my chest. "Give me the address," I say, my voice low, lethal. There's a beat of silence before Cass sighs. "Knew you'd say that." Then he rattles it off. I hang up without another word. Willow watches me carefully. "Damien?" I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers lingering. "I need to handle a problem." She frowns, searching my face. "Is it about me?" I force a sardonic grin, leaning in to kiss her forehead. "It's always about you, Trouble." Chapter 15. Cast. I tap my finger against the skull of the Italian man who just ruined all of our fun by falling asleep mid-torture session. I mean, how pathetic do you have to be not be able to handle a couple of stab wounds and some light electrocution? I've had worse nights just for fun. "Wakey, wakey," I mock, tilting my head as I slide my index finger beneath his nose. A faint, shallow breath warms my skin. "Come on, Enzo. Don't tell me you're dead already." His head lulls slightly, but he's still out cold, a twitch running along his jaw. I sigh, feigning disappointment. Then I rear my hand back and crack my knuckles against his skull, with enough force to send a sharp, reverberating crack through the room. The reaction is immediate. He gasps like a drowning man breaking through the surface of the water, his chest heaving, body seizing as a cough rips from his core. His body undulates against the chair, pain pulling him violently back to consciousness. "Good morning, sunshine," I coo, crouching in front of him, watching the slow return of awareness in his bloodshot eyes. "How was your nap?" His lip curls, and even before he speaks, I know something shitty is about to come out of his mouth. "Sei un fottuto troppo brutto," he snorts, his head reeling back before he spits a glob of blood and saliva onto my shoe. See, it's not the spit that bothers me. It's the fact that I know exactly what he just called me. A rat. I crack my neck from side to side, a dark thrill coiling through me. A rippling electric shiver of destruction and murderous intent. My patience has limits, and this bastard is testing them. Without hesitation, I swing my fist, bone meeting bone with a sickening crunch as his nose caves under the force. The sound, it's fucking beautiful. It's sweeter than anything I've ever tasted in my life, except Willow. Enzo howls, jerking in the chair as blood erupts from his ruined nose, spilling in thick, warm rivers down his face, dripping onto his torn shirt. He pants, chest heaving, but his glare still carries defiance. "I'm sorry, sunshine," I whisper, lowering myself so that my gaze is level with his. "Do you want to say that again in the language we both know?" His breathing is ragged, his face a twisted mess of pain and defiance, but he still manages to sneer. "I'm not telling you shit, rat." The blood trailing down his face reminds me of a macabre Picasso painting, something grotesque and chaotic, an accidental masterpiece of my own making. I almost smile at the sight. Almost. I click my tongue, shaking my head. "See, I thought you were smarter than that. But to call me a slur in my home?" I let out a long, exaggerated sigh. "Buddy, you've got a death wish." I shake out my hand, letting the sting of impact dissipate. My knuckles throb, but the sight of him, bruised, broken, and still holding on to some pathetic sliver of bravado, makes it all worth it. "You know," I muse, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my knife, clicking it open with an easy, practiced motion. "I was going to be nice." His eyes track the blade, but he doesn't flinch. Stupid, brave, doesn't matter. They all break in the end. I drag the tip of the knife along his jaw, Slow, teasing. Just enough pressure to let him feel the promise of pain. His breath shudders, but he keeps his lips sealed tight. Still nothing. I tilt my head. That's fine. I like when they make me work for it. His nostrils flare. Then, because he's an idiot, he rasps, "Vaffanculo." I chuckle, pressing the blade just beneath his chin, tilting his head back. "Aw, now you're just trying to make me blush." Then, without warning, I drive the blade into the meat of his thigh. He jerks, a strangled cry ripping from his throat as the chair rattles beneath him. His body shakes, struggling against the pain, but there's nowhere for him to go. I lean in, voice soft, almost tender. "You ready to talk now, sunshine?" His breath is ragged, his body twitching, but his fucking eyes still hold that glint of defiance. I grin. Good. I was hoping you'd say no. Blood dribbles from his nose, mixing with the sweat beating along his forehead. He shifts, wincing. Then a familiar expression flickers across his face. Not just pain, frustration. Then he laughs, a hoarse, choked sound that rattles in his chest. I pause, grip tightening on my knife. "Something funny?" He spits again, missing my shoe this time. "You're wasting your time, rat," he grits out, eyes burning into mine. "That note, it's a fake." The words sink into my skin, slow and sharp, like a splinter I hadn't noticed until now. I don't react, not immediately. I just stare at him, not knowing what to really say back to him. "What did you just say?" He breathes hard through his nose, his face a mess of blood and bruises. "The calling card, the emblem, it's wrong." His voice is tight, thick with pain. "You'd think the family would fuck up their own signature. You'd think they'd send me with a sloppy message like that." I glance at Mateo. His expression hardens, jaw ticking as he steps closer, looking at the picture again. "Shit," he mutters under his breath. My grip on the knife tightens. "So what you're saying is, someone set you up?" Enzo chuckles again, the sound bitter and broken. "Looks like they set you up too." A slow burning heat coils in my gut. Someone played me. Someone thought they could use me as their fucking pawn. I exhale through my nose, my fury ice cold and razor sharp. Then I lean down, pressing the flat of my blade against his throat. I press a little harder, just enough to make his pulse jump. "Good news, sunshine," I murmur, my voice a deadly purr. "That just bought you a few more minutes of breathing." Then my phone rings. I don't move at first, debating whether to ignore it, to finish this moment before I pick up. But something gnaws at the back of my mind. I answer without looking at the caller ID, eyes still locked onto Enzo. "Hello? Cast?" Willow's voice comes through, sharp and panicked, sending ice through my veins. My entire body locks. "Vincent, he's..."
Chapter 16. Willow. An hour earlier. Damien walks past me as he packs his bags, and I stand there watching him. "It's bad, isn't it?" "No. Damien, don't lie to me." His jaw tightens, and he exhales sharply through his nose. He doesn't stop moving, doesn't even glance at me as he shoves another shirt into the duffel bag on the bed. He finally stops, resting his hands on the edge of the bed, his shoulders tense. "Willow, it's nothing I can't handle." I take a hesitant step forward. "That's not what I asked." "Damien, please," I whisper, my voice barely audible. His head drops for a fraction of a second, but when he lifts it again, his eyes are dark and blank as he speaks.
I just need to take care of a situation. I'll be back.
I shake my head, frustration bubbling to the surface. And if you're not? My voice wavers despite my efforts to keep it steady. Then what? His eyes finally meet mine, solemn and stormy. And for a moment I think he's going to tell me everything. But then, just as quickly, the walls come up again, shutting me out.
You'll be fine.
You don't get to decide that. My voice rises, cracking at the edges. I take another step forward, reaching for him, but he pulls back, putting space between us. It hurts more than it should.
I have to do this, Willow.
Why? My chest tightens, panic clawing its way up my throat. Tell me why. His lips press into a thin line.
Because I am the knight and our queen needs us.
My breath catches. Queen?
I can't let you get involved, he says after a long pause. It's not safe.
Safe? I let out a bitter laugh. Do you think I feel safe right now? Watching you pack like this? Watching you walk away without knowing if I'll ever see you again? His jaw tenses.
It's different.
It's not, I counter. You're making a choice to go. I don't get a choice. I just have to sit here and wait, hoping you come back. He turns away, running a hand through his hair.
Vincent will be here.
I don't want any of you to go. He exhales long and slow.
It's not that simple.
I step closer, closing the gap between us. My fingers brush against his forearm, and he freezes. Then make it simple. I whisper, stay. His eyes slide shut for a brief moment, and when he opens them again, there's something raw there, a sentiment that makes my heart ache.
You know I can't.
Damien. He cups the side of my face, his thumb grazing my cheekbone.
I need you to trust me.
That's not fair, I whisper. You're asking me to trust you while you're keeping secrets. He doesn't deny it, doesn't argue. He just watches me with a serious expression, and then, before I can say anything else, he leans down and presses his lips to my forehead. It's soft, lingering, and it feels an awful lot like goodbye.
I'll be back,
he murmurs against my skin.
I promise.
But promises are just words, and words don't keep people safe. I grab onto his wrist and he tries to pull away. Damien, please. He gently pries my fingers off him, his touch lingering for just a second before he steps back, slinging the duffel over his shoulder.
Lock the door behind me. Don't let anyone in unless it's Vincent's voice.
You sound like you don't trust me to take care of myself. His lips curve into something that isn't quite a smile.
I trust you. It's everyone else I don't trust.
And with that, he turns and walks out the door. I stand there, frozen, listening as his footsteps fade down the hall. The front door creaks open, then shuts with a soft click. I barely have time to process it before the door swings open again. My heart leaps until I see who it is. Fucking Vincent. I groan, crossing my arms. You've got to be kidding me. He snickers, stepping inside like he owns the place.
Miss me already?
I roll my eyes. What are you doing here?
Switching places with Damien. Orders from Cast.
My nostrils flare. Excuse me? Vincent drops his bag by the door and stretches like he's settling in for a long stay.
You heard me, sweetheart. I'm your new babysitter.
I don't need a babysitter. I snap.
Yeah, well, Cast thinks you do.
I clench my fists. Cass and I are going to have words next time I see him. Vincent flops onto the couch, grinning.
Relax. We're going to have so much fun.
I groan again. This is going to be a nightmare. I'm going to bed, I murmur, turning around on my heels. Vincent moves faster than I expect, pushing off the couch and grabbing my wrist before I can take another step. His grip isn't tight, just firm enough to make me pause.
Not so fast, sweetheart, he murmurs, his voice smooth but laced with a heavier tone. I tense, my skin burning where he touches me. Let go, Vincent. He doesn't. Instead, he steps in closer, his body heat brushing against me like a teasing whisper. You really just going to walk away from me? After everything? I exhale sharply, yanking my wrist back. He lets me go, but he doesn't step away. If anything, he moves closer, his towering frame making it impossible to ignore him. I don't see what else there is to say. I snap, crossing my arms. You're here because Damien told you to be. That doesn't change anything. Vincent tilts his head, amusement flickering in his blue eyes. Doesn't it? I scoff, turning to leave again, but he steps in front of me, blocking my path. Vincent! You missed me. You can pretend all you want, Willow, but I know you. I see it in your eyes. You missed me. My throat tightens. I want to deny it, want to throw his words back in his face, but I can't. Vincent must see my hesitation because he steps closer, his fingers brushing over my arm. You were always good at running, but not from me. Never from me. I swallow hard, the heat in his gaze unraveling something in my chest. Vincent, stop. Why? His hand trails up, fingers skimming over my jaw before tilting my chin up. Because you're afraid I'm right? I shake my head, but it's weak. My body betrays me, leaning into his touch even as my mind screams at me to push him away. I missed you, he murmurs, his forehead resting against mine. Every damn day. I squeeze my eyes shut, my hands fisting at my sides. You and we, at my dad's funeral, and I whisper, I know. His thumb brushes over my cheek, the gentleness making my breath hitch. That was the wrong time. Silence stretches between us, thick with unsaid words and lingering tension. My chest rises and falls too fast, my body hyper-aware of every inch of him. Say it, he whispers, his lips barely an inch from mine. Say you missed me and I'll stop. I open my mouth, ready to push him away, but the words that fall from my lips betray me. I missed you. Vincent exhales sharply, like he wasn't sure I'd say it. Then, in one swift motion, his arms wrap around me, pulling me against him. His lips crash into mine, hungry and desperate, and I don't fight it. I melt into him, my fingers digging into his shirt as he deepens the kiss. His hands move to my waist, gripping me tightly like he's afraid I'll disappear. I don't think I could if I tried. The past months of anger, longing, and frustration burn between us, spilling into every touch, every movement. He walks me backward until my back hits the wall, his body pressing into mine as his hands slide up my sides. When he finally pulls away, his breath is heavy, his forehead still resting against mine. Ask me again, I whisper, my voice shaky but sure. Vincent's lips curve into a slow, wicked smile. Oh, I will. Then he kisses me again, and this time I don't pull away. But not now, he whispers against my lips. Vincent. I sigh, pushing him away, a scowl on my face. I stiffen, glaring at him. You can't just kiss me like that and then put everything on pause. Vincent's smug smile lingers, but there's a hidden intonation behind his eyes. Patience, sweetheart. His thumb grazes my bottom lip, his voice a low rasp, teasing and full of restraint. I want you to be sure. I scowl, heat rising to my face. I am sure. I snap, pushing his hand away. The air between us is thick, charged with weeks of unspoken words and unresolved feelings. His expression shifts,
the amusement in his gaze dimming just enough to reveal a sharper appearance beneath it.
Then why do you sound like you're trying to convince yourself?
The words strike a nerve, but before I can fire back, something flickers in the corner of my vision. A tiny crimson glow. A laser dot. My pulse stutters. It hovers over my chest, steady, unyielding. A hunter's mark. Everything slows, the weight of reality crashing down on me all at once. Vincent sees it too. His knowing look vanishes, replaced by a feral reaction. His body tenses, muscles coiling like a predator about to strike. His eyes meet mine for a split second, dark and urgent. Run. I don't get the chance. Vincent moves first, a blur of motion as he lunges forward. Willow, down! Then, bang. The gunshot rips through the night like a thunderclap. The walls tremble with the force of it, the sound bouncing off every surface, rattling my bones. His body collides with mine, and the force of it sends us sprawling onto the floor. The air rushes from my lungs in a sharp gasp. For a moment, there is nothing. Just the deafening ringing in my ears and the crushing weight of Vincent over me. Then, warmth. Sticky. Hot. Too much. Too fast. Not mine. Vincent shudders above me, his entire body jerking violently. A ragged breath leaves his lips, sharp and uneven. And then he goes still. My heart lurches. No. I don't think, I just move, flipping us over. My hands fly to his side, pressing down hard. Too much blood. It seeps between my fingers, staining my skin, dark and warm. His shirt is already soaked through. Vincent! I choke out, my voice breaking as I shake him. No, stay with me. His face is pale, lips parted as he tries to breathe through the pain. His lashes flutter, and for a brief second his eyes meet mine. They're unfocused, but there's still awareness there, a stubborn conviction. His lips twitch, a weak, barely there smirk.
Told you,
he rasps, voice strained.
I wasn't letting you run.
A sob escapes me, raw and desperate. Shut up, I whisper, pressing harder against the wound as if sheer force could stop the bleeding. You're not dying. You hear me? His fingers twitch against my wrist, his grip weak but insistent.
You finally admit you need me?
Tears blur my vision. Yes, okay, I need you. So don't you dare die on me, Vincent. The room spins, my thoughts fracturing as panic claws its way up my throat. Outside, the night is deadly quiet. Too quiet. Whoever took that shot, they're still out there. My breath shudders. My fingers tremble as I reach for my phone while the other presses desperately against Vincent's side. Help is coming, I whisper, barely able to get the words out. Just hold on. Vincent's lips part like he wants to say more, but then his body slackens, his eyes slip shut. Cold terror crashes over me. No, Vincent! Stay awake! I shake him, my voice rising in panic, but he doesn't respond. A shadow flickers outside the window. My stomach clenches, terror constricting my chest like a vice. My hands are slick with Vincent's blood. My breath's coming in shallow gasps as my gaze snaps up to the window. The darkness outside seems to shift, a shadow moving just beyond the glass. They're still out there, watching, waiting. My entire body locks up. I need to move. Now. I bite back a sob. I can't fall apart. Not now. Move, Willow. Swallowing down my panic, I start inching backward, my hands shaking as I crawl away from Vincent's unmoving form. I nearly break down right there, but I can't. I have to hide. My fingers clutch the phone in a death grip as I crawl away, my breath coming in sharp, panicked bursts. My bare knees scrape against the floor, but I barely feel it over the blood pounding in my ears. The shadows in the room stretch and shift, and every tiny sound, every creak of the walls, every rustle of the wind, sends a bolt of fear down my spine. I press myself into the narrow space between the couch and the wall, curling in on myself as best I can. My heart slams against my ribs, the fear suffocating. My hands are still coated in Vincent's blood, and I clutch them to my chest, as if I can somehow keep them from shaking. With a trembling breath, I bring my phone up and frantically press Cast's number. It rings once, twice. Pick up, please, Cast, pick up. On the third ring, his voice comes through sharp and alert. Willow? A broken sob rips from my throat at the sound of his voice. Cast. I choke out, barely able to get the words past my lips. Vincent, he's... My breath shudders, the words tangling in my throat. Somebody shot him. There's someone outside. I don't know what to do. A beat of silence. Then his voice hardens. Where are you? Living room, I whisper, pressing myself further against the wall. I'm hiding, but I think they're still out there. My whole body trembles, tears spilling down my cheeks. Cast, I'm scared. Listen to me. His voice is sharp, commanding but steady. Lock every door if you can. Stay low. I will get one of the guards to take you to the hospital. His words are a lifeline, pulling me from the panic, even if just for a second. I can call 911, I whisper. No police, he snaps. They can't get into the safe house. I will get the guard. I clutch the phone tighter as Cast barks orders for someone to get the guard at the perimeter of the safe house to come and drive us to the hospital. Hurry. They will. Stay quiet, sweetheart. Don't make a sound. But first, I need you to check on Vincent. My heart skips. Vincent, he's hurt. I know. I need you to check his pulse. Find it, Willow. Do it now. I swallow hard. Okay. My hands are shaking as I inch closer to where Vincent lies, blood staining his clothes. The faint rise and fall of his chest barely noticeable. I press 2 fingers to his neck, searching, praying. I've got it. I breathe, relief flooding me for a moment. Good. Now press down on the wound as hard as you can. Don't stop. You're keeping him alive, Willow. Don't let up no matter what. Tears blur my vision as I do as he says, the pressure making my hands slick with blood. Cast, I'm scared. What if I can't? You can. He cuts in, his voice rough but sure. You're doing great. Stay with him, Willow. Keep pressure on the wound. I'm coming. Just hold on. Okay, I whisper, my voice barely a breath as I kneel beside Vincent, my hand clamped over the wound, the silence in the room suffocating as I wait for the guard to arrive. I stare down at Vincent, my heart breaking with every shallow breath he takes. His face is pale, his body limp beneath me, and all I can do is hold on. Vincent, I choke out, my voice trembling. I swallow, trying to force the words past the lump in my throat. I would have said yes this time, I swear. I would have. My fingers press harder, the blood soaking through, but I can't stop, can't give up. I love you, I whisper, the tears falling freely now, mingling with the blood on my hands. I love you so much. Please, please don't leave me, okay?
Chapter 17. Cast. Present. The world can be so cruel at times, and I know, because I'm the cruelest thing in it. The fucked up thing is, that I have all this power, all this control, and people will still die on me. When I get to the hospital, Willow's inconsolable. She's sitting on the floor with her knees to her chest and rocking back and forth. I want to sit next to her, wrap her up in my arms, and whisper that Vincent's going to be okay. That my best friend, the one I've known since we were in diapers, will pull through. But that would be a lie. The truth is, I don't know if he'll be alive, let alone okay. And that thought scares the hell out of me. I walk past Willow and make my way to the front desk, where a blonde woman with pointy glasses and a tight-lipped smile looks up at me. "How can I help you, sir?" "Yes, Vincent Beaumont was brought here about an hour ago, and I want to know what his status is." I say this in the most professional tone I can muster, but my tone still sounds like a threat, and she frowns at me. "Are you his family? Spouse?" she questions, as her fingers clack away on the keyboard in front of her. "I'm his brother," I answer, because there's no other correct answer besides that Vincent is my brother. Damien is my brother too, and there's no other option for me to be able to see him or know what's going on right now. "Sir, I'm going to need some identification that you are a blood relative of the patient." The woman eyes me with suspicion, and it takes everything out of me for me not to curl my lips into a snarl and growl at her. "Ma'am, I don't know if you know this, but when he came in here, he had a life-threatening bullet wound. I don't have time to give you identification to know whether or not he is okay." "Sir, I just need—" I slam my hand against the table, irritation crawling across me like ants at a picnic. "Listen." A light hand lands on my shoulder, and I flinch at the contact, only to look over my shoulder and see Damien with his $1,000,000 smile that he only uses for emergencies. He looks like an edgy Prince Charming, ready to unlace a corset and bring women to their knees. "Ma'am, sorry for my brother here. He is a little stressed. We just want to know what his status is. You don't have to give us any personal information beyond whether or not he is out of surgery or—" Damien trails off, not daring to say the words we are all thinking, because if Vincent is, then there is no more us, and I would have lost a piece of myself forever. "All I can tell you is that he's in surgery." Damien takes out his ID and slides it across the counter. "I am not his blood relative, but I am his emergency contact. Is there any more information you can tell me?" The woman takes a minute to type in her computer and try to find out any more information. "No, but I can request that the doctor come talk to you as soon as he can, Mr. Sterling." "Thank you." Damien nods, and we turn around to see a frozen Willow standing looking at us. Vincent's blood stains her clothes, her hands, and probably even her goddamn soul at this point. She's still eerily so. Like if she moves too fast, she'll shatter. Her wide, glassy eyes flick between me and Damien, her chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. I've seen people in shock before. Hell, I've put people in shock before. But this? Seeing her like this? It makes an ugly realization crawl up my spine. Damien steps forward first, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. "Willow?" She blinks, like she's only just now realizing where she is. Then, as if her body finally catches up with the weight of everything, she sways. I'm in front of her before I even think about it, my hands gripping her arms to keep her upright. Her gaze snaps up to mine. "You're okay," I tell her, even though I know it's a lie. Her lips part, but nothing comes out. Damien is at her other side now, a bag in his hand. "Let's get you cleaned up." He doesn't wait for her to argue, just guides her toward the bathroom like he's leading a sleepwalker. I follow, my grip on her tightening when she stumbles. The blood on her sleeves is dry now, but up close, I can still smell it. Sharp, metallic, fucking suffocating. We stop outside the bathroom door. Damien presses the bag into her hands. "Change." His tone is gentle but firm, the kind that doesn't allow for debate. Willow stares down at the bag like she doesn't understand what to do with it. Then her fingers tighten around the plastic. I don't. She swallows hard, her voice cracking. I can still feel it. I know what she means. That kind of blood doesn't just wash off. I step closer, my fingers brushing over hers, smearing the dried red between us. It's not yours to carry, I murmur. Go clean up. She turns and disappears inside, the door clicking shut behind her. Damien exhales sharply, raking a hand down his face. Jesus Christ. I don't say anything. I just plant my feet in front of the door, crossing my arms. He looks at me. You standing guard? I meet his gaze. No one touches that door but her. Damien nods once. We are silent for a moment, then Damien runs his hand across his buzz cut and looks at me with expectant eyes. I lean in closer and he whispers, How did someone find your safe house? My stomach tightens, a slow, cold burn seeping into my veins. No one outside the higher-ups in the cartel knows about that place. It's buried, locked down tight, meant for situations exactly like this, the kind of place that shouldn't even exist to the outside world. And yet, someone had found it. I don't know, I mutter, more to myself than to Damien. You don't know, he repeats, arching a brow. I snap my head toward him, eyes flashing. No one outside the fucking cartel higher-ups knows that place exists. My voice is low, sharp, vibrating with barely contained rage. No one. So tell me, Damien, how the fuck did someone find it? He looks at me with hardened eyes. We have a mole problem. The thought makes my hands curl into fists, a wild, consuming fury clawing up my spine. My safe house. My territory. My fucking rules. And someone thought they could walk in and blow it all to hell? The door clicks open behind us. What are you talking about? Willow's voice is quiet, rough from exhaustion, but there's a strength beneath it. She steps forward, arms crossed over her borrowed hoodie, her damp hair sticking to her cheeks. Her eyes, still rimmed red from earlier, flick between me and Damien. Damien shifts, his jaw ticking. I don't say anything. My mind is still caught in the violent, circling thoughts of betrayal and bloodshed. Willow takes another step forward. Someone found the safe house? Neither of us answer. She frowns. Who? Before I can even think about what to say, a voice cuts through the tension. Mr. Sterling? We all turn. A doctor stands in the hallway, expression tight, clipboard in hand. We have an update on Vincent. Willow stiffens, her breath catching. Damien steps forward, his jaw tight. That's me. He doesn't take his eyes off the doctor, already bracing for the worst. The doctor clears his throat. Vincent's surgery was complicated. The bullet went clean through his chest, skimming his lung and grazing his spine. We've stabilized him for now, but the damage is significant. He pauses for a moment, watching the air hang heavy between us before continuing. We won't know the full extent of his recovery until he wakes up. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Willow's eyes go wide, her hand coming up to her mouth as she stifles a gasp. Damien's hand goes to her shoulder, a comforting weight, but the look in his eyes is dark, distant. Will he make it? Willow finally asks, her voice barely above a whisper, full of raw emotion. The doctor hesitates, his eyes flicking to Willow briefly before meeting Damien's. Vincent is stable for now, but... He trails off, a deep breath following. He will make it, but there may be complications. We've repaired the immediate damage, but the next few hours are critical." "What kind of complications?" Damien asks, his voice low but urgent. The doctor glances over at Willow before speaking again. "His lung may not fully reinflate. There's a risk of infection, and there's the possibility of paralysis from the spinal damage. The next 24 hours will tell us more about how his body will respond. We'll continue monitoring him closely, but I need you to understand that this is far from over." Willow's breath catches, her lips pressing into a tight line, as if she's trying to hold everything together. I watch her, knowing the weight of those words is crushing her. She swallows hard, her throat working like she wants to say something, but nothing comes out. Damien shifts, moving closer to her. "He's strong. He'll pull through." He says it more for her than for himself, but I know it's something he needs to believe. The doctor nods, though the skepticism doesn't leave his eyes. "We're doing everything we can, but it's still touch and go. That's all we can offer for now." Damien turns back to the doctor. "Let us know if anything changes." The doctor nods again, then walks away, his footsteps echoing down the sterile hallway. Willow's voice is small but clear, cutting through the silence left by the doctor's departure. "Can I see him?" I see her hands tremble at her sides, a quiet plea in her eyes. She's still holding on to the hope that seeing Vincent will make all of this feel less unreal, less fragile. I can't blame her for wanting that. Hell, I want to believe it too. The doctor turns back to us, his expression neutral. "I'll take you to him, but only for a few minutes. He's not conscious, so he won't be able to respond right now." He looks at Willow briefly before nodding. "It's better if you see him while he's still stable." I watch them walk down the hallway. "Damien," I say, my voice cutting through the tension, "I need you to get everyone ready in an hour. I want all cartel members, everyone we trust, to be in the meeting room. We've got a mole to hunt." I nod, my gaze hardening. The only people who knew about that location were cartel higher-ups. There's no other explanation for how they could have found us. We need to move quickly. No more mistakes. Damien's jaw tightens, his eyes sharpening with the same fire I feel. "Fuck." His hand tightens into a fist at his side. "I'll get them all together." Chapter 18. Cast. The warehouse smells like sweat, fear, and blood. Dim overhead lights flicker, casting shadows over the men bound to chairs. Their heads slump forward, their bodies trembling from pain, exhaustion, or both. My boots echo against the concrete floor as I take slow, deliberate steps, letting the silence hang heavy in the air, letting them stew in their own terror. I roll my shoulders, flex my hands. This isn't just about finding the traitor. It's about sending a message. "You disappoint me," I say, voice smooth, but edged with the promise of violence. I crouch in front of one of the men, Luis, a mid-level enforcer, someone I've worked with for years. His face is swollen, one eye nearly shut from the beating he took an hour ago. Blood drips from his split lip, trailing down his chin. He swallows hard, shaking his head. "I swear, Cast, I don't know anything. I wouldn't." I sigh, disappointed. I really don't want to waste time on someone who's innocent. But the problem is, everyone swears they're innocent. Until they're drowning. Until they're gasping for breath. I nod at Mateo, a young kid I scouted myself who barely leaves my side. Again. Mateo yanks the burlap sack over Luis's face, pulling it tight before tilting his chair back. A second man, Emilio pours a steady stream of water over the fabric, soaking it instantly. Luis jerks, choking. The sound of his panicked gurgling fills the room, his body bucking against the restraints. I watch, unmoved. Waterboarding doesn't leave marks. It doesn't break bones, but it makes a man feel like he's dying over and over again. "Tell me who leaked the safe house," I murmur, and this stops. Luis thrashes harder, his muffled screams dissolving into wet coughs. I let it continue for another 20 seconds before I nod, and Mateo lets the chair slam back onto all fours. Luis gasps, sucking in air like a man who's just crawled out of the ocean. He heaves, gagging, spitting water onto the floor. "Fucking..." He coughs violently, chest heaving. "I don't know anything." I lean in close, voice quiet. "Then you're no use to me." His bloodshot eyes widen. "Please, Cast. You know me. I've been loyal." I push to my feet and motion for Mateo to drag him away. He sobs, begging, but I don't waver. If he's innocent, he has nothing to worry about. If he's guilty, his body will never be found. I turn to the next man, Ramon, another soldier in my organization. His knuckles are raw, fingers bent at odd angles from what I assume was Mateo's handiwork. He watches me with barely concealed terror, his chest rising and falling too quickly. "You look nervous, Ramon." I tip my head. "Something to confess?" "No, jefe." He rushes out. "I would never betray you." "That's what the last guy said." I grab the pliers from the table. His eyes go wide, locked on the metal as I twirl it between my fingers. Then, without warning, I grab his hand and clamp down on his pinky finger. I twist. The bone pops, and he screams, thrashing in his chair. I wait, give him a chance to talk. Nothing. So I keep going. His screams fill the warehouse as I take another finger. Blood drips onto the floor, his body convulsing from the pain. "You're wasting my fucking time," I growl. "I want a name." Tears streak his face. I don't." His breath stutters. It has to be one of the higher-ups. Someone who knew about the safe house." "No shit." I grip his jaw, forcing him to look at me. "Who?" "I don't know." He sobs. Useless. I nod to Mateo, who pulls his gun and fires a single shot to the head. The sound echoes, sharp and final. Blood splatters across the floor. I don't flinch. The remaining men in the room freeze. Some look away. Some stare at Ramon's body in horror. But I don't stop. I keep moving. Keep pulling them apart, one by one. Fingernails ripped off, bones snapped, knives drag through flesh. Their screams become a symphony of suffering, echoing off the walls. By the time I reach the last man, I'm covered in blood that isn't mine, my pulse steady, my hands steady. Santiago. His face is a mess. One eye swollen shut, lips split wide, blood crusting in his nostrils. He shakes as I grip his jaw, forcing his head up. His breath rattles, short and shallow, like he knows what's coming. I crouch in front of him, my knife resting against his face. "You're the last one," I murmur, my knife tapping against his cheek. "And I don't have time to play anymore." He trembles in his chair, lips quivering. "Please," he whimpers. His breathing shudders, tears spilling down his face. "Give me a name," I murmur, "or I swear to God, you'll wish you died tonight." His body trembles. "Efe, por favor." I press the blade harder, just enough to break the skin. A thin line of blood wells up, trailing down his cheek. "Give me a name, Santiago, or I swear to God, I'll start carving pieces off you until there's nothing left. He swallows, his throat working against my grip. Then finally his voice cracks. There are rumors. I go still. Rumors? He nods quickly, desperate, licking his cracked lips. That's all I know, I swear. There's talk. Whispers about a girl. His breathing turns shallow. No name, no details. Just that someone, a woman, knows things she shouldn't. A girl. A cold sensation slides down my spine. Every man I've interrogated, every lead I've followed, and this is the first time I'm hearing this. I tilt my head, watching him. And where do these whispers come from? He flinches. It's been going around. No one knows where it started. I study him. The terror in his eyes is real. He believes what he's saying. I nod once to Mateo, and before Santiago can even process what's happening, Mateo fires a bullet straight through his skull. The sound is sharp, final, and his body slumps forward, lifeless. Silence fills the warehouse. A girl. I exhale slowly, wiping the blood from my hands. If this is true, if a woman has been feeding information to the wrong people, I'll find her. And when I do, she'll wish she never opened her fucking mouth. I turn to Mateo. Put the word out. 10 million for the traitor, dead or alive. I glance at the bloodied bodies scattered across the room, at the fear still lingering in the air. The hunt begins now. The metallic smell of blood and fear stick to me like a stink that I love to be in normally. I would be more than excited, overwhelmed with the feeling and need to fuck and show more people how depraved I can be. I would go to Vincent and tell him that I am on a high and he would bring me down. This time the thing that brings me back to earth is the lost look on Willow's face as I pass her bedroom in my apartment. She's staring at nothing. Her hands are folded on her lap, and part of me wants to go inside and pull her into my madness. Let her know that it's safe in all my crazy. But I don't, because she's been covered in enough blood today. As I walk further down the hall, I bump into Damien exiting the shower. A towel is wrapped around his waist and he looks exhausted. Where have you been? He questions, because he's the only one besides Vincent who could ask me where I've been, and I feel obliged to answer. Even Willow would get an asshole response from me, because some of the places I have been and will be cannot handle all the light that she is. I've been having fun with our guards and enforcers. The smile that digs into my cheeks is comically large, and I wiggle my eyebrows at Damien, who only gives me a scowl in response. You think now is the right time to have fun? I thought you were just going to talk to them. I lean against the far wall, stuffing my bloody hands into my pockets. I did talk, and they all looked at me as if I'm not a monster to be feared. So I gave them a reason to be scared. I am the youngest cartel leader to ever run the Castillo family. Therefore, to my delight, and the terror of many, I must be the most ruthless, or people will come for my head. Worse than they are now. One day your people will riot. One day my people will not betray me the way they have now. I growl. The frustration of the disappearance of Ricardo still burrows in my chest, and the death of my father is still a mystery to me that eats me alive. I know there are bigger monsters to fear, and I know my crusade to be the biggest could be the death of me. But there is no other choice. There's no such thing as kindness in my world. There's no such thing as benevolence. There's only pain and death and fear. And when you sign your life over to the Castillos, you know what you're signing up for. Did you get any news worth all your death? Damien sighs. I flash him my Cheshire smile. Of course I did. There's a girl that is hanging around and getting information from my men. A girl. He rolls his eyes. Your men have thousands of women around them every day. How do we know one girl who is trying to bring you down? It's very easy to find a girl scorned, I say, shrugging. She's young, naive. She will make mistakes. Damien laughs. If this was a man, I'd say give you 3 days and he will be gone. But a girl? Damien's laughter only grows louder. Good luck. His hand pats my back as he walks past me. I stand in the hallway for a moment until I hear the quiet sobs of Willow, and against my better judgment, I turn back around and lean against the frame of her door covered in my crimes. I don't say anything, afraid to break her any more than she already is broken. But when she looks up at me, her tears stop. Cast! Oh my God! What the fuck happened? She's on her feet in an instant, running to check me for any wounds, her hands raised across my skin as she looks at me with concern. She is the only person besides Rosemary to look at me as if losing me would be the end of the world. And when she looks at me like this, I know that she believes that if I died, some part within her would die too. I grab her hands in mine, a small smile on my face. It's not my blood, Karina, I whisper. Willow pauses, staring at my chest. Whose blood is it? The blood of the people who failed to keep you and Vincent safe. The men who betrayed me. Willow's breath shudders against my chest, her body trembling so violently I can feel it through my own bones. She grips my shirt like it's the only thing keeping her tethered to reality, and when she finally speaks, her voice is barely more than a rasped whisper. I killed a man who betrayed you, she whispers. What? I ran away because I killed him. She shudders. Dad told me to run. My grip on her tightens. Who did you kill? Ricardo. She breathes his name like a curse, like a wound that still hasn't healed. He came after me. That night. Her voice breaks, her fingers digging into my skin. I fought. I tried to run, but he was bigger, stronger. He had me pinned, Cast. Her breathing is too fast, too erratic, her eyes wide, distant, like she's still trapped there. I could feel his breath on my skin. He told me... She swallows hard, shaking her head. It doesn't matter what he said. He was going to... Her fingers twist the fabric between her hands. She pulls back slightly, just enough to look at me, her eyes wide and glassy, her lower lip trembling. There's something wrong with me, she whispers, barely audible. I frown. What are you talking about, Karina? Her throat works around the words like they taste bitter. When I killed him... She takes a shaky breath, her nails digging into my chest like she's afraid I'll let go if she tells me the truth. I liked it. A chill slides down my spine, but I don't react. I don't flinch. Don't look at her any differently, even as her words settle between us, thick and heavy. Her voice wavers. I liked hearing him die, Cast. Her breath hitches, like she's afraid of her own confession. I liked watching the life drain from his eyes. I thought it would make me sick, that I'd feel guilty, that I'd want to take it back. But I didn't. I still don't. Her lips part as a shudder runs through her. It felt good. I cup her face, tilting her chin up so she can't look away. I see the fear in her eyes, not of me, but of herself. She thinks I'll push her away, that I'll be disgusted, that I'll think she's some kind of monster. She doesn't understand. I press my forehead against hers, my voice steady. Good. She jerks slightly, eyes widening. What? Good. I repeat, my grip tightening. Because he didn't deserve your mercy. I brush my thumb over her cheek, catching the last of her tears. You know what that makes you, Karina? She swallows hard, shaking her head. I press my lips to the corner of her mouth, my voice dark, reverent. Mine. Her breath catches, her lashes fluttering as she stares at me, searching for a reaction. Guilt, judgment, disgust. She won't find it. Not in me. I stroke my thumb along her jaw, my voice dropping lower. You think you're alone in this? You think I don't understand? I tilt my head, watching her. Karina, I like the sound too. She freezes. Her pupils dilate, her fingers twitching against my chest. The gasps, the gurgles, that last wet little sound they make when they realize it's over. My grip tightens just slightly, not in restraint, but in possession. It's a symphony, one that means justice, that means vengeance, that means power. She exhales shakily, but she doesn't pull away. You're not broken, Willow. My lips brush against her temple. You're free. A fresh tear slips down her cheek, but this time there's no fear in her eyes, no doubt, just something raw, something unspoken. She belongs to me, and I belong to her, and we'll burn the world down together.
Chapter 19. Willow. Vincent looks so small in the hospital bed. The monitors beep steadily, a slow, rhythmic sound that should be reassuring. But all I can hear is the echo of my own guilt rattling inside my skull like a bullet that never found its way out. It's been 3 weeks since the surgery. 3 weeks of waiting, watching, hoping. 3 weeks of doctors murmuring about lung capacity, spinal trauma, and risks I can't bring myself to fully process. 3 weeks of knowing that he got hurt because of me. I shift in the stiff chair beside his bed, my fingers curling into my lap. His face is pale, almost sickly under the fluorescent lights, but he's still Vincent. Strong, stubborn, alive. Barely, but alive. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the machines. I don't expect an answer, of course I don't, but I wish he would wake up, just enough to call me an idiot, to tell me I'm being dramatic, to glare at me like I should have known better. Instead, he sleeps. I swallow against the tightness in my throat, blinking hard. You shouldn't have been there, I murmur. You shouldn't have gotten hurt because of me. Because I ran, because I panicked, because I killed Ricardo and didn't know what else to do except run. The image of Ricardo's lifeless eyes flashes behind my eyelids, the warmth of his blood, the way it coated my hands, my arms, soaked into my clothes. It's all burned into me. But the worst part, the part that coils inside me like a secret too dark to name it, is that I liked it. I squeeze my hands into fists, digging my nails into my palms, grounding myself in the sting. Vincent shifts slightly in his sleep, his fingers twitching against the blanket. My breath catches. Vin? I lean in, barely breathing. Nothing. Just another small movement, maybe a dream, maybe nothing at all. My stomach knots. I reach out, hesitating before brushing my fingertips over his wrist. His skin is warm, real, solid, alive. but I don't know if I deserve to touch him. Not after everything I've done. Not after saying no to him when all he wanted to do was love me for the rest of my life. The door creaks open and I stiffen, my hand snapping back from Vincent's wrist like I've been caught doing something I shouldn't. Damien steps inside, his sharp eyes flicking from me to Vincent, taking in the scene without saying a word. His face is neutral, but there's a countenance behind his gaze. Concern? Exhaustion? Maybe both.
How long have you been sitting here?
His voice is rough, quiet. I glance at the clock. I don't know. Hours? A lifetime? I don't know. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Damien exhales through his nose, then his gaze sweeps over me, assessing.
Have you eaten?
I shake my head without thinking. His jaw tenses, and for a second I expect a lecture, but he just runs a hand over his buzzed hair and mutters,
Of course you haven't.
Then he nods toward the door.
Come on.
I'm fine.
You're not.
He counters easily.
You look like you're about to pass out, and the last thing I need is to drag your unconscious ass out of here. Let's go.
I hesitate, glancing at Vincent, but Damien doesn't give me a chance to argue. He steps closer, lowering his voice.
Willow, he's not waking up right now. You sitting here starving yourself won't change anything.
The words sting, mostly because they're true. I let out a slow breath, nodding reluctantly. Fine. Damien holds the door open and I follow him into the hall, my legs heavy, my body sluggish. It's only when we step into the elevator that I realize how drained I feel. The cafeteria is nearly empty when we get there, the scent of stale coffee and disinfectant clinging to the air. Damien grabs a tray, loading it with food like he's on autopilot. 2 sandwiches, a bottle of water, a cup of soup. He shoves it toward me without a word. I stare at it. My stomach churns. I'm not hungry. I don't deserve to be hungry. But Damien gives me a look, the kind that says, Don't start with me. So I pick up the sandwich, take a small mechanical bite. It tastes like cardboard, but I chew anyway. The cafeteria hums with low conversations and the occasional clatter of trays, but it all feels distant, like I'm underwater. I swallow hard, my voice barely above a whisper. It should have been me. Damien, halfway through a sip of coffee, pauses. His gray eyes flick to me, sharp and assessing.
What?
I keep my gaze on the table, my hands tightening around the sandwich. Vincent got hurt because of me. If I hadn't run, if I hadn't... My throat closes and I shake my head. He's lying in that bed because of me. Damien sets his cup down with a quiet thud.
That's not how this works, Willow.
Yes, it is. I insist, my voice cracking. Ricardo attacked me and I killed him. I killed him, Damien. The confession hangs between us, heavy and unshakable. What kind of person does that make me?
It makes you someone who survived. The bastard tried to kill you.
His jaw flexes.
You're not a monster for killing him first, Willow. You're not a monster for enjoying it.
Tears burn at the corners of my eyes. Then why do I feel like one? Damien exhales through his nose, his gaze softening just slightly.
Because you still think you have to be good to deserve to be alive.
He shakes his head.
You don't. You just have to be alive.
I don't respond. I don't know how. But when Damien pushes the bottle of water toward me, I take it with a shaky hand. I take a sip of water, letting the silence stretch between us. Damien watches me, his fingers tapping idly against the table. He's always so composed, so unreadable, but right now there's a look in his eyes, something I can't quite name. I set the bottle down, licking my lips. Are we going to talk about it? His brow furrows slightly. Talk about what? I huff a quiet laugh, leaning back in my chair. You know what. Damien looks away, his jaw tightening. It was just a kiss, Willow. My stomach twists, but I don't back down. It wasn't just a kiss. Not to me. He exhales through his nose, rubbing a hand over his face. It shouldn't have happened. I narrow my eyes, but it did. Silence. Damien leans forward, his steely eyes locking onto mine. You had just been through hell. You were shaken, and I... He stops, jaw clenching before he shakes his head. I shouldn't have let it happen. I reach across the table, my fingers brushing against his. He doesn't pull away, but he doesn't move closer either. You kissed me like you felt something, I whisper. His throat bobs as he swallows. I did. My breath catches. Damien's fingers twitch beneath mine, but his voice is steady when he speaks. But it doesn't change anything. He finally meets my gaze. You know why. I press my lips together, my chest aching. Rosemary's heart. His silence is my answer. I shake my head, my fingers tightening around his. You can't do this, Damien. You can't sit here and tell me you have feelings for me and then act like it doesn't matter. His jaw flexes, his grip on my hand tightening for the briefest second before he pulls away. It does matter. His voice is quiet but firm. That's the problem. I exhale shakily. Then what do we do? Damien leans back, his features reflecting his resignation. We don't do anything. He forces a sardonic smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I'm not the kind of guy who fights for something he knows he can't have. His words hit harder than they should. I shake my head. You don't know that. Damien's lips quirk up in a look that's almost sad. Yeah, I do. His gaze drops to my chest, where my heart beats, where each of their names are written inside of it, carved into my very being. And so do you. His gaze lingers on my chest for a second longer, before he exhales sharply. Stepping back, like putting distance between us, will erase whatever is brewing in the space we've left unsaid. I open my mouth to argue, to tell him he's wrong, that he doesn't know what's in my heart no matter whose name is written there. But before I can, a voice cuts through the thick silence. Mr. Sterling? We both turn at the same time. A doctor stands a few feet away, his face neutral but expectant, eyes flicking between the two of us. Damien straightens, his expression instantly hardening in a solemn stare. Yeah, that's me. The doctor nods. Vincent is awake.
Chapter 20. Vincent. My chest hurts. Feels like an elephant is sitting on top of me, crushing the air from my lungs. Every breath is a battle. Every second a struggle against the weight that won't let up. Then comes the pain. Sharp, relentless, like I've been split open from the inside. My body is on fucking fire, burning from the inside out. Fuck. The pain simmers and I clear my throat trying to breathe. I try to move my hand to wipe my face. Nothing. It doesn't even twitch. I stare at it, willing it to move, but it just lays there, useless, like it doesn't even belong to me. Panic surges through me, but it's sluggish, like my mind can't keep up with my body's distress. My eyelids feel like they've been sewn shut, my limbs foreign, unresponsive. Am I dead? No. Dead men don't feel pain. I fight against the fog, forcing my eyes open, and the world is a blur of two bright lights and sterile white walls. Machines beep in a steady rhythm, matching the sluggish beat of my own heart. The air smells like antiseptic. Too clean, too artificial. A hospital. Memories start creeping in. Flashes of pain, of gunfire, of her screaming my name. Willow. My chest seizes at the thought, and I try again to move, to sit up, to find her. Footsteps, a soft gasp. Then, her voice. Vincent? I turn my head, and there she is. Willow stands frozen in the doorway, her hands trembling at her sides, her eyes wide and shining with unshed tears. Her dark hair is a tangled mess around her shoulders, her clothes wrinkled, like she hasn't changed in days. There's something raw about her, a hollow calmness, like she's been carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders since the last time I saw her. She takes one step forward, then another, and suddenly the dam breaks. God, Vincent, she chokes out, her hands clutching at the fabric of my hospital gown. You almost... Her voice breaks, and she shakes her head, tears spilling over. I thought I lost you. I want to wipe them away, want to tell her I'm fine, that I'm not going anywhere. But the truth is, I feel like hell. My body is sluggish, weighed down by painkillers and exhaustion. The effort to move is monumental, and when I try to lift my hand, the ivy tugging at my skin and the itch tube up my nostrils reminds me of just how screwed up I am. Still, I manage to rasp out. Takes more than that to get rid of me. A watery laugh bursts from her lips, and then she's pressing her forehead to my arm, her shoulders shaking as she cries. I hate it. Hate that I put that look on her face. Hate that she's been sitting here, waiting, worrying. Hate that I wasn't strong enough to stay awake for her when she needed me to. I grit my teeth, swallowing against the dryness in my throat. How long? Willow lifts her head, sniffing. 3 weeks. Shit. I close my eyes briefly, trying to process it. 3 weeks of nothing. 3 weeks of her sitting here, waiting for me to wake up. I shift, attempting to sit up, but pain lances through my side like a hot blade. A curse rips from my throat, my hands clenching into fists against the sheets. Hey, stop! Willow is on me in an instant, pressing her hands to my chest, urging me back down. You're still healing, Vincent. You can't just... I'm fine. I grit out. She glares at me through her tears. No, you're not. The door swings open before I can argue. A doctor steps in, followed by a nurse, and Damien stands looking at me from across the room. I can tell by the way his jaw is set, by the way his eyes narrow on me like he's sizing up my condition, that he's been waiting for this. Willow straightens, wiping at her face, but she doesn't let go of me completely. Her fingers stay curled around my wrist like she's anchoring herself there. Damien crosses the room, arms folding over his chest. You look like shit. I huff a weak laugh. Feel like it too. The doctor clears his throat, stepping forward. Mr. Beaumont, good to see you awake. His voice is calm, professional, but there's an edge of scrutiny in his gaze as he takes me in. We need to run a few tests, check your reflexes, and assess any potential nerve damage. Willow tenses beside me, her grip tightening around my wrist. I grit my teeth. Let's get it over with. The doctor nods, pulling on a pair of gloves before signaling for the nurse to adjust my bed. The slight incline sends a fresh wave of pain through my side, but I swallow it down, locking my jaw. "First, let's get this feeding tube out of your nose," the nurse says gently, offering me a reassuring smile. Her gloved hands steadily reach for the thin tube taped to my cheek. "Take a deep breath in," she instructs, and as I do, she carefully begins to pull. The sensation is strange, uncomfortable and unsettling, a mix of pressure and relief as the tube glides out of my throat and nostril. My eyes water involuntarily, and I blink rapidly as she sets the discarded tube aside. "There we go," she soothes, dabbing at my nose with the tissue. "All done." Before I can fully process the absence of the tube, the doctor steps forward, clipboard in hand. "We'll check your sensation," he says, shifting to the foot of the bed. "Tell me if you can feel this." I brace myself as he presses a blunt instrument, maybe the end of a pin, against the sole of my foot. Nothing. My chest tightens. "Again?" I say, my voice rough. The doctor obliges, pressing harder this time. Still nothing. Fuck. I glance at Willow. Her lips part, her eyes widening as she realizes what this means. Panic flickers in the depths of her gaze, but she doesn't say anything, just grips my wrist harder. Damien shifts, his arms still crossed, but I don't miss the way his jaw clenches. The doctor moves higher, pressing against my shin. "Feel that?" I exhale sharply. "No." He continues, testing along my leg, moving closer to where I know I should be able to feel at least a little sensation. I hold my breath, waiting, dreading. Then, finally, when he reaches just above my knee, I feel it. A faint, dull pressure. Relief slams into me like a freight train, but it's short-lived. Because this still isn't good. The doctor straightens, his expression carefully neutral. "It looks like there's some sensory impairment in your lower extremities. We'll need to run further tests. But the fact that you have partial sensation is a positive sign." A positive sign. I want to laugh. The words feel empty, useless. A bullet tears through me, and now I can't even tell if someone's touching my own damn leg. Willow's breathing is uneven. When I glance at her, she's staring at my legs like she can will them back to normal with sheer force alone. I reach for her hand. "Hey," I murmur, squeezing as tightly as I can. "I'm still here." Her eyes snap up to mine, glossy with unshed tears. "But what if—" She swallows hard. "What if you never—" "I will," I cut in, my voice firm despite the exhaustion overwhelming me. "This isn't permanent." The doctor nods. "With the right physical therapy, there's a strong chance you'll regain full function. The nerves may be in shock, but they can recover." "Good," I smile, though it takes more effort than I'd like. Wouldn't want to deprive you of my charming presence. Willow doesn't laugh this time. Instead, she leans in, pressing her forehead to mine, her fingers trembling in my grip. Damien lingers near the window, arms crossed over his chest. His usual sharp gaze is unreadable, but his presence is grounding. He's always been like that. A solid force. Someone who doesn't crumble even when the world around him does. The door swings open again, and this time, It's Cast. The room shifts. His presence fills the space, taking up more than just the physical. Cast is a force of nature, unshakable, unreadable, and right now, furious. His eyes land on me first. His jaw tightens. His gaze flicks to the machines beeping at my bedside, to the IV in my arm, to the bandages wrapped around my torso. And then he looks at Willow. At the way she's clinging to me like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. A dark expression flashes through his eyes. Cast? Willow breathes, straightening. Her hand twitches like she's about to reach for him, but at the last second she stops. His expression doesn't change. You're awake. I smirk, or at least I try to. No shit. The wry grin he gives me back is cold, humorless. He takes slow, measured steps into the room, his gaze assessing. He looks like a man unraveling a puzzle, picking apart every detail, looking for weak spots, looking for answers. He stops at the foot of my bed, eyes locked on mine. What do you remember? I exhale sharply, dragging a hand down my face. Not much. A pause. Gunshot, blood, Willow. Beside me, she stiffens. Cast's gaze flicks to her again, just for a second. I shift, ignoring the ache it sends through my side. Whoever did this, they were aiming for her. Silence drops like a hammer. Willow's breath hitches. I feel her stare burning into the side of my face, but I don't look at her. Damien finally speaks up from his spot by the window. We know. My blood turns to ice. Cast is still watching me, his face unreadable. We're handling it. Handling it. The way he says it makes my skin prickle, because Cast doesn't handle things the way normal people do. What aren't you telling me? I demand. Willow shifts uneasily, but it's Cast who answers. Later. I grip my teeth. No. Now. Cast tilts his head slightly, his expression never wavering. You just woke up from a coma. Your body is weak. Your legs aren't responding the way they should. A slow, deliberate pause. You need to focus on yourself right now. Focus on myself? My grip tightens on the blanket. You think I give a damn about my legs when someone tried to kill Willow? Willow flinches. Cass still doesn't react. You should. My patience snaps. Just tell me who it was. His lips press into a thin line. Not yet. I clench my jaw. This is how Cast operates. Controlling, withholding, always 5 steps ahead. But I'm not in the mood to play by his rules. I push myself up higher in bed, ignoring the pain that flares through me. You think I'm just going to sit here and wait? That I won't find out myself? His expression darkens. You're in no condition to do anything, Vincent. I grip my teeth and snarl at him. You will not keep me in the dark about the person who almost fucking killed me, Cast. Damien sighs. He has a point, Cast. Willow shifts next to me, and Cast growls under his breath. Cast's gaze doesn't waver. His silence stretches, thick and suffocating, compacting on my chest like a weight. Then finally, he speaks. There's a mole. I blink, my brain sluggish from the meds, trying to catch up. What? Cast's expression is hard to decode, but there's a sharpness in his eyes. something lethal lurking beneath the surface. Someone's been feeding information to the wrong people. And a girl. He pauses, jaw tightening. She's been collecting intel. On us. On Willow. The air in the room shifts. Willow's grip on my hand tightens, and I feel her nails press into my skin. I shake my head, my pulse spiking. Who? Cass doesn't answer right away. He glances at Damien, who's still leaning against the window. There's an unspoken conversation there, something I can't decipher in my current state. Finally, Cass exhales, slow and controlled. Her name is Valentina Torres. I search my memory, but the name means nothing to me. Who the hell is that? Cass tilts his head slightly, his gaze never leaving mine. That's what we're figuring out. Rage coils in my gut, fighting against the exhaustion dragging me down. She the one who pulled the trigger? No. His answer is immediate. But she knows who did. My throat is dry, but I force out the words. Where is she? Cass talks lower than I think he ever has before. We don't know who she is yet. I stiffen. What do you mean you don't know? She's careful, Cass says, his voice sharp with frustration. Whoever she is, she's been playing the long game. Watching, listening, gathering information. And now, she's getting ready to use it. A slow burning fury ignites in my chest. I flex my fingers, my grip tightening around the sheets. So we're dealing with a ghost? Damien speaks for the first time since Cass walked in. Not a ghost, a hunter. His voice is low, edged with vitriol. And we're the prey. I don't like that. I hate that. My jaw clenches, my heart hammering against my ribs despite the drugs dulling my system. My mind runs through every possibility, every enemy we've made over the years, every grudge left to fester in the dark. But nothing clicks. Nothing makes sense. And then, suddenly it does. Ricardo. I stiffen. Where the hell is Ricardo? The second the words leave my mouth, the air shifts. Willow tenses beside me. Cass doesn't blink. Willow won't meet my eyes. There's something in the way her fingers tighten around my wrist, and the way her throat bobs when she swallows, that sets me on edge. A slow creeping suspicion slithers up my spine. I wet my lips. Cass, I say, my voice dangerously low. Where is Ricardo? Cass' smirk is slight, almost approving, as he nods towards Willow. Why don't you ask her? I turn my head sharply, my eyes locking onto hers. Willow? She swallows hard, her fingers twitching. He's dead. Everything stops. A strange, almost eerie calm settles over me, drowning out the steady beep of the machines, Cass' dark stare, the knowing sneer tugging at Damien's mouth. I stare at her, my mind catching on the words, flipping them over and over again, as if testing their weight. Then slowly I lean forward. You killed him. Willow presses her lips together, her jaw tight. He was going to kill me, Vincent. Her voice is soft, hesitant. I didn't have a choice. And just like that, a grin spreads across my face. My little devil, I murmur, my voice full of praise. I lift my hand, ignoring the soreness in my muscles, and cup her chin, tilting her face up, bringing hell to the men who deserve it. Willow's eyes widen, her lips parting slightly. A deep blush creeps up her neck, blooming across her cheeks. She's expecting what? Guilt? Horror? No, not from me. My chest rumbles with a chuckle, my thumb brushing over her bottom lip. And here I was worried I'd have to protect you forever. Willow blinks rapidly, her breath stuttering. Vincent. I press my finger against her lips, shushing her. We'll talk about it later, princess. Then I glance at Cast, my grin turning sharper. Right now, we've got bigger problems. Cast inclines his head slightly, watching me carefully. That we do. I shift against the pillows, my body aching with the effort, but I don't care. A fire burns in my gut, chasing away the sluggishness of sleep and drugs. Some girl thinks she can come for us. I shake my head, amusement curling at the edges of my lips. It's time to hunt a hunter. Chapter 21. Cast. Tomas struggles in the chair, his wrist bound tight. I glance toward the door at the sound of quiet footsteps. The scent of vanilla and hesitant breath tells me it's Willow. She's calm, unwavering, but there's a flicker of a darker visage in her eyes. Tomas hasn't noticed her yet, too focused on avoiding my gaze. Tomas, I say coldly, you've been seen with a young girl. You know who I'm talking about. His head snaps up, eyes wide, panic flickering. He knows exactly who I mean. I place a hand on Willow's shoulder, guiding her forward. She's going to help you understand what happens when men like you cross the line. Willow observes, learning. She needs to grasp the balance between pain and fear. I speak softly to her. Break him. Make him confess. She nods. Approval stirs in my chest. She's starting to understand. Tell her, Tomas, I demand. Tell her why you thought it was okay to lay your hands on someone who couldn't even legally drink yet. Tomas swallows hard. I didn't know, he stammers. She was just a pretty girl. I didn't mean. You didn't know? I step closer. Didn't know you're a predator. That you prey on young girls. You've done it so long you don't even see the monster in the mirror. His face crumbles. The realization crashes over him. I didn't mean it, he whispers. I thought I was just having fun. That's the problem with men like you, I murmur, leaning in. You never stop to see the damage you cause. His eyes shift to Willow. The fear in them deepens. He tries to explain, to beg, but it's useless. He's caught. Willow steps closer, silent, studying him. I give her space. She's no longer just observing. She's becoming part of this. Tell her everything, I say. Tomas stammers, voice thick with fear. I never meant to hurt anyone. Enough. My voice slices through the air. You're a predator, and now you'll face the consequences. Willow doesn't flinch. She reaches for the thin, gleaming blade. Tomas jerks against the restraints. Please. Willow approaches Tomas, unmoved. You wanted to play with little girls. she says quietly. Now a woman will play with you. The blade glides through his shirt, drawing a thin line of blood. His breath hitches, body tensing. I lean against the wall, watching. The training has begun. I watch her carefully, my gaze intense. She's doing it. She's tapping into a sinister presence within herself, and it's exactly what I wanted to see. Tomas is no longer the one in control of the situation. She is. She cuts again, deeper this time, and Tomas gasps, his body shuddering as the pain sinks in. He's no longer begging for mercy. He's pleading for his life. But Willow doesn't stop. She's focused, driven by a deportment I can't name yet, but I know it's taking her to the place she needs to be. You see, Tomas, she continues, her voice quiet but lethal. Sometimes people like you don't deserve mercy. Sometimes the only way to truly stop you is to end it. Her words hang in the air, and Tomas's head drops, defeated. He knows it's coming. He's too far gone to save himself now. I step forward, placing a hand on her shoulder, my voice low as I speak to her for the first time since she began. Now, Tomas, what was the name of the girl you were with? Willow looks at me, her eyes cold, and there's the faintest flicker of pride, like she knows she's crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. There's a presence in her now, something dangerous, something unspoken. It's clear she's no longer the novice who entered this room. She's in control, and Tomas knows it too. He can see the transformation in her eyes, and it terrifies him. Tomas's body slumps further into the chair, the fight draining from him. His breath is shallow, his muscles weak. His glazed eyes shift between Willow and me, his lips trembling. He knows his time is almost up. It's time, Tomas, I say softly, stepping back. You're going to tell us who you've been working with. Who is the mole? Who have you been feeding information to? I watch him carefully, knowing his confession is coming. Willow stays quiet, her gaze sharp, her presence as commanding as mine. It's Ricardo's daughter, he gasps, his words stumbling out. The 16-year-old, Valentina. Willow doesn't flinch, doesn't show a flicker of surprise. I can see she's already processing the information, weighing its implications. The girl, Ricardo's daughter, has been working him, slowly making him comfortable enough for him to feed her information. That explains how she has stayed one step ahead of the cartel and me. Well done, I say, my voice low but laced with satisfaction. Now we know. Thank you, Tomas. The words sound like an afterthought, but they're enough. Willow steps forward, her face devoid of emotion as she meets Tomas's gaze one last time. Her hand tightens on the handle of the blade in her grasp, and I feel a thrill of anticipation building in the air between us. This is where we end it. Willow's movements are deliberate, controlled. She doesn't hesitate. Tomas's eyes dart from the blade to her, his desperation palpable now. No! Please! He croaks, his voice breaking. I told you everything. Please, just let me go. Isn't that exactly what those little girls said to you? She snarls. Tomas's eyes widen like he knows what's happening next. Without another word, Willow leans in, pressing the blade against Tomas's throat with precision, her grip steady as she makes the final cut. It's quick, clean, final. Tomas's life spills out in an instant, and I feel the shift in the room as he dies. The silence after his last breath is almost serene, as if the world itself acknowledges the justice that has been delivered. Willow stands there for a moment, watching him, her chest rising and falling slowly, the calm aftermath settling over her. Her face is unreadable, but I know what I see in her eyes. She's not the same person who walked in here. I walk over to her, a small smile tugging at the corner of my lips. "You did well," I tell her, my voice low, but laced with approval. "You did exactly what was needed." The words carry weight, but they're also a reward, a subtle acknowledgement that she has earned my respect. Willow doesn't smile back, but there's a glint in her eyes. She's no longer questioning herself. She's become something else, something darker, and I'm proud of her. She looks at me then, her eyes locking onto mine with a fire I hadn't seen before. There's a conviction there now, something more than just a pupil looking to learn. There's a sinister vibe, and I don't need to ask her to confirm it. I can feel it in the way she stands, in the tension that's simmering between us. I reach up, brushing a strand of her hair back from her face, letting my fingers linger just a moment too long on her skin. The air feels thick now, charged with a different kind of energy, a kind that makes my pulse quicken. "You didn't flinch. You didn't hesitate. You did it," I murmur. My voice now soft, but filled with pride that only comes with seeing someone rise to the occasion. Her breath hitches slightly, and I notice how her lips part ever so slightly, like she's trying to contain the raw and unspoken transformation. It pulls me in, closer. I step into her space, my hand moving from her cheek to the back of her neck. Her eyes flicker down to my lips, and I see the hesitation, the question in her gaze. She knows what I'm offering, and for a moment, I let the silence stretch between us. I lean in slowly, my lips brushing against her ear, my voice a soft whisper. "You've become a prodigy, Willow, and I'm proud of you. You're mine now." The words hang in the air between us, thick with meaning. She doesn't pull away. She doesn't stop me. Instead, she tilts her head slightly, her eyes closing as she brings her face closer to mine. The kiss comes unexpectedly, but it's what I want. Her lips are soft, but the moment they meet mine, everything shifts. I feel her body tense. Her breath catches in her throat. But she doesn't push me away. Instead, she gives in, letting the kiss deepen as her hands find their way to my chest, pulling me closer. "My murderous Karina," I whisper, my voice barely audible. Her eyes flutter open, and I see the hunger in them, the need that matches my own. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't need to. The way she looks at me is enough. I move my hands to her waist, pulling her closer until our bodies are pressed together. She's warm, her body fitting perfectly against mine. I can feel her heart racing, her chest rising and falling with each breath. "Are you ready?" I ask, my voice low and rough with desire. She nods, her eyes never leaving mine. "Yes." I take her hand, leading her further into the room, towards the center where the cold, lifeless body of Tomas lies slumped in his chair. The sight of him doesn't faze her. If anything, it seems to fuel her desire, her need. I push her gently against the wall, my hands roaming over her body, exploring every curve, every inch of her. She gasps, her hands gripping my shoulders as she arches into my touch. "You're as dark as I am, Karina," I growl, my mouth moving to her neck, nipping and sucking at the sensitive skin there. She moans softly, her hands tangling in my hair as she pulls me closer. "You're going to fuck me right next to your fresh kill, baby?" "Yes," she whispers, her voice trembling with need. I can't wait any longer. My hands move to the waistband of her pants, fumbling with the button before sliding them down her legs. She steps out of them, her bare skin glowing in the dim light of the basement. I kneel in front of her, my hands running up her thighs, feeling the softness of her skin. She shivers under my touch, her breaths coming in short, uneven gasps. "I want you to feel this," I murmur, my mouth moving closer to her core. She lets out a soft cry as my tongue finds her, tasting her, savoring the sweetness of her arousal. "Cast," she moans, her hands gripping my hair as I devour her. Her hips move against my mouth, her body seeking more, needing more. "You're my little killer," I say, as I pull back slightly, looking up at her. "Say it," I demand, my voice rough with desire. "I'm your little killer," she whimpers, her eyes dark with need. I stand, pulling her into my arms as I back her towards the cold, hard surface of the table. She doesn't resist, her body following mine, her hands gripping my shoulders as I lift her onto the edge. I step between her legs, my hands moving to her hips as I position myself at her entrance. She's wet, ready for me, and I can feel her trembling with anticipation. "Are you sure?" I ask, my voice low and husky. "Yes," she breathes, her eyes locked on mine. I push into her slowly, letting her feel every inch of me as I fill her. She gasps, her head falling back as she arches into me, her body welcoming mine. "God, Willow," I groan, my hands gripping her hips as I begin to move. She's tight, so tight, and the way she feels around me is almost too much. "Cast," she moans, her hands tangling in my hair as she pulls me closer, her lips finding mine in a desperate, hungry kiss. I lose myself in her, in the way she feels, the way she moves. She's everything I've ever wanted, everything I've ever needed. And as we move together, as our bodies become one, I know that she's mine, completely and utterly mine. "I'm yours," she whispers, her voice trembling with emotion. "Fuck, Karina," I growl, my thrusts becoming harder, faster. "You belong to me," I say, my voice a growl that echoes in the stillness of the basement. "Every part of you, your body, your mind, your soul." She nods, her lips parting slightly as she exhales. "Yes," she whispers, her voice trembling but unwavering. "Yes, please," she cries out, her body clenching around mine as she reaches her peak. I follow her, my own release crashing over me as I bury myself deep inside her. We stay like that for a moment, our bodies pressed together, our breaths mingling as we come down from the high. I pull back slightly, looking down at her, seeing the satisfaction, the contentment in her eyes. "Killer," I whisper, my voice filled with possessiveness. "Killer," she replies, her voice soft but filled with conviction. I pressed my forehead against hers one last time, grounding us in this moment before the outside world claws its way back in. Then, the sound of my phone vibrating against the side table snaps the silence. I exhale sharply, frustration simmering beneath my skin as I pull away from her. I don't want to leave this moment. I don't want to step back into business when she's laying there, blood on her hands, looking like she was made for me. But I have no choice. I step away, moving toward the side table cluttered with the instruments of torture I'd laid out earlier. The scent of iron is thick, the tools still glistening with Tomas's blood. I pick up the phone, wiping my fingers on a cloth before answering. "What?" I say, my voice sharp, impatient. On the other end, Mateo doesn't waste time. "We found Ricardo's daughter." Chapter 22. Vincent. Pain rips through my legs like a live wire, the fire spreading with every step I force myself to take. My fingers tighten around the parallel bars, the sweat making my grip slippery. But I don't let go. I can't. "Again," Willow says, her voice gentle but firm. She's right beside me, close enough that I can feel the warmth of her body, her hands hovering like she's ready to catch me the second I fall. I grit my teeth so hard my jaw aches. "Fuck off." She doesn't flinch, doesn't move, just tilts her head, giving me that look. The one that says she's not going anywhere, no matter how much I fight her. "You want to throw a tantrum? Or you want to walk?" she challenges. My breath comes fast and uneven, my muscles screaming in protest as I try to shift my weight again. My right leg shakes violently, barely holding me up. And when I try to take another step, my knee buckles. Pain lances through me, sharp and unforgiving. And for a second, I think I'm going down. But Willow is there. Her hands grip my arms, steadying me before I hit the floor. My forehead drops against her shoulder, and I squeeze my eyes shut, breathing hard. I hate this. I hate that I need her help. That I can't do something as simple as fucking walk without feeling like I'm being ripped apart from the inside out. Her fingers brush the back of my neck, light and careful. "I've got you," she whispers. I take a breath, trying to shove down the frustration clawing up my throat. The scent of Willow's shampoo, her soft and familiar fragrance, fills my nose, grounding me for a second. But it doesn't stop the fury boiling under my skin. "I don't need you to fucking catch me," I mutter, voice tight. She lets out a soft sigh but doesn't move away. "Then stop falling." I huff out a bitter laugh, lifting my head just enough to glare at her. "You think I want this? You think I like feeling like a goddamn liability?" Her expression doesn't change, but her grip on my arms tightens just a fraction. "I think you're in pain, and you're taking it out on me because I'm the only one here." I clench my jaw, because she's right, and that pisses me off even more. She doesn't push me, doesn't force me to talk, just stands there, waiting. And for some reason, that gets to me more than anything else. With a sharp exhale, I shove off the bars, forcing my legs to bear my weight again. Every nerve in my body screams at me to stop, but I push through it. One step, then another. It's slow, agonizing, but I move. Willow stays beside me, matching my pace, not touching me but close enough that I know she's there. "You're doing it," she says, her voice softer now, I don't answer. I can't. My breath is coming too fast, sweat dripping down my spine. But I don't stop. I won't. When I finally reach the end of the bars, my arms are shaking, and my legs feel like they might give out at any second. But I made it. I brace my hands on the metal, trying to catch my breath. Willow steps in front of me, her eyes searching mine. You okay? I nod once, but it's a lie. I'm not okay. I don't know if I ever will be. I swallow past the tightness in my throat, my body screaming for a break, but my mind is too wired to let me rest. Willow's fingers linger against my forehead, brushing damp hair away, and for a second, I just let her. Let myself feel her touch, soft and careful, like she's afraid I'll break. She doesn't say anything, just watches me, waiting for me to pull away first. But I don't. Instead, the words slip out before I can stop them. I don't blame you, you know. Her brows pull together. For what? She stills. The warmth of her hands disappears, but she doesn't step back. Just stands there, lips parted like she wants to say something but can't find the words. Her throat bobs as she swallows, and when she finally speaks, her voice is quieter than before. Vincent? I press on, because if I don't say this now, I never will. I don't blame you, Willow. You need to stop blaming yourself. Her breath catches, barely audible, but I don't miss it. Her fingers twitch like she wants to reach for me again, but she doesn't. Instead, she stands frozen, eyes searching mine. Vincent? Her voice is unsteady, careful. I shake my head. No. Don't do that. Don't act like I don't know exactly what's going on in that head of yours. You're carrying this guilt like it's yours to bear, and it's not. She swallows hard, but I see the crack in her composure. The guilt she tries so damn hard to hide. I was there, Vincent, she murmurs. I saw. I know what you saw, I interrupt. But you didn't pull the trigger. You didn't put me in that situation. I hold her gaze, making sure she hears every word. That was my choice, my consequences, not yours. Her lips part like she wants to argue, but I don't let her. You didn't get me shot, Willow. That wasn't on you. My voice softens, but there's no mistaking the intention behind it. Stop punishing yourself for a situation that you had no control over. Her throat bobs, and for a moment, I think she's going to listen. That maybe, just maybe, she'll let it go. But then she lets out a shaky breath, blinking hard like she's trying to shove the emotions back down. You almost died, she whispers, voice thick. And I reach for her hand before she can pull away, my grip firm but careful. But I didn't. Her fingers tremble beneath mine. I'm right here, I remind her, and I don't want your guilt. I just want you. Her fingers tighten just slightly before she pulls away. You need to sit down before your legs give out. And just like that, she's shifting back into caretaker mode, avoiding the question, avoiding what's hanging thick in the air between us. I reach for her wrist before she can step away completely, my fingers wrapping around her pulse point. Her breath hitches, her eyes flickering to mine. Her tongue darts out to wet her lips, and damn it, I feel that small movement like a punch to the gut. You should rest, she whispers, deflecting again. I lean in just a little, my voice dropping. You should stop running from me. Her breath shudders, but she doesn't deny it or step away. And for now, that's enough. Chapter 23. Cast. I sit in the dark. Upstairs, Ricardo's wife soothes the baby to sleep, unaware I'm listening. I don't move, just breathe. Slow, steady. My knife rests against my thigh, warm from my grip. Not out of need, just habit. According to Damien, Ricardo's daughter is a competitive gymnast, training until 7. No detours, no wasted time, no friends. She carries her high school's winning streak, yet keeps to herself. Focused, disciplined. Perfect on paper. Predictable. I like predictable. So how does a girl like that become a killer? Ricardo wouldn't have introduced her to this life unless it was life or death. My father would have protected Valentina, her mother, and Joseph with his last breath. So why is she what she is now? I tip my head back, lips curving at the silence. My grip shifts on the knife, thumb tracing its ridges. The street outside is empty. The quiet stretches long and thin. I remember the first lesson my father gave me toward becoming the man I am now. My father, Ricardo, and I stood in front of a woman. She was holding her 6-month-old child. The woman wasn't scared, and she didn't show my father the respect many others had. A respect that I didn't know stemmed from fear. The memory plays out in my mind like an old film. Grainy, imperfect, but sharp in the places that matter. I was young, too young to understand everything, but old enough to know that nothing about that night would be forgotten. The air smelled of jasmine, my mother's perfume clinging to her skin, even as she stood before my father. Her back straight, her chin lifted, and a baby girl in her arms. A queen in her final moments. Good morning, Angel. His voice was smooth, almost affectionate, but I knew better than to mistake it for kindness. My mother did too. She didn't greet him back. Instead, she rolled her shoulders, licking her lips like she was tasting the moment, savoring it. She kissed the baby's forehead and handed her to Ricardo before looking at my father with disdain. I'm ready to go home, she whispered. The words sent a chill through me, one so deep it never really left. It still lingers, even now, creeping up my spine when I least expect it. Home. I remember mouthing the word to myself like a question, as if the place she spoke of didn't exist, as if she had never belonged to the house she helped build, the life she once ruled over. My father chuckled, low and knowing, as he pulled a small pistol from his coat. I've never seen him use it again. I have been betrayed by kings and assassins, jokesters and idiots, he pondered, almost amused. But you, Hamila, you have shown me that even my queen, even my god can turn against me. And my mother laughed. Her eyes flickered to mine, dark and steady, and the smile she gave me wasn't kind. It was venom wrapped in silk, sharp and knowing. You have your son, Jefe, she said, her voice like a blade sliding between ribs. You never said you needed my love as well. I did not want your love, Amela, my father hissed, stepping closer. I wanted you not to try to kill me. My mother exhaled, tilting her head like she was studying him, seeing him for the last time. Then she looked at me again, and for a second, I thought she might say something. That she might give me a memory to hold on to, some part of her that was just mine. But she didn't. Instead, my father lifted the gun, and I learned what it meant to be a Castillo. My mother didn't flinch. Even with the barrel of my father's pistol aimed at her heart, she stood tall, regal, as if she had already made peace with the inevitable. The only sign of fear, if there was any, was the slow rise and fall of her chest. "And what will happen to my daughter?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but I caught the way her fingers twitched at her sides, the slightest betrayal of nerves. My sister, the one my father kept hidden away from all of this. I had never met her, not properly. My father smiled, slow and deliberate, like he was savoring the moment. "She will learn to love," he said, "unlike you." A look of resignation flickered across my mother's face then, a crack in her mask, but it was gone as quickly as it came, replaced by the same cold acceptance she'd carried since the moment she walked into this room. "You always were a fool," she murmured. My father didn't take the bait. He only sighed, as if he were disappointed, as if she had let him down. "And you, my love, my Hamila," he said, "you were always going to be the death of one of us." He pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot shattered the silence, and for a moment, everything felt slow. My mother's body jerked backward, her breath hitching, and then she crumpled to the floor. The scent of jasmine thickened, tainted by the metallic bite of blood. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My father turned to me, his dark eyes calm, as if he had just swatted a fly, as if this was nothing more than another lesson. "Remember this one," he said, lowering the pistol. "A woman's love is a fragile thing. If she betrays you once, she will do it again. And when that happens—" He looked down at my mother's body, then back at me. "You do not hesitate." My throat was dry. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. I wanted to look away. I wanted to close my eyes and pretend none of this was real. But I didn't. Because I understood. Because this was what it meant to be a Castillo. The knife spins between my fingers, the movement smooth. My other hand rests on the gun beside me, thumbs skimming over the safety, tracing the familiar ridges. Grounding. They've never felt heavy before, not even when I was a kid. Holding my first blade, pressing the tip against my palm just to understand how sharp it was. But tonight, they do. Because tonight, I have to kill a child. I don't know her. That should make it easier. A name on a list. A face I'll forget as soon as the job is done. That's how it always works. That's how it's supposed to work. And yet, for the first time in my life, a feeling inside me twists. Not hesitation, not fear, something else. A foreign and unwelcome realization curling tight in my gut like a sickness. Regret. I close my eyes, exhaling slowly through my nose, trying to shake it off, but it lingers. My father would be disgusted. "You do not hesitate. You do not regret." He made sure I understood that lesson, drilled it into me in blood and fire and loss. The knife leaves my hand before she even sees me, slicing through the air in a blur of silver, before burying itself in the wall inches from her skull with a sickening thunk. Valentina freezes. Her breath hitches, the keys in her hand slipping through her fingers, clattering against the hardwood. The second stretches, long and suffocating. The dim glow from the street light outside catching the sharp edge of the blade, casting a jagged shadow across her face. She doesn't scream. She moves. Like a gunshot, she whips around, snatching the first thing within reach, a glass bowl from the entryway table, and hurls it at my head. I barely dodge in time. The ceramic explodes against the wall behind me, shards raining down like shrapnel. But she doesn't wait to see if it connects. She's already lunging, her body coiling like a spring before launching forward. Her shoulder slams into my ribs, knocking me back a step. her smaller frame packing more force than it should. Pain blossoms across my side, sharp and unexpected. I go for her wrist, fingers closing around delicate bone, but she twists, using her momentum to slip free, pivoting with the speed that sets my instincts on fire. I barely block her next move. She aims for my stomach with a sharp, driving knee, but I deflect it with my forearm, gripping the back of her hoodie and yanking her off balance. She gasps, body snapping backward, but instead of falling, she rolls with it, wrenching herself out of my grip just before I can tighten it. She's quick, too quick. Valentina dives for the knife still lodged in the wall. I surge after her. My fingers brush the fabric of her hoodie just as she grips the handle. But before she can yank it free, I slam into her, sending both of us crashing into the dining table. The wood groans under the impact, chairs skidding back, silverware clattering to the floor. Still, she doesn't stop. Before I can pin her, she scrambles upright, reaching blindly, fingers closing around the back of a chair. She swings it hard, the force behind it surprising. The legs narrowly miss my temple, but the movement costs her. She's off balance, wide open. I seize my chance, grabbing the wrist holding the chair and yanking her forward. Her breath stutters as she collides with my chest, and for the first time, I catch the flicker of awareness in her eyes. Not fear. Calculations. She knows she's at a disadvantage. She knows she's losing. I brace for another wild strike, another blind attack, but she doesn't give me one. Instead, she exhales sharply and lets go. Lets me throw her. I don't realize what she's doing until it's too late. She uses my own momentum against me, flipping her body in the air and kicking off my chest, sending herself flying backward toward the counter. Before I can recover, her hand snatches something from the table. A steak knife. Shit. She grips it like she's done this before. Knuckles tight around the handle, the blade pointed at me. Her chest rises and falls, breath quick but controlled, her fingers flexing as if she's testing the weight. From upstairs, a door creaks open. "Valentina?" A woman's voice. Soft. Concerned. Valentina's eyes flick toward the stairs for the briefest second, before she sucks in a sharp breath and roars, "Mom! Hide!" Footsteps retreat. A door slams shut. She doesn't hesitate. She lunges. I barely twist in time, the knife slicing through the air, missing my side by inches. I grab her wrist, but she pivots, slamming her knee into my ribs again, harder this time. A sharp bolt of pain shoots through me, but I hold on, twisting her arm back. She lets out a strangled gasp, the knife slipping from her fingers. She tries to break free, but I force her against the table, my grip tightening. She's stronger than I gave her credit for. Her body writhes beneath mine like a wild animal, her breath ragged, but she refuses to stop. She twists, slamming the heel of her boot into my shin, the sharp crack of it reverberating through my body. I grunt, my grip never faltering around her wrist. I push harder, slamming her against the side of the table. The wood groans under the force, and I feel a sharp pain flare in my side. Her elbow drove into my ribs when I shifted, the jagged edge of the knife catching my skin. Blood, warm and slick, coats my skin, spreading under my clothes. I grit my teeth against the sting, but I don't let go. My fingers dig into her arm, forcing her down as I feel the heat of my own blood seep through the fabric of my shirt. She's fast. Her knee drives into my thigh this time, and the impact sends a shock wave of pain through my leg. But before I can adjust, I feel the cold bite of metal, the knife, cut across the flesh of my arm. I don't register the exact moment it happens. 1 second I'm focused on keeping her still, on pushing her back. And then, searing pain erupts in my bicep. I pull back just in time to avoid her slicing deeper, but the damage is done. Blood drips down my arm, pooling on the floor beneath me. I can feel the pulse of it, each throb like a cruel reminder. The streetlight flickers outside, its glow passing through the window, casting an eerie shadow across her face. For the first time, I really look at her, not as an enemy, not as a target, but as a recognition that jolts me in ways I can't explain. The way her wild hair tumbles around her face, a messy cascade of waves, is striking. But it's her eyes, those sharp, piercing eyes that arrest me. They're green, just like mine. And suddenly, I'm not looking at Valentina anymore. I'm looking at her, just like my mother. The blonde hair, the wavy strands she used to run her fingers through when she was thinking. The green eyes that always seemed to hide an innate knowledge, something deeper than the anger, than the cruelty she wore like a second skin. Her eyes never wavered, just like Valentina's do now. They're filled with the same defiance, the same spark, that terrifyingly familiar fire. I force my gaze away. I can't afford this. I can't afford to feel this, but I can't help it. Is she? No. I never saw that baby again. Valentina's breath is ragged, but she doesn't stop fighting. She doesn't give in. She doesn't know who she is, and she will kill me without knowing she just killed her older brother. I can see it's in her eyes. She moves. In one fluid motion, she reaches down and pulls the knife free. The flash of steel is the only warning I get before the blade drives into my leg, slicing through the fabric of my pants and embedding itself deep into my flesh. I grunt, pain surging up my body as I stagger back, but I don't fall. My hand shoots down, gripping the handle of the knife. I rip it out with a sickening yank, blood spilling from the wound as it drips to the floor. Fury floods me. I don't hesitate this time. I've had enough. Before she can react, I step forward, pressing the blade against her neck with brutal force, the cold steel kissing her skin. Her eyes widen, a sharp breath escaping her lips as she goes still. I press her against me, my chest flush against hers, the tension between us electrifying the air. The blade in my hand, the throb in my leg, the blood that stains my skin. All of it is secondary to the way her pulse races beneath my fingertips. I tighten my grip on the knife, pressing it harder against her neck, just enough to feel her pulse stutter beneath my fingers. The pain in my leg is nothing compared to the fire in my chest, the rage surging through me. I can feel her breath catch in her throat, each shaky exhale sending a shiver down my spine. "Stop!" I hiss, my voice low and dangerous, barely a whisper of control left in it. The knife trembles slightly as I hold it against her, and for a second, I can see the flicker of fear in her eyes. It's brief, barely a flicker, but it's there. "Stop!" I growl again, my voice thick with warning. "Or I'll make you stop, Valentina." Her breath quickens, but she doesn't say anything, doesn't move, except for the subtle rise and fall of her chest beneath mine. Her chest heaves, but her voice is steady, even through the pain. "I'm not afraid of you, Cast." I scoff, my grip tightening. "You should be." I press the knife harder against her skin, feeling the faintest trickle of blood slip down her neck. "You think I won't do it?" I growl, my face close to hers. "You think I won't kill you? I will. I'll kill you, your mother, your brother, all of you, if you don't stop this. Right now." Her eyes flicker with fear now, no longer the fierce defiance, but a raw, trembling realization of the kind of man I am. And for the first time, I think I might have broken through, just enough to make her understand. But she still doesn't break. Her hands, still pinned to her sides, tremble only slightly as the cadence of her breaths rumble through her chest. She doesn't give in. Not yet. "I'm not afraid of death," she whispers. "But you should be, La Barca." God, she's just like her mother. Our mother. "This is your last chance, Valentina," I growl. "Stop now, or I won't hesitate to finish this." I move the blade just a fraction closer to the artery pulsing in her neck, the sharp edge scraping against her skin, drawing another trickle of blood. "You're just a child, Valentina," I growl. "But if you're going to keep fighting me, if you're going to keep playing this game, then I will make the choice for you, and it won't be the kind choice." She jerks back in my arms, but I hold on tight as I continue. "So join me. Be loyal, or die here. Everyone in this house will die here." Her chest rises and falls rapidly, but her gaze doesn't waver, not even an inch. For a moment, it feels like I'm staring into the abyss, waiting for her to decide whether she's going to fall or climb. "I pledge my loyalty," she whispers, and her words feel like a surrender. The air between us goes cold. I stare at her, her pledge sinking into my chest. She's not backing down. She's not caving to fear. She's giving herself to me, willingly. And there's a powerful regard in the way she says it that makes my stomach twist. She's just like her. I lower the knife, my grip still tight on her wrist. "Good," I say, voice hoarse. And for the first time, the blood pounding in my head is the only sound I can hear. "We'll see if you can live up to it." I release her, stepping back just enough to give her space. She stands there, trembling slightly, blood running down her neck, but she doesn't back away. God, I'm not sure if I made a mistake or not, but it's too late now. She's in this, and so am I. Chapter 24. Damien. The ice bites into my skin, sharp and unforgiving, cutting through the heat in my muscles. Sweat chills too fast. My lungs burn. My legs ache. But I push harder. Faster. The pain is grounding. The only thing keeping me tethered. I shouldn't care this much. Shouldn't let it get to me. But the image won't leave my head. Willow crumbling, terror in her eyes, Vincent's name on her lips. I launch into a jump, skates slicing the ice. The world blurs, weightless for a second. Then I land, pain jolting through my bones. I welcome it, because the guilt is worse. Vincent still can't walk without help. 2 months of him pretending he's fine when he's not. He avoids me, like I stole his future. And Willow, fuck Willow. She's slipping away, eyes colder, words fewer, waiting for me to say something. But I don't know what. So I keep going. Again, because the ice is the only place where pain makes sense. It's never enough. I'm breathing hard, chest rising and falling in sharp, uneven bursts, when I hear the heavy creak of the arena doors. My shoulders tense, my body reacting before my brain catches up. No one's supposed to be here. Not this late. The soft clink of glass echoes through the empty rink. I glance toward the entrance and immediately know. Cast. He stands just beyond the barrier, one arm resting lazily on the railing, the other gripping a half-drained bottle of beer like it's the only thing holding him together. He looks like hell. His dark brown curls are a mess, falling in wild disarray over his forehead, and his green eyes, normally sharp, full of barely concealed amusement, are bloodshot, shadowed, wrecked. For a second, neither of us says anything. Then he lifts the bottle in a mock toast. Figured I'd find you here. His voice is rough, raspier than usual. I skate toward the edge of the rink, pushing up against the barrier. You look like shit. He huffs out a sound that's not quite a laugh and not quite a scoff. Yeah, well, you don't look much better, cabron. He tilts his head, eyes narrowing as he takes me in. You sleep? I don't answer. He frowns, but it's a hollow thing, lacking his usual bite. Didn't think so. Up close, he looks worse than I thought. The smudges beneath his eyes are darker, deeper. There's a tension in his jaw, a weariness in the way he holds himself, like something's been eating him alive from the inside out. The kind of exhaustion that sleep won't fix. The kind that festers. What the hell happened to you? I ask. Cass Adams' apple bobs as he swallows, his grip tightening around the bottle until his knuckles go white. His expression is unreadable, but there's a haunted appearance in his bloodshot green eyes. Something fractured. He finally exhales, slow and measured, then mutters. Valentina is my sister. For a second, I think I misheard him. The words don't make sense. Can't make sense. What? My voice comes out sharper than I mean it to. Cass' lips twitch, but it isn't amusement. It's something bitter. You heard me, cabron. He takes a long pull from his beer before setting the bottle down on the rink barrier. His hand lingers there, fingers drumming against the glass like he needs the movement to keep himself from shattering. I shake my head, my mind racing. You're telling me the woman who threatened Willow and almost killed Vincent, the assassin I've been hunting, is your fucking sister? His jaw flexes. Yeah. I stare at him, searching for some sign that this is a joke, some sick, twisted attempt at humor. But Cass isn't laughing. He's not even smirking. Since when? I demand. Since when have you known? Since 2 days ago. His voice is tight, strained. He runs a hand through his messy curls, gripping the back of his neck. I knew my father trusted Ricardo in a way he didn't trust anyone, but I didn't know why. He exhales, his shoulders dropping. Not until I finally saw her. She looks exactly like my mother. I should say something, should react, but my brain is still struggling to keep up. Valentina, Cass' sister. The assassin who almost killed Willow. The woman I've spent weeks fantasizing about ending. My stomach twists, rage warring with the sentiment I can't name. Cass meets my gaze, his green eyes darker than I've ever seen them. Yeah. The word is sharp, final. I swallow hard. And what are you going to do about it? For the first time, resolution flickers behind his eyes. Something lethal. He picks up his beer, takes a slow sip, then snickers. What do you think? I skate closer, the ice beneath my feet almost seeming to ripple with the weight of the tension in the air. Cass watches me, his jaw clenched tight, the weight of the situation settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. You can't kill her, I say, the words coming out before I even think about them. Cass' eyes snap to mine, narrowing dangerously. What did you just say? I skate to a sharp stop in front of Cass, planting my feet as my pulse hammers in my throat. His anger crackles like a live wire, but I don't back down. You can't kill your sister. I say, voice calm despite the storm inside me. Even after everything, she's still your blood. His jaw tightens, but determination flickers in his eyes. She put a blade to Willow's throat. She's been pulling strings in the shadows. How the hell am I supposed to just let that go? You don't have to forgive her, I counter. But you can't kill her without knowing why. What pushed her to this? He scoffs, shaking his head. I'm done making excuses. Done fixing things that can't be fixed. You're not fixing anything by killing her, I say, voice sharp. You're just proving you've already lost. But you haven't. Not yet. His grip tightens around the bottle in his hand. I see the war inside him, the fury, the hurt, the last shred of family he doesn't want to lose. You don't get it, he mutters, almost to himself. She's dangerous. I know, I say, but she's still your sister, and you're still her brother. The words hang heavy between us. He looks away first, swallowing his turmoil. But before either of us can speak, the soft click of heels against the floor cuts through the silence. I turn. Standing in the dim light is someone I never thought I'd see again. Willow's mother. We both turn toward her, and I feel the tension in the air snap taut. How the fuck? I growl, but she cuts me off. Hockey practice schedules are public. So is your relationship with my daughter, she says, tight-lipped before turning to look at Cast. You also have a relationship with my daughter. Is that right? I don't think that is any of your business, Cast growls, his protective instincts flaring up at the mere mention of Willow. What do you want? She doesn't flinch, though. Instead, she stands tall, her gaze meeting his with a quiet determination. I need you to talk Willow into meeting with me. Please. I can't help the incredulous laugh that bubbles up in my chest. Talk to Willow? After everything you've done, you abandoned her. No one is helping you do shit. Her eyes flick to me for just a second, and a sense of failure flickers in them, a flash of vulnerability that quickly fades. I don't expect her to want to see me again, but I need you to convince her. She's my daughter, and I need her to know that I'm sorry. I need to explain, to make things right. Cass steps forward, his body tense, every muscle in his frame coiled like a spring. You think she gives a damn about what you have to say? No. You don't get to just waltz in here and ask for forgiveness like it's nothing. I'm not asking for forgiveness, she replies, her voice growing softer, but still firm. I'm asking for a chance to talk to her, to explain why I did what I did. She deserves to know the truth. All of it. I step in between them, my eyes narrowed. Willow doesn't need to hear your excuses. She's been through enough. And if you think you can just walk in here and have everything magically fixed, you're wrong. There's a long, pregnant silence as we all stand there, the weight of the situation pressing in from every direction. But then something in Willow's mother's face changes. Her hand trembles slightly as she reaches up to touch her chest, and I notice the faint, unmistakable hint of blood staining the corner of her mouth. Are you all right? I ask, stepping forward instinctively. She coughs again, and this time a faint spray of blood splatters onto her hand. Her face pales instantly, and the shaky breath she takes tells me everything I need to know. I'm dying, she says, her voice a whisper now, fragile and cracked. Cast and I both freeze, staring at her in stunned silence. The reality of the moment sinks in, heavy and suffocating. The woman who's caused so much pain, who's been at the center of this web of violence, is standing before us, gasping for breath, blood seeping through her fingers. What? I stammer, my mind spinning. What the hell do you mean? I don't have long, she interrupts, her voice barely audible now. I've been sick for months, and it's only getting worse. But I need to speak to Willow. I need her to understand. Please. Chapter 25. Vincent. I lie on the padded therapy table. My muscles tense as I loop the thick rubber band around my foot. My leg aches, a deep pulsing reminder of everything I've lost and everything I'm fighting to regain. The sterile scent of the rehab center mixes with a softer, more floral fragrance. Willow's perfume. It's light, fresh, an aroma I can't quite name, but it wraps around me like a whispered promise. She stands beside me, her delicate fingers brushing my ankle as she adjusts the resistance band. Her touch is gentle but firm, confident in a way that makes my pulse stutter. Willow has a quiet strength about her, the kind that sneaks up on a person and leaves them breathless. She's not just helping me stretch my legs. She's holding me together, piece by stubborn piece. Push against it slowly, she murmurs, her voice a melody of soft encouragement and quiet command. I exhale through my nose and do as she says, pressing against the resistance band with controlled effort. My muscles tremble slightly, a painful reminder of how much work I still have left to do. I clench my jaw, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. It's not supposed to be this hard. I'm not supposed to be this weak. But then Willow squeezes my calf lightly, a small reassurance. You're doing good, she says, her gaze locked on my leg, watching for any sign of strain. I can't help but watch her instead. The way her dark lashes frame her eyes, the slight furrow of concentration in her brow, the way her lips part as she observes me like she can see beyond the muscle and bone, straight into me. She's beautiful in a way that feels dangerous, like looking too long might make me forget everything else. And that terrifies me. I force my focus back on the exercise, inhaling sharply as I pull my leg back to its starting position. Willow adjusts the band again, her hands sure and steady, like she's done this 1,000 times. Maybe she has. Maybe she's always touched me like this the whole time, like she loves me, with warmth that seeps into my skin and settles in my chest. But I doubt it, because when she looks at me, there's a sentiment there, something unspoken. How does it feel? She asks, stepping back slightly, but not far enough that I can't still feel the ghost of her hands on me. Like hell, I admit, my voice rougher than I intended. She laughs, a soft, breathy sound that sends a sharp and unexpected sensation through my ribs. Good. That means it's working. My lips twitch despite myself. You enjoy my suffering, don't you? Her lips quirk, a playful glint in her eyes. Just a little. Damn, she's stunning. Not in an obvious, flashy way. No. Willow is the kind of beauty that creeps up on you, that makes you want to lean closer without realizing you're doing it. I exhale and push against the band again, my body rebelling, but I refuse to stop. Don't overdo it, Willow warns, her fingers lightly brushing against my knee, steadying me. Pushing too hard could set you back. I grit my teeth, exhaling harshly through my nose. I don't have time for setbacks. Her gaze softens, unconditional love flickering across her face. I know, she says, so quietly I almost don't hear it. She knows. She always knows. I hate that. Hate how easily she sees through me. How she can sift through all the bullshit and find the cracks underneath. I don't want to be fragile. I don't want to be seen as broken. But Willow never looks at me like I'm broken. And that scares me most of all. She straightens, rolling her shoulders back as she reaches for a clipboard. Let's take a break. I don't want you pushing past your limit. I exhale, reluctantly letting go of the band. My muscles tremble as I shift on the table, and before I can stop myself, Willow is there, steadying me with a hand on my arm. Willow clears her throat. We'll try another set in a few minutes. Drink some water. I smirk, reaching for the bottle she hands me. Bossy. She rolls her eyes but doesn't deny it. I take a slow sip, watching her over the rim. I should stop this, whatever this is. But as Willow turns away, already preparing for the next exercise, I know one thing for certain. Stopping is the last thing I want to do. I watch Willow move, the way she bites her lip in concentration, the way her fingers glide over the clipboard, following my doctor's orders to the letter. My chest tightens, not from pain, but from a deeper, more terrifying realization. I can't live without her. I don't even want to try. A smug smile tugs at my lips as I set the water bottle down. You know, Willow, if you keep taking such good care of me, I might start thinking you're in love with me. Just as much as I'm in love with you. She scoffs, but the blush creeping up her neck betrays her. What do you think? She looks at me through her eyelashes, a pout on her lips. Am I in love with you? Maybe. I shift slightly, wincing as my muscles protest. Willow shakes her head, exasperation flickering in her eyes, but she doesn't move away when I reach for her wrist, my fingers curling gently around her pulse point. I mean it, I say, my voice quieter now, more raw. You keep me together, Willow. I don't know what I'd do without you. She swallows, her lips parting like she wants to say something, but I don't give her the chance. The words come before I even think them through. Marry me. Her eyes snap to mine, wide and unguarded. Vincent. Marry me, I repeat, firmer this time. My grip on her wrist tightening just slightly, like I'm afraid she'll pull away. I still love you, Willow, and I don't want to waste another damn second pretending I could ever live without you. You can't live without me either, and you know it. Her lips part, but no words come out. I see it in her eyes, the hesitation, the war waging inside her. She's already told me no once, but that was before. Before I realized I couldn't live, couldn't die, couldn't exist in any way without knowing she's my wife. I don't let go of her wrist. I don't let her slip away. Not this time. You can say no again, I tell her, my voice steady, sure. And I'll ask you again tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, until you finally understand that there isn't a world where I stop wanting you, where I stop needing you to be mine. Willow exhales shakily, but she doesn't pull away. That's a win. A small one, but I'll take it. Vincent. I don't care how long it takes. I cut in, my fingers tightening around hers. I don't care if you tell me 1,000 times that it's too complicated, or too soon, or whatever excuse you think I'll accept. I won't. Because the only thing I know, the only thing I'm sure of in my entire life, is that you are my dream, Willow. Her breath hitches. I lift her hand, press it against my chest, right over my heart. This, it's yours. Always has been. She shakes her head like she doesn't believe me, like she's trying to guard herself. But I see the way her eyes shine, the way her lips tremble. You don't mean it, she whispers, her voice barely audible. You're just... I mean every damn word. I tilt my head, my eyes locked onto hers. So tell me no again, if you really want to. But just know, I'm not stopping. I'll ask you every day, Willow, because I already know how this ends. Her fingers twitch against my chest, like she wants to push me away but can't bring herself to do it. And how does this end? She asks, her voice unsteady. I don't hesitate. With you as my wife. Willow lets out a shaky breath, her eyes locked onto mine, searching for something. Doubt, uncertainty, hesitation. But she won't find it, I'm sure. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Then, just when I think she's about to say no again, her expression changes. Her walls crumble, and in the next breath, she moves. I barely have time to react before she throws herself onto my lap, her arms wrapping around my neck, her body pressing into mine. A sharp gasp escapes her lips, maybe from the sheer recklessness of what she's doing, or maybe because I let out a deep, almost pained groan when she lands against me. I don't care if it hurts. I don't care about anything except the way her lips crash into mine. Desperate, demanding, full of the passion we've both been holding back for too damn long. I fist my hands in her shirt, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss until I can't tell where I end and she begins. She tastes like everything I've ever wanted, everything I'll ever need. When she finally pulls back, her forehead resting against mine, we're both breathing hard, our chests rising and falling in sync. Yes, she whispers, her lips brushing against mine as she speaks. Yes, Vincent, I'll marry you. A slow, satisfied grin spreads across my face. Damn right you will. She lets out a soft laugh, her fingers threading through my hair. I lean back slightly, just enough to take her in, to memorize the way she looks in this moment, flushed, breathless, mine. Mrs. Beaumont, I murmur, savoring the way it sounds, the way it feels. Her breath catches, her fingers tightening in my hair. Say it again. I smirk, dragging my lips across her jaw, up to her ear. Mrs. Beaumont. She shudders. And I know in that moment, this woman, my woman, is never getting away from me. I lean in closer to Willow, my lips hovering just above hers. The tension between us thickens, and for a moment, all I can think about is how good it feels to have her like this. Completely and utterly mine. Just as I'm about to whisper Mrs. Beaumont again, a sound breaks the moment. The door creaks open, and I groan internally. Really? I mutter under my breath, irritation sparking. Damien's voice rings out, smooth and cool, though I catch the undertone of a sardonic nature. Damn, you two need a room. I roll my eyes and pull back, my body already stiffening in annoyance. We did. Someone walked into it. Damien stands in the doorway. His usual unreadable expression as stone-faced as ever. Cast, who is standing next to him, however, doesn't seem to care that he's interrupting anything. He steps forward like this is just another casual drop-in, as if I wasn't just about to make things official with Willow. He glances at her, and then the words slip from his mouth with a finality that hits me like a punch to the gut. "Willow," Cass says, his tone shifting from teasing to a grim nature. "Your mother. She's dying."
Chapter 26. Willow. Death seems to be a friend of mine now, and I don't know how to stop my acquaintanceship with him. He seems to be ruthless and foolish and intent on ruining my life. I know I ran from my mother. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't look at her after all those nights of being alone filled my brain, wishing and praying that she would come back. The loneliness, it ate me alive as a child. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. It is as if the minute the universe hears that I'm okay, it drags me back to being small and afraid, kicking and screaming, back to being my grief-filled self. Last time I saw my mother, she didn't look sick. She didn't look like anything was wrong with her. In fact, she just looked older and worn, yet healthy as the last time I saw her. I guess that is the fucked up part about illness. How normal everyone looks. How 1 minute you can look like the older version of a 34-year-old who abandoned her daughter for a better life. And then only 3 months later, you look as if death has touched you. I hold my breath as my gaze shifts over the gray shadows lining my mother's face. Her high cheekbones, once proud and full, now seem to sag with the weight of time and sickness. Her smile, though there, is empty, nothing more than a hollow echo of what used to be. The light catches her eyes, but even that can't mask the exhaustion there, the fading sparkle that used to shine so brightly. Her once defined jawline is now skeletal, hollowed out by whatever poison is eating her from the inside. Her hand shakes slightly as she taps on the table, a nervous tic I've seen numerous times, but now it feels like a desperate plea for control. "Come on, Wilbear," she says, her voice cracking a little. "You've got to talk to me. You got to say something." She tilts her head at an odd angle, almost childlike in the way she looks up at me, like she expects me to just forgive her, to let everything slide because now, when death is knocking on her door, she wants a moment of connection. The anger inside me churns, hot and raw, threatening to spill over. I want to scream, tell her all the things that have been festering inside me for years, the things I've carried around like a weight. You abandoned me. You left me to pick up the pieces of a broken family while you ran off to live your life, and now you expect me to care? Good luck, Mom. I hope cancer doesn't kill you as quickly as the guilt that you'll never feel for what you did. Or how about this? Fuck you for even thinking that when you're on your deathbed, you have the right to talk to me like this, to expect me to just open up and say something that means anything at all. But then, the words I've rehearsed in my mind so many times before suddenly feel hollow. How does it sound to say, "I love you, Mom. I miss you. I miss Dad, and I'm scared, and I feel like I'm alone"? How does that feel? Like shit. It's all bullshit. Before I came here, I wrote letters. I thought maybe if I put it all down on paper, I'd feel better. But now, standing here looking at her, none of it matters. I don't want to say anything at all. I wish I could shut my mouth, just walk away and leave her to her death. But the pain that weighs me down, the rawness of everything, keeps me rooted to this spot. And still, the silence stretches, thick and suffocating, as I try to figure out what to do with all the chaos inside me. Okay, how about I talk first? I will tell you everything you need to know about the last couple of years of my life. Where should I start? She thrums her fingers against the table with an excited gleam in her eye. 5 years ago I went to Paris. I really want to go. What? She wiggles her eyebrows, and I glance out the window at the guys, who are leaning against Damien's Dodge Challenger, and staring at us as if we're prey. Well, as if my mother is prey. When my eyes land on Vincent, he winks at me and my cheeks beat a bright red. So while Dad and I were starving, trying to figure out where our next meal was coming from, you were gallivanting around in Paris? I fold my arms over my chest and scrunch up my nose in a sarcastic manner. How fun! My mother's smile falters, but she quickly recovers, shrugging like it's no big deal. Paris was a gift, Will. A moment of freedom. You wouldn't understand. I want to scream. I want to tear into her, ask her how she could abandon us, and then run off to Paris. How does that make sense? But the words don't come out. Instead, I sit there, simmering in my own anger, biting down on the resentment that threatens to choke me. Right, I say, my voice tight with disbelief. Freedom. Meanwhile, Dad and I were just trying to stay alive, while you were sipping wine by the Eiffel Tower. Her face twitches, and she shifts in her chair uncomfortably. The excuse hangs in the air between us, but I don't believe it. I never did. Willow, you need to understand. She starts, her voice softer now, almost pleading. There's more to it than you think. You think I had it easy, but I didn't. I had my own demons to fight. I let out a bitter laugh. Yeah? And where were you when I needed you? When I was 7 and wondering why my mother didn't want to be around. When I was 15, my heart was failing, needing my mother. Where were you then? Her face tightens, but there's no denial, no defense. She just looks at me. Those same empty eyes, and for the first time I see a flicker of regret. But it's not enough. Not enough to undo everything. The silence hangs heavy again, and I find myself getting lost in the chaos of my emotions. There's so much I want to say, but I can't bring myself to do it. Part of me wants to walk out, to leave this all behind and forget about her. But another part of me is trapped, stuck in the past, still hoping, no matter how much I wish I could stop, that some part of her will finally see me, that she'll finally care. I glance out the window again, at the guys still leaning against Damien's car. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. The way they're all staring at us, at her, makes me feel like I'm safe and protected under their watchful eyes. And then my gaze lands on Vincent. He's standing tall, a smirk tugging at his lips, and he winks at me again. The heat floods my cheeks, a rush of warmth I wasn't expecting, but it's familiar. Okay, my mother interrupts, still looking at me with that gleam in her eye, like she's forgotten everything that just passed between us. Tell me which one is your boyfriend. The way they all look at you, you'd think they each had a claim over you. The question throws me off. I laugh, the sound escaping a little more hysterically than I intended. I can't help it, though. There's something so absurd about her thinking she has the right to ask. All of them? I say, trying to deflect. Maybe they just like the view. Her eyebrows shoot up, her lips twisting into a sly grin. Is that so? Well, you've certainly got a good problem on your hands then, haven't you? I can't help but smile at the thought. All of them owning me, caring for me. Sounds like the best day of my life. But I'm not ready to say that out loud. Not yet. I can't even begin to explain how complicated everything is. How Vincent, being my fiancé now, changes everything. I don't know what Damien or Cast will think about it, and I'm terrified they might hate me for it. Her face softens, but she doesn't seem ashamed. Life is complicated, Willow. You wouldn't know, but complicated? I cut her off, leaning forward now, my frustration bubbling to the surface. Complicated doesn't explain abandoning your family. It doesn't explain the years of silence. My mother's eyes flicker, and for a moment, I see something break in her. She hesitates, her fingers stopping their restless tapping on the table. The softness in her gaze catches me off guard, and for the briefest second, I wonder if she's about to explain, to finally open up the way I've always needed her to. I found out I had limited time, she says, her voice suddenly fragile, laced with a kind of vulnerability I haven't heard from her in years. I didn't want to die with regrets. I wanted to live, Willow. Really live. I blink, stunned by the confession. What do you mean you wanted to live? I ask, my voice thick with disbelief. You left me, Mom. You left Dad. You didn't even try to be a mother. How does running off to Paris and living your life without a care make any damn sense? What kind of living is that? She lowers her gaze, her face crumpling for a moment, but then she looks back at me with a sharpness in her eyes. I wasn't living before, Willow. I was suffocating, drowning in a life I thought I was supposed to have, not the one I wanted. You think I wasn't torn apart by leaving you and your father? But I had to do it. I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. You should have stayed, I snap, my voice rising. You should have stayed and fought. We needed you, Mom. I needed you. Don't give me that I had to find myself bullshit. You didn't even try to find us. Her face hardens and she leans in a little, her eyes fierce despite the weakness in her body. You think I didn't fight? She shoots back, her words sharp like a knife. You think I didn't try to make something of myself before all of this? You think it was easy, walking away from everything, from you? But I couldn't keep living for other people, Willow. I had to live for myself, even if it meant I wouldn't be there for you. It wasn't an easy choice, but it was mine to make. I feel the anger burn through me, hot and thick. Your living for yourself meant abandoning your family. It meant hurting us, Mom. You didn't just leave. You left a wound that I've carried around my entire life. And now, you think you can just come back and make everything okay? You think you can apologize your way out of this? Her lips tremble, and I see her eyes glisten, but I'm past feeling sympathy. I'm past feeling sorry for her. I never wanted to hurt you, she whispers, her voice cracking under the weight of her own regret. But I couldn't stay, Willow. I couldn't. I was suffocating in my own life. And when I found out I didn't have much time left, I realized that I needed to live. Not for you. Not for anyone else. Just for me. For the first time in my life. I shake my head, tears pricking the back of my eyes, but I fight them back. Well, guess what, Mom? You can't just live for yourself anymore. You're dying. And you think you can fix everything with a few words now? It's too late. It's too damn late. I stare at my mother, my chest tight, my stomach churning. The anger is still bubbling inside me, but now it feels different. Colder. Harder. I can't stand looking at her. Can't stand hearing her pathetic excuses anymore. I throw a glance at Damien, who's still watching me, his face etched with compassion and concern. But his silence is almost worse than anything he said. Then I turn back to my mom. You know what? Forget it. I snap, my voice sharp. I can't do this. I can't keep doing this with you. My hands are shaking again, but not from anger. More like the weight of everything I've just realized. The bitterness that's been festering for years suddenly rises up in my throat, and I can't stop it. I reach into my pocket, pull out a crumpled $50 bill, and slap it down on the table between us with enough force to make the paper flutter. Her eyes widen, like she's not sure what to make of it. I don't care. Here, I say, my voice hard and final. Get whatever you want. Your last meal or whatever the hell it is. I don't give a shit. I stand up abruptly, my chair scraping loudly across the floor, the motion sharp and jarring in the quiet diner. I can't even look at her anymore. I've said everything I needed to say, and it feels like there's nothing left. I storm out of the diner, the sound of the door slamming behind me echoing in my ears. My heart pounds at my chest, a mixture of fury and pain surging through me. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe she thinks a few fucking words can fix everything after years of neglect, of abandonment. I can't breathe. Can't think straight with all the shit swirling in my head. My legs carry me without thinking, the cold air outside hitting me like a slap to the face. But it does nothing to calm the fire burning within me. My hands tremble at my sides, and I mutter under my breath, Fuck her. Fuck her and everything she did to me. I don't give a shit about her regrets now. I hear footsteps behind me, and before I can even register what's happening, I feel Damien's presence, his heavy footsteps catching up to me. Willow, wait up, he calls out, his voice a little too soft, too understanding. I whirl around, my face flushed with anger. No, Damien, I'm done. You want me to feel sorry for her? After everything she did to me, after the hell she put me through? You want me to give her a chance? Fuck that. His expression hardens, and I can see the frustration in his eyes, but I don't care. You're being irrational, he snaps. She's dying, Willow. You're going to regret this. Regret shutting her out. Just like I regret the last time I saw my mom. I freeze, his words slicing through the haze of anger in my head. What the hell are you talking about? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Damien takes a step closer, his eyes locking onto mine. My mom. She gave you her heart, Willow. She gave me everything she could when she was alive, and I was upset with her when she told me about you. I didn't speak to her in her final hours. I didn't give her a chance to make things right, and now I can't ever take that back. I'll live with that regret for the rest of my life. My chest tightens at his words, but it only fuels my anger further. You're not me, and you don't get to tell me how to feel about my mother. I take a step back, my hands balling into fists. You have no idea what this feels like, so don't fucking tell me how to handle it. Damien's jaw clenches, and in a split second he moves. One arm wraps around my waist, the other locking around my legs. And before I can even process what's happening, he lifts me off the ground. I gasp, kicking my legs as I feel the shock of being thrown over his shoulder. Damien, what the fuck are you doing? I scream, pounding my fist against his back, but he doesn't budge. Shut up, Willow. He growls. You're going back inside. We're not doing this out here. I keep struggling, But the bastard is strong, stronger than I could have ever expected. And within seconds, I'm back inside the diner. Damien is holding me effortlessly as he makes his way to the chair where my mother is still sitting, sobbing. She looks up at me as Damien dumps me in the seat and sits next to me. "Hi, I'm Damien, Willow's boyfriend. You found me at my school arena and asked me to talk to her for you." She sniffles and nods. "Hi, Damien. I remember you." "Listen." He starts, turning to me. "I know Willow is not ready to forgive you, and that's fine. But until she is, you are going to live at our penthouse for now. They'll take you there." I feel the anger rise again, my pulse spiking. "What the fuck do you mean? She doesn't get to waltz back into my life like this, Damien. She doesn't get to walk in, screw everything up, and then expect a place to stay like nothing happened." Damien's jaw tightens, but he doesn't back down. "She's dying, Willow. You're going to have to deal with that sooner or later. Cast is helping her for now because you're not ready, but that doesn't mean you can shut her out completely." I'm about to explode, the words burning on the tip of my tongue, when my mother looks up at me. Her eyes wide, her voice desperate. "Willow, please." I cut her off with a sharp glare, and Damien speaks ahead of me. "Go, Mrs. Carter." She looks at me, sadness piercing in her eyes, before leaving the diner and walking up to Vincent and Cast. I stare at her empty seat as silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating, until Damien stands up and walks to the door, looking back at me over his shoulder. "I'll be outside." I can't contain the frustration building up inside me. As I watch him leave, I finally snap. "I'm so fucking glad I'm Vincent's fiancée and not yours." The words fly out of my mouth before I can stop them, the venom in my voice sharper than anything I've ever felt. Damien stops in his tracks, his back stiffening. His eyes flicker darker, and I know I've crossed a line. Without a word, he turns around and storms out of the diner, a blur of motion, before I even realize what's happening. Cast is driving off from the diner in his car just as the sickening crack of a punch rings across the parking lot. Chapter 27. Willow. Damien brings out the worst in me. His presence ignites a raw and uncontrollable weakness. Vincent stumbles, blood dripping from his nose, and fury burns through me. I grab his face, not out of concern, but to keep everything from unraveling. "You all right?" My voice is sharper than I intended. Vincent winces, grinning through gritted teeth. "What do you think?" He glares towards a pacing Damien. "What the hell's his problem?" I exhale hard, pulling away. "He thinks he owns me." I spit, the words cutting deep. "Like whatever we had gives him some fucking claim." Vincent's brows shoot up. "Wait, he thinks you belong to him?" I hesitate. Everything crashing down. Damien's punch, Vincent's arrogance, and my mother's abandonment. "Fuck him," I mutter, hands trembling. "He thinks he can just ruin everything because he feels like it." Vincent's gaze sharpens. "He has no right, but neither do you. You're engaged to me, Willow. You made that choice." The words land like a slap. My breath catches. "Do you really want to do this right now?" I hiss, stepping back. Vincent's voice is cold. "Maybe I do." My anger boils over. "Then let me be clear. I'm not yours. I'm not anyone's. I belong to me." Silence. Vincent wipes his nose, his eyes filled with determination. "Not true, Princess. You know where you belong, and who to." "She belongs only to you now?" Damien's voice cuts in, eyes wild.
Yep. Damien points at Vincent, anger pulsating as he speaks. You're lucky I didn't do worse to him. He looks right past Vincent to me. But if you're playing games, we're done. Understand?
I meet his gaze, my voice shaking. Done with what, Damien? You think I'm playing games? His jaw clenches, rage simmering.
Yeah, I think you're fucking playing games with all of us.
The words shatter something inside me. Tears spill unbidden, and I can't stop them. He stands there, seething, his jaw clenched tight as he glares at me like he's seeing right through me.
And you didn't believe me, Willow?
His voice is venomous, a growl that feels like it's meant to tear me apart.
Tell me for 1 second you believed I didn't want you. Tell me you believed Cast didn't want you.
I open my mouth to respond, but the words get stuck in my throat. Did I believe it? Did I really think they didn't care? The truth is, I knew. I knew they wanted me. They made it so fucking obvious, even in the moments they tried to push me away, to force me to believe I wasn't worth the trouble. I knew they loved me, even though I couldn't let myself believe it. I had spent so long convincing myself that I didn't deserve love, that no one could possibly love someone like me, someone who had been abandoned, broken, and left to fend for herself. I convinced myself that it was better to push them away, to run before they could hurt me. But now, standing here, the truth crashes in on me, raw and unrelenting. Damien, I whimper, my voice barely a whisper. I don't know what to believe anymore. He takes a step closer, his presence overwhelming. The air around us thickens, charged with a vulnerability I've never seen from him. His hand reaches for my face, his thumb brushing against my cheek to wipe away the tears that have fallen freely.
Tell me you didn't know that we loved you, and I will forgive you, Willow.
His voice cracks, so soft and heartbreaking that it breaks me all over again. I close my eyes trying to steady myself, but I feel like I'm drowning in everything. His words, the guilt, the ache in my chest. I want to say something, anything. But the truth is that I did know. I knew from the start. I knew Cast wanted me in his own way, with his quiet intensity, his gaze always lingering a little too long. And Damien wanted me with all the fire and rawness that burned inside of him, a fire that both terrified and fascinated me. I knew they loved me, but I couldn't handle it. I wasn't strong enough to believe it, to trust them. I take a shaky breath, my heart racing. I knew. I whisper, my voice breaking. I knew, but I couldn't let myself believe it. I didn't mean to hurt you, I want to say. The words stick in my throat, trapped by all the unspoken things I've buried for so long. My eyes drop to his shirt, unable to meet his gaze. The weight of everything, the love, the hurt, the regret, feels too much. I can't look at him. Not yet. Damien pulls me in close, his hands strong but gentle as they grip my waist. I feel his breath against my ear, warm and heavy. And for a second, I think maybe he's going to say something comforting. Maybe he'll tell me everything's going to be okay. But when he speaks, his words shatter me in ways I didn't expect.
We're done,
he whispers, his voice low, clipped, and filled with finality. Every muscle in my body locking up. My heart skips a beat, and the world around me seems to come to a grinding halt. The words hit me harder than I could have ever imagined, like a punch to the gut. What? I gasp, pulling back just enough to look at him, my breath catching in my throat. Damien's jaw is set, his face composed. But there's a storm brewing in his eyes, an intense boiling rage that's fighting with the hurt he's trying to hide.
"I can't do this, Willow,"
he says, his voice trembling with restraint.
"You heard me. I am done. We are done."
Chapter 28. Willow. After a couple of days, my mother is fully moved into the Chessman's penthouse. Her room is in the east wing, while my room is in the west. I refuse to talk to her when I see her, and the resentment that I have for her and Damien only grows with every passing day. Damien refuses to come back home no matter what I do or who talks to him. I don't know whether or not Cast knows about the engagement, but he's too busy with Valentina to confront me. Or at least that's what I think until he summons me to his bedroom. It's damn near 2 in the morning when he arrives, and I am lying across his bed with a book in my hand and wearing my pajamas. A baby pink satin dress that basically should be underwear with no bra or underwear. And when Cast walks in and sees me, he pauses.
"Maybe I should make you move in here with me,"
he chuckles, yanking down on the tie around his throat. "Tell me when to pack my bags," I tease while sitting up on his bed. He unbuttons his shirt and scoffs.
"Wouldn't you have to ask your fiancé first?"
Fuck. You know?
"Of course I fucking know."
He kicks off his shoes. His body moves with an easy, almost lazy confidence as he crawls onto the bed, his hands pressing into the mattress on either side of me, caging me in.
"You think I wouldn't find out?"
His voice is low, husky, edged with sinister resolve.
"Vincent claimed you by proposing to you behind our backs, like that would change anything."
He leans in, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off him.
"Like that would make you any less mine."
I swallow hard, my body betraying me even as my mind screams at me to be careful. "I'm not," I start, but he cuts me off with a dark chuckle.
"You're not what, Willow?"
His lips hover near my ear, his breath sending a shiver down my spine.
"You're not what?"
His voice is low, a dangerous purr that makes my stomach tighten.
"Not mine?"
I should say yes. I should push him away, remind him that I'm engaged to Vincent, that this, whatever this is, shouldn't be happening. But the truth tangles in my throat and all that comes out is a shaky exhale. His fingers skim down my arm, slow and deliberate, sending tingles across my skin.
"Say it,"
he murmurs, his nose brushing against my jaw.
"Say you don't belong to me."
I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. The words are there, lodged somewhere deep, but they won't come. They can't. Not when the air between us feels like I'm on fire, not when his touch is already searing into me. Cast hums, pleased, his lips quirking up in a smug and victorious regard.
"That's what I thought."
Then he kisses me. It's not soft. It's not tentative. It's a claiming, a reminder, a punishment all at once. His lips crash against mine, and I feel it everywhere, hot, electric, dizzying. His hands slide into my hair, tugging just enough to make me gasp, and he takes advantage, deepening the kiss with a hunger that makes my head spin. I should stop this. I should tell him no. But when my fingers curl into his open shirt, pulling him closer instead of pushing him away, I know I was never going to say no to Cast. His hands are everywhere, rough and possessive, leaving trails of heat in their wake. My back hits the bed with a soft thud, and his body presses into mine, hard and unyielding. His lips leave mine to trail down my neck, biting and sucking in a way that makes my knees weak. I can't think. Can't breathe, can't do anything but feel. "Cast," I whisper, my voice trembling. It's meant to be a protest, a boundary, but it comes out like a plea. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his eyes dark and burning with a dominant and possessive stare.
"Say it," he demands again, his voice rough. "Say you're mine."
I shake my head, but it's weak, half-hearted. "I can't."
"You can."
He growls, his hands tightening on my hips, his fingers digging into my skin.
"Say it."
I open my mouth, but the words won't come. Instead, I let out a whimper as his lips find my collarbone, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin. My hands grip his shoulders, unsure whether I'm trying to push him away or pull him closer. Cast doesn't give me a choice. He lifts me onto his lap, my legs instinctively wrapping around his waist as I straddle him.
"Say it,"
he orders again, his voice low and dangerous. I swallow hard, trying to find the words, trying to deny him, but all I can manage is a soft gasp as his hand slides up my thigh, pushing my dress higher. His touch is electric, sending shocks of pleasure through my body, and I can't help but arch into him. "Cast," I breathe, my voice shaking. He cuts me off with another kiss, this one deeper, more demanding. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, and I can't help but moan, my hands tangling in his hair. He pulls away just long enough to yank off his shirt, and then he's back. His bare skin pressed against mine, hot and hard and so intoxicating. His lips find my ear again, his breath hot against my skin.
"Tell me you're mine, Willow,"
he whispers, his voice rough with need.
"Say it, or I'll make you."
My heart pounds in my chest as he lays me back down on his bed, the sheets cool against my overheated skin. He hovers above me, his eyes locked on mine, and I can see the hunger in them, the raw need that mirrors my own. I shiver, my body trembling under his touch. I'm yours," I finally whisper, the words barely audible. He growls, low and satisfied, and his lips crash against mine again, this time even more demanding. His hands continue their assault, exploring, claiming, leaving no part of me untouched. I can't think, can't breathe, can't do anything but feel. God, I'm lost. He breaks the kiss to trail his lips down my neck, his teeth grazing my skin in a way that makes me gasp. His hands slip under my dress, pushing it up and over my head, leaving me bare before him. His eyes rake over me, dark and hungry, and I feel exposed, vulnerable, but also wanted in a way I've never felt before. "Cast," I whisper, my voice trembling. He doesn't answer with words. Instead, he kisses me again, his hands exploring every inch of my body, setting me on fire. I'm drowning in him, in the way he touches me, the way he makes me feel. His lips leave mine to trail down my body, leaving a path of heat in their wake. And I can't help but arch into him, my hands gripping the sheets.
"Say it again,"
he demands, his voice thick with possession. "I'm yours," I whisper, breathless, my pulse thrumming beneath his touch. A deep, satisfied growl rumbles from his chest before his mouth crashes against me, hot, demanding, even more possessive. My world narrows to the heat of his tongue, the scrape of his teeth.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
the way his hands anchor me in place as he drives me higher. Every nerve ignites, pleasure winding tight, and I can't hold back the moan that spills from my lips. Cast doesn't stop, doesn't slow. He devours me, his tongue flicking, stroking, teasing in a perfect, ruthless symphony against my core. His grip tightens, keeping me exactly where he wants me as he works me open, drawing shuddering gasps from my lips. My fingers tangle in his hair, nails biting into his scalp as I arch into him, desperate, breathless. Cast, His dark gaze flicks up, burning, commanding. Yes, you can. The rough authority in his voice unravels me. A shuddering cry breaks from my lips as I fall apart, pleasure slamming through me in waves. He stays with me through it, drawing out every last tremor until I'm limp beneath him, my breath coming in shaky gasps. But he's not done, not even close. His lips trail a heated path up my body, tasting, claiming. By the time his mouth finds mine, I'm already arching into him, already needing more. His kiss is a collision of hunger and control, his hands branding me as he settles between my thighs. Say it again, he murmurs, voice rough against my lips. I don't want to hear anything else. I'm yours, I breathe, my body still trembling. A guttural sound escapes him, and then he's inside me, stretching, filling, consuming. I gasp, fingers digging into his shoulders, but he doesn't give me time to adjust. His hips snap forward, his rhythm merciless. And I can only cling to him as pleasure detonates me all over again. His teeth scrape my jaw, his voice a dark promise. You belong to me. His hands grip my hips, pulling me impossibly closer, his movements growing sharper, deeper. Each thrust steals my breath, sends electric heat racing through my veins. Say it, he orders, his voice raw. I belong to you, Cast. Satisfaction flickers in his gaze before his lips claim mine again, hot, bruising, unforgiving. My body tightens, need coiling deep, spiraling out of control. He knows. He feels it. And he pushes me harder, his hand sliding between us, coaxing, demanding, until I shatter beneath him again, a helpless cry on my lips. He follows with a rough groan, his body tensing, his grip on me unyielding as he comes undone. For a moment, the only sound between us is the ragged tangle of our breaths. Then his lips brush my temple, softer now, reverent. Mine. I nod, still trembling, fingers threading through his hair. Only yours. A slow, wicked smile curves his lips. Good girl. His hands slide down my body, possessive, teasing as he pulls out of me, our cum mixing. Now tell Vincent the engagement is off. My body stiffens against his, the post-bliss warmth instantly chilled. I push against his chest, forcing space between us, my heartbeat hammering for an entirely different reason now. No. The word hangs between us, sharp, defiant. Cast's expression darkens, the dangerous edge surfacing in his gaze. He pulls back, his grip tightening on my waist as if to keep me from slipping away. What the fuck do you mean, no? I shake my head, untangling myself from him as I slide off the bed, reaching for my dress. My hands tremble slightly as I pull it over my head, but I force my voice to stay steady. I mean, I'm not calling it off. His silence is thick with fury. I feel his gaze burning into my back as I smooth the fabric down, trying to regain even a shred of control. Then, suddenly, he's in front of me, fingers gripping my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. No one who is mine belongs to another man. I swallow hard, my pulse pounding, but I refuse to back down. You don't own me, Cast. His jaw ticks. Like hell I don't. I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. This? I motioned between us. This wasn't some grand declaration of ownership. It was sex. His eyes flash, his grip tightening just enough to remind me exactly who I'm dealing with. Don't fucking play with me, Willow. I'm not, I snap, yanking my chin free. But I won't let you dictate my life. Vincent and I... Cass's growl is pure menace as he steps closer, crowding me back against the door. Don't fucking say his name right now. Why? Because it reminds you that I have a choice? I shoot back, my breathing unsteady. That you don't control me? His eyes narrow, and for a second I see something else beneath the anger. Something raw and unhinged. If you want to leave this room, Willow, then hear me loud and fucking clear. He leans in, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. You walk out that door, and we're done. The air between us crackles, the weight of his ultimatum bearing down on me. I swallow, my throat tight, my hands clenched at my sides, but I keep my chin high, my resolve unwavering. Then I guess we're done. I don't wait for his reaction. I don't give myself time to second guess. I turn on my heel, my pulse hammering against my ribs, and walk out. The second I step into the hallway, the air feels thinner. But the suffocating weight in my chest only grows. The echo of my footsteps is drowned out by the pounding rain against the windows. I barely register the blur of the penthouse lobby, my only focus on getting out. By the time I push through the revolving doors, the storm is relentless. Rain slashes at my skin, soaking through my clothes in seconds, but I don't stop. I hail the first taxi I see, slipping inside before my mind can betray me, before the weight of what I just did crushes me. Where to? The driver asks, his voice scratchy, indifferent. I hesitate only for a moment before rattling off Vincent's address. The name tastes foreign on my tongue, but it's the only place I can go. Vincent was kicked out of the penthouse by Damien the night he found out we were engaged, with strict rules that he was not welcomed there any longer. I was only allowed to stay because Cass said so, but Damien hasn't talked to me since. The car pulls away from the curb, and I press my forehead to the cool glass, my breath fogging up the window. Cass's voice still echoes in my head. You walk out that door, and we're done. A week ago, I wouldn't have believed he could say those words. A week ago, I was still trying to pretend there was a version of us that could survive this. But right now, I don't know if I can. Chapter 29. Willow. What's wrong? Vincent's eyes narrow in on me, his anger rolling off him in waves hot enough to dry my damp clothes. His hand slides around my shoulders as he guides me into his mansion, his grip firm, possessive, like he's afraid I'll disappear if he lets go. I sniffle, pulling my hoodie closer to my chest, as if that alone could shield me from his scrutiny. Nothing. Try again, Vincent snarls, his fingers tightening around the back of my neck. The pressure isn't enough to hurt, but it's a warning, a reminder that he knows me too well to believe the lie. The warmth of his home does nothing to chase away the chill that clings to my skin. Water drips from my sleeves, puddling onto the pristine marble floors, but Vincent doesn't seem to care. His focus is on me, on my trembling fingers, the way my shoulders curl inward, how I won't meet his gaze. I bite my lip, struggling to keep my voice even. It's my fault. Vincent exhales sharply, his jaw ticking. Your fault? His other hand comes up, cupping my chin and tilting my face up to his. His dark blue eyes search mine, scanning every inch, every little crack in the mask I'm so desperately trying to keep in place.
You want me to believe that you made yourself cry? I swallow hard, but my throat feels raw, like I've been screaming without realizing it. The truth claws at my insides, begging to be let out. But I don't know if I have the strength to say it, to admit how broken I feel. Vincent's thumb brushes against my cheek, wiping away a tear I hadn't noticed falling. His grip on my neck softens just slightly, and I melt into him, whispering the words before I know how to stop myself. Cast says we're done. I shudder, pressing my lips together as if I can keep the words from feeling real. Vincent's body concaves into himself, eyes falling shut as he curses to himself. Fuck. My lips wobble, and I fall into Vincent's chest. Vincent catches me without hesitation, his arms wrapping around me like a shield against the world. His hold is firm, steady, as if he can keep me from crumbling just by holding me together. I clutch at his shirt, fingers twisting into the fabric, desperate for something, anything, to ground me. My chest feels hollow, aching in a way I don't know how to fix. I thought... My breath hitches and I squeeze my eyes shut. I thought he loved me. Vincent tenses beneath my touch. His fingers tighten against my back, and I feel the sharp inhale he takes, like he's swallowing down the first thing he wants to say, probably something violent. Willow, he murmurs, softer this time, his breath warming the crown of my head. You listen to me. He pulls back just enough to tilt my face up, his calloused fingers gentle against my jaw. His dark eyes, usually sharp and cutting, soften as they search mine. Cast loves you. Damien loves you. I love you. I let out a broken breath, my fingers still curled in his shirt. Then why does it feel like they don't love me? They left me so easily, Vincent. They didn't even give me a chance to explain. My voice shakes, the weight of the words pressing down on my chest. I would have told them that I wanted them too, that I choose you all. His knuckles run along my jaw as he sighs. I know, baby. I know. He presses a kiss tightly to my forehead, pulling another sob out of me. Let's get you changed, baby. Vincent doesn't wait for me to answer. He just bends down, one arm hooking under my knees, the other bracing my back, as he lifts me, a light wobble in his step. My arms wrap around his neck instinctively, and I bury my face in his shoulder, inhaling the clean, sharp scent of him, woodsy cologne, and something unmistakably Vincent. You shouldn't carry me. Your legs are not at 100%. I whisper into him as a light grunt leaves his lips and he shifts me in his arms. I'm fine. Think of it as physical therapy. He kisses my forehead, slowly moving towards the stairs. Vincent, I protest, but he shushes me with a glare. Let me do this, princess. I promise I can do this. He whispers more to himself than me, but I nod in agreement as he takes his first steps up the stairs. He carries me upstairs with slow, steady steps, stopping every time he trembles a little too much. The house is eerily quiet, just the soft creak of the staircase beneath his feet and the sound of his ragged breathing. When we reach his bedroom, something inside me twists. It's changed since we were kids. The posters on the walls are gone, replaced with sleek, dark decor, rich leather, heavy wooden furniture. An expensive bed that looks like it's never been slept in. It's colder than I remember, more like a fortress than a home. Vincent lowers me onto the bed, his touch lingering, like he's reluctant to let go. He kneels in front of me, his fingers working at the damp hoodie clinging to my frame. Arms up, he murmurs, his voice gentle but firm. I obey without thinking, lifting my arms so he can pull the hoodie over my head.
The air hits my bare skin, sending a shiver down my spine. Vincent's eyes darken as he takes me in, his gaze lingering a little too long on the way my body trembles. But he doesn't say anything, just reaches for the waistband of my leggings, his knuckles grazing my hips as he peels them down my legs. When I'm left in nothing but my underwear, he stands, his jaw ticking. "Stay here." He disappears into the bathroom, and a moment later I hear the sound of running water. The scent of lavender and honey fills the air, warm and soothing, wrapping around me like a blanket. When Vincent returns, he scoops me up again, carrying me into the bathroom, where a deep clawfoot tub is already filling with steaming water. He sets me on my feet, his hands lingering at my sides, as if making sure I won't collapse. His fingers brush my chin, tilting my face up so I have to meet his eyes. "You don't have to do anything, Willow," he murmurs. "Just let me take care of you." My throat tightens. I nod. Vincent's touch is slow, deliberate, as he reaches behind me, unhooking my bra with practiced ease. His knuckles skim my spine as he slides the straps down my arms, letting the fabric fall to the floor. His fingers trail down to the waistband of my panties, hesitating for just a second before slipping them down my legs. He steps back, his gaze never leaving mine as he gestures to the bath. "Get in, baby." I do as he says, sinking into the warm water. The heat soaks into my skin, easing the tension in my muscles, but the ache in my chest remains. Vincent kneels beside the tub, rolling up his sleeves before reaching for a washcloth. He dips it into the water, then runs it over my arm, slow and gentle. "Relax, baby," he murmurs, his voice rich, soothing. "Let me take care of you, worship you." "Worship?" I repeat, like the word is foreign to my mouth. His hands move lower, cupping water and letting it cascade over my shoulders, washing away the suds. He grabs a fresh cloth, dipping it into the warm water before gliding it along my arms, down my chest, over the curve of my waist. There's no rush, no urgency, just patience, devotion. "You don't even see yourself, do you?" His voice drops to something just above a whisper, like he's speaking a prayer. His lips ghost over my shoulder as his fingers continue their slow, tender worship. "The way you glow even when you cry. The way your body moves, like it was carved by the gods. You're divine, Willow." A shiver rolls down my spine, and I turn my face toward him, searching his face for the punchline or lie. But I don't see one. He's watching me with sincere, burning eyes, his fingers tracing patterns along my damp skin, learning me all over again. "You're a goddess," he says, the words hushed but reverent. He drags his lips along the curve of my shoulder, pressing a lingering kiss there before moving lower, his mouth grazing my collarbone. "And a goddess should be worshipped." I gasp as he continues his slow, intoxicating descent, his mouth trailing along my arm over the inside of my wrist. Each kiss is soft, deliberate, a silent promise. "And that's what I'm going to do," he murmurs. "Every inch of you, every scar, every curve, every place you've ever doubted you were enough, I'll remind you." He takes his time, washing me and kissing my clean flesh with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. When he reaches for the shampoo, lathering the soap between his fingers, I swallow hard. "Don't leave me." His hands still. For a moment I think he's going to avoid answering, but then he exhales, his thumb brushing against my temple. "I'm not going anywhere. You're my everything, Willow. Without you, I might as well be dead." Vincent's words settle over me like a warm embrace, their weight sinking into my bones. You're my everything. He says it like it's undeniable, like it's law, like no one, not even fate, can take me from him. I snort, pushing the warmth away, drawing my knees to my chest and digging my chin in between them. You're exaggerating and ridiculous. Vincent pushes his fingers into my hair, pressing firmly on my scalp. The pressure feels good, but the second I'm about to moan, he pulls me back with a snarl. Come again, princess? Vincent, I am not everything to you. I snap. His eyes darken to the deep blue ocean hue. I can't be. Willow, you are the air I breathe, the food I eat, the person I want to spend eternity with. You are my reason to live. When are you going to believe that? I let my eyes slip shut, surrendering to the way he cares for me. Maybe someday I can. But I believe in you, Vin. Vincent sighs, his hands kneading at my back, working through the tension wound so tightly in my muscles, and I melt under his touch. The stress, the pain, the heartbreak. It all dulls under Vincent's hands, replaced with something warm, something steady. He dips lower, lips pressing against the top of my breast, his breath warm against my skin. My throat tightens, my breath catching in my chest. I reach out, threading my fingers through his dark hair, tugging him closer. He chuckles softly, kissing his way back up to my jaw before capturing my lips in a slow, deep kiss. One that tells me exactly what he means.
Chapter 30. Vincent. I sit behind my desk in the study, my fingers wrapped around the tumbler, my chest tight with something that no amount of alcohol could dull. 2 fingers worth. Just enough to burn, not enough to drown in. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting long shadows across my study, but it does nothing to warm the cold sinking into my bones. How could they do this to her? After everything, just leave both her and me. I stare at the phone in my other hand, my thumb hovering over the call button. I don't hesitate. I never do. But this is different. This isn't business. This isn't a clean kill, an easy fix. This is them. These are my brothers. Nothing can divide us. We share everything. We mean everything to each other. The phone rings twice before Cast picks up. What the fuck do you want, Vincent? His voice is clipped, sharp, already pissed. Good. Saves me the trouble of pretending this conversation will go any other way. I roll the glass between my fingers. You already know why I'm calling. Then Damien, quieter but no less lethal. To rub it in our face that you're marrying our girl. I exhale, already feeling the weight of the fallout before it even happens. I love her. You know what Willow does to me, because you both love her, and that she loves all of us. There's a pause, just long enough for the words to sink in, before Cast lets out a short, bitter laugh. You love her? He sounds almost amused, like the very idea is a joke. You think the problem is that you love her? No. The problem is you proposed to her, like that was your place. You stole her from us. I set the glass down with a dull thunk. She was alone in art school, and You have always been selfish, Vincent. Lucky rich boy with all the money in the world, no responsibilities, can't share one thing in his fucking life. Cass snaps. I am sharing. But when I went to get her 2 years ago, what did you say, Cast? What? I run my bottom lip between my teeth, a snarl rolling through my lips before I can stop it. You said if she is set on running, then let her run. Damien growls. We didn't. No. I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. No. I was the only one who ran after her. Damien, you played house with her father and cast. You sunk your cock into any girl with pink highlights. It was me who couldn't live without her. You think I was living without her? Cass scoffs. I was a dead man walking, and you know it. No. I click my tongue in annoyance. If Willow ever left me, I would be dead. I can't live without her. Do you two understand that? She is everything to me, and she will be my wife. No. Damien chokes out. You are both ignoring her. She feels like nothing. You made her believe she wasn't enough for either of you. Damien exhales sharply. Excuse me? You made my fiancée cry last night. Brothers don't do that. I take another sip of my whiskey, enjoying the burn. Damien's tone darkens as he speaks. Brothers don't take advantage of a situation and claim the girl we love for himself. I push back in my chair, scrubbing a hand down my face. She's not a fucking possession, Damien. I didn't take anything. I loved her before either of you had the balls to admit it. Another pause. My grip tightens around the phone. So that's it? Cast finally says, quieter now, but no less dangerous. You just get to have her, just like that. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. This isn't a competition. She loves you both. If you just talk to her, you'd... No. The way Cass says it, so final, so fucking certain, sends a slow burning anger through my veins. I sit forward. No. We're done, Vincent. Cass' voice is cold, detached. You made your choice. You put a ring on her finger, knowing damn well we weren't fucking done with her. You didn't even talk to us. My jaw tightens. Cast? She's not yours, Vincent. She is ours. And one of these days my pet is going to come running back to me. And when she does, her leash will be short. Cass' voice slices through me, and I feel like I can't breathe. You wouldn't fucking dare, I snarl, my eyes wide. Don't fucking call me again, Cass says sharply. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, my pulse pounding in my ears so loud it drowns out everything else. My chest is tight, too fucking tight, and my grip on the glass in my other hand turns bone white. I swallow hard, but it feels like trying to force down broken glass. I should be pissed, furious, ready to punch a hole through the wall and call him back just to tell him to go fuck himself. But instead I'm terrified. Because what if he's right? What if this ring on her finger isn't enough? What if one day she wakes up and realizes I was just the safest choice, the easiest one? That she only said yes because she was broken, and I was the one left to pick up the pieces. My stomach churns. I slam back the rest of my whiskey, but it does nothing to settle me, nothing to quiet the voice in the back of my head whispering that maybe, just maybe, this was a mistake. Because I know Cast. I know Damien. They don't just let go. They're not the kind of men who accept loss. And Willow, she's everything to me. But what if I'm not enough for her? What if she looks at me one day and realizes she still wants them? My jaw clenches, and I exhale sharply, forcing my breath to even out. No. I can't think like this. She's here. She's mine. She chose me. Didn't she? The thought eats at me like rot. And for the first time since she said yes, I feel something I haven't let myself acknowledge. A knock at the door rips me out of my spiral. Come in. Franklin steps inside, his usual stoic expression in place, but I don't miss the subtle tension in his shoulders. He knows better than to disturb me unless it's important. Sir, he says, his voice calm, measured. This arrived for you. I eye the thick ivory envelope in his gloved hand, irritation already creeping up my spine. What is it? Franklin clears his throat, stepping closer to place it on my desk. New prospects for marriage. The words barely leave his mouth before my whiskey glass shatters in my grip. Silence stretches between us, thick and heavy. My fingers sting, blood pooling from where the glass has cut into my palm, but I don't give a damn. Franklin doesn't flinch. He simply reaches into his jacket pocket, retrieving a handkerchief before placing it beside me. I took the liberty of disposing of most of them, he continues, as if I hadn't just crushed glass in my hand. But your parents insisted you look these over personally. To my parents, Willow isn't the perfect, groomed, well-bred socialite they wanted me to marry. She isn't tied to another empire. She doesn't bring them power, influence, or anything they deem valuable. She only brings me peace. And in their eyes, that isn't enough. I drag my tongue over my teeth, shoving back the rage clawing up my throat. I have a fiancé, I grit out. Franklin inclines his head. Yes, sir. I am well aware. So why the fuck? I press my bloody hand against my desk as I stand, voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Is there a fucking list of women being handed to me? Franklin doesn't so much as blink. Because they do not believe you will stay engaged to her. I force out a breath and snatch the envelope off my desk and tear it in two, letting the pieces fall to the floor. Then they'll just have to learn to fucking believe, I mutter, voice hoarse. Franklin nods, bending to collect the remnants of the paper. Very well, sir. The second Franklin steps out, I'm moving, my bloodied hand throbbing at my side, my pulse a deafening roar in my ears. My breath is shallow, my vision tunneled as I storm through the halls, taking the stairs two at a time. They don't believe I'll stay engaged to her. They think she'll leave. They think I'll let her go. My jaw clenches so tightly it aches. By the time I reach my bedroom, my heart is a fucking riot in my chest. I shove the door open without hesitation. Willow is curled up in bed, a book in her hands, the silk sheets pooling around her waist. She looks soft, warm, mine. But when her gaze flicks up to me, concern flickering in her eyes, something in me snaps. She doesn't know. She doesn't know how fucking fragile this is. How the wolves are already circling, waiting for any excuse to rip her away from me. Vincent? She sits up, setting her book aside. What? Let's get married. The words tear out of me, raw and desperate. She blinks. What? Soon. My voice is hoarse, rough with everything I can't fucking say. I move closer, my chest tight. I don't want to wait. I don't want to give anyone a chance to think you're not mine. Her brows knit together. Vincent, what's going on? I sit on the edge of the bed, gripping her chin between my fingers, tilting her face up. Say yes. My thumb traces the curve of her jaw, my throat tightening. Just say yes, baby. Her lips part like she's about to argue, but I don't give her the chance. I press my forehead against hers, breathing her in, my free hand curling into the sheets beside her hip. I can't lose you, I whisper, and it's the closest thing to a confession I'll ever allow myself. I won't. I can't lose you either. So marry me. Yes. She smiles so bright I almost blind myself looking. In 3 days, I insist. Okay, she giggles, biting her lip for a moment. Okay.
Chapter 31. Willow. I told you, Rudy squeals, running his hand across a variety of wedding dresses. Super hot, super rich secret boyfriend. How was I supposed to know you were telling the truth? Sophie exclaims, as she pulls a dress to her chest and pouts. This is $30,000 worth of the most beautiful thing I've ever laid eyes on. Ashley, add that dress to the tab, Vincent says, as he wraps his arms around my waist, heat engulfing me, along with the fluttering of my core as I inhale him. Cedar and that distinctly masculine musky scent. Vincent, I sigh. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, princess. He kisses my temple. You know that. Sophie lets out a noise somewhere between a squeal and a gasp, her hands clenching the fabric of the dress like it might disappear at any second. Okay, I take back every time I ever called you dramatic, she breathes, staring up at Vincent with the kind of awe usually reserved for royalty. Because, holy shit, Willow. Rudy grins, practically vibrating in place. I told you, he sing-songs, clutching another dress to his chest. Secret billionaire fiancé. You should have seen his house, Sophie. It's obscene. Vincent chuckles, his grip on my waist tightening like he knows I'm 2 seconds from crawling under the nearest display rack. He's exaggerating. Rudy turns to him, deadpan. Am I? Before Vincent can answer, the door swings open, and Jasmine strides in, her long braids bouncing with each step. Sorry, traffic was a bitch. Jasmine pauses, eyes narrowed on Vincent. What are you still doing here? Don't worry, I don't want any bad luck. Vincent kisses my temples as Jasmine points a finger to the door. Out, Beaumont. Jasmine taps her foot impatiently when a girl enters the room behind her. Shit, honey, she giggles, her southern drawl coating the room thick like honey. You're gonna poke my eyes out. Never that, baby cakes. Jasmine purrs, her hand roaming over the girl's waist. I clear my throat, looking expectantly between them two. Her eyes flicker down to my left hand, and her face twists in fury. And where is your ring? She snarls, eyes flickering to Vincent with pure rage in them. You did not propose to my bestie without a fucking ring. Whoa. No and yes, I say, jumping between the two. The first time he proposed, there was a beautiful princess-cut diamond adorned with pearls, and the second time he was in therapy and there was a huge ring, I promise. And where is it now? Jasmine snarls. Being resized. His mother's finger is smaller than mine. I shrug, and Jasmine swoons. His mother's ring? She squeals. His mother's ring. I confirm, nodding, and she lets go of the girl next to her to do a happy dance. The girl next to her clears her throat, a large smile on her face. "Oh, Willow, this is my girlfriend Brooke." Jasmine nods, "And Brookie, this is my best friend Willow." "Hey there, sugar." Brooke smiles, pulling me in for a hug. She smells like cinnamon and sugar. I almost lick my lips at the delicious scent, but that's not all. She is stunning. Curves in all the right places. Her deep red hair falling in loose waves around her shoulders. She looks like she belongs draped across a velvet chaise in some Renaissance painting. All soft lines and wicked smiles. The pleasure is all mine. I nod, pulling back from her. "I heard you made this one settle down." "Oh, yeah," she nods. "I lassied this pretty girl up." "Did I mention she's also a cowgirl?" Jasmine giggles, nuzzling the curve of her neck. Brooke lets out a soft laugh, her voice rich and smooth like honey. "Shut up." Brooke giggles, rolling her eyes as blush creeps up her neck. "Three-time international horseback riding champion." Jasmine teases, snaking her arms around Brooke's waist. I smile because I don't think I've ever seen my bestie this happy before in my life. "No bragging, Jas. We're here for wedding dress shopping," Brooke chastises. "Ugh, I love to see two women in love." Rudy swoons. "I'm Rudy, the college bestie. Sophie is over there clutching the Vera Wang." "Hey, girl," Sophie says mindlessly before squealing and pulling a laced slip dress into her chest. Vincent chuckles. "Lindsay, put everything on my tab." "Oh, please." Brooke walks up with a small smile on her face. "Allow me. It'll be my wedding present to you." "There's no need." Vincent waves, a smirk on his face as he pulls out an Amex Black card. "Oh, sweetheart." Brooke pulls out hers as well. "You know they make multiples, right?" A large smile spreads across my lips as a small chuckle escapes. Oh, I think I love this girl. "What did you say your last name was again?" Vincent queries, moving an inch closer to her. "I didn't." Brooke smiles, damn near blinding me with her pearly whites. "DuPont. Brooke DuPont." "Holy shit," Rudy gasps. "As in the founding family of New Orleans DuPont?" "The one and only, baby." She smiles before turning back to Vincent with pursed lips. "Now, can I buy my girlfriend's best friend her wedding dress?" "By all means, Miss DuPont, please do." "Babes, you look like a cupcake." Rudy pouts, staring at the 13th wedding dress I have tried on covered in lace, puffy as all hell, and drowned in layers of satin while also allowing my shoulders to be exposed. "Rudy!" Sophie exclaims as she plucks him. "He's right, Buttercup. This doesn't work." Brooke sighs, shaking her head. "Babe, why did you pick this one?" "Willow said she wanted to be a princess." Jasmine protests. "Princess, not puffball," Rudy murmurs. I sigh, lifting the heavy skirt with both hands as I turn in the mirror. It is a lot. I look less like a blushing bride and more like a runaway debutante drowning in layers of expensive regret. "All right," I groan, plucking at the lace-covered bodice. "Next one." Brooke clasps her hands together, all business. "Okay, we need something timeless, classic, elegant, but with just enough drama to remind everyone who the fuck you are." Oh, I'm so obsessed with her. Rudy sighs dreamily. Sophie leans over to Jasmine and whispers, "I'm a little scared of her." Jasmine nods solemnly. "As you should be." Brooke ignores them, scanning the racks like a general preparing for war. Then her eyes land on it. A strapless silk gown with a structured corset bodice that melts into a sleek, flowing skirt. The fabric is smooth, almost liquid under the showroom lights, shimmering with every movement. There's a delicate button-down back, a dramatic train, but no lace, no frills. It's simple, but devastatingly gorgeous. Brooke grabs it, turning to me with a gleam in her eyes. "Try this on, now." I hesitate for half a second before Vincent's voice cuts through the noise. "That's the one." Everyone turns to look at him. He hasn't moved from his seat, but his gaze is locked on the dress in Brooke's hands. There's a confident determination in his expression. Something final. Like he already knows exactly what I'll look like in it, and he's already made up his mind. "Vincent, go get a corn dog or something. Get out of here." Jasmine snaps. Vincent rolls his shoulders. "Wherever Willow is, I will be." "Babe," I whisper, and his eyes shoot to mine, burning like lava. "You can't choose my wedding dress. It's bad luck." His lips twitch as he tries to stop a smile. "Bad luck? Babe, you're mine regardless." "I know." I blush. "You better," he rasps, gripping the armrest and standing up. "Ladies and Rudy, I will go figure out what a corn dog is." Brooke and Sophie giggle as Jasmine says, "You're going to love them, rich boy." He winks at me and we watch as he walks out of the boutique, turning left to the food court. I swallow, taking the hanger from Brooke and stepping back into the dressing room. "It's the one, I promise." Brooke smiles, and I nod, closing the door to the changing room, sighing the minute I run the new dress through my hands. The moment I slip into the dress, I feel it. The fabric molds to my body, the silk cool against my heated skin. It hugs my curves, cinches my waist just enough to remind me I have one, then cascades down into that breathtaking train. I turn slowly, my breath catching as I take myself in. Holy shit. As I step out of the dressing room, the dress clings to me like it was made for this very moment. I can't help smile at their reactions. Rudy's jaw drops. "Holy shit. You look like a goddess." Sophie sniffles. I think I'm going to cry." Jasmine, always the cool one, just nods. "Same, babe. Same." Brooke is practically glowing with pride. "I knew it. You look like royalty." I laugh softly, feeling the weight of everything settle into place. The dress feels like it's everything I've dreamed of for this day and more. As I adjust the train, my thoughts drift for a moment, toward the wedding, toward what comes next. I bite my lip, feeling the shift of my heart. Then I turn to them, my smile softening. "Listen," I begin. "There's something I need to say." They all look at me, suddenly a bit more serious. "I've been thinking a lot about the wedding," I continue. "And I know it's kind of rushed, but I want you all to be there. I want you all to come no matter what." Brooke raises an eyebrow. "No bridesmaids?" she asks, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. I shake my head. "No bridesmaids," I confirm. "But I've been thinking, if there were groomsmen, then you guys would be first on the list. I just want you to be there. I want all of you to be there. Because you're my family." Rudy gasps dramatically, clutching his chest. "Oh my God, you're making me emotional." "Same," Sophie says, wiping at her eyes. "That's beautiful." Jasmine steps forward, wrapping her arms around me in a tight hug. "You know we wouldn't miss it. But you better believe we're going to show up looking fierce. No way are we letting you have all the fun." I laugh, the knot in my chest loosening a little more with each passing second. "I wouldn't have it any other way," I say softly. Rudy sighs dreamily. "This is going to be the best wedding ever. I could already feel it." "Hell yeah," Jasmine agrees, her eyes twinkling. "Best wedding, best dress, best people." I glance at them all. My best friends, my support system, and feel my heart swell. No matter what happens, I know that this day will be filled with love, and I can't wait to share it with all of them.
Okay, enough of the emotional stuff, Rudy says, wiping away a dramatic tear. Let's go get some mimosas and celebrate, huh?
Best idea you've had all day. I agree, still smiling. Chapter 32. Willow.
Bachelorette?
Vincent repeats, his voice low, dripping with a mixture of disbelief and possession. He's lounging back on his bed, arms stretched out, his posture effortlessly relaxed, but his eyes follow my every move. I glance at him through the mirror, adjusting the dangling earrings in my ears, the cool metal against my skin, a contrast to the heat building in my chest. His gaze doesn't leave me for a second, and the air between us thickens. Yeah, I reply, my voice soft, though there's a hint of teasing. Just a small get-together with the girls before the wedding, nothing crazy. You know, most people have bachelor and bachelorette parties. He raises an eyebrow, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lips.
Really? And do those people intend on staying married?
I chuckle, stepping closer to the bed where he lies. Come on, that's not what bachelorette parties are about. They're about mourning the death of the single life. His eyes narrow, his lips curl into a grimace.
I don't need to mourn the single life. It was the worst part of my life.
I freeze for a second, my fingers frozen mid-motion as I finish adjusting the earrings. I turn slowly to face him, the soft fabric of my dress shifting over my curves. Oh? I ask, my tone playful, but my pulse quickening at the tension thickening between us. And why's that? His eyes flicker down to my lips before locking back on mine, his gaze intense, searing.
Because you're mine. You being Mrs. Beaumont is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Finding you was the purpose of my life.
His words are a spark to the fire that's been smoldering inside me all day. I take a step closer to him, the small heels I'm wearing clicking against the floor as I move, until I'm right in front of him. His eyes don't leave mine as I lower myself to my knees in front of him, the hem of my dress brushing against my thighs. The subtle shift in his expression tells me he's anticipating something. But I don't know what I want to do just yet. I reach out, slowly trailing my fingers along the side of his knee, the action light but deliberate, letting him feel the pressure building between us. Mrs. Beaumont, I murmur, my voice low, teasing. I like the sound of that. Vincent's breath hitches, his body shifting beneath me as I lean closer.
I love the sound of that,
he says, voice rough, like it's taking everything he has not to reach for me. I smile to myself, feeling the power of his reaction, the pull between us undeniable. Maybe you should remind me why I'm yours. His hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist, not hard, but firm enough to make my heart race. He tugs me closer, his body pulling me into him as his lips graze the side of my neck. The warmth of his breath on my skin sends a shiver down my spine.
You don't need reminding,
he whispers, his lips brushing against my earlobe.
But I'll happily show you.
Before I can respond, he's pulling me onto the bed with him, the softness of the sheets pressing against my back as he hovers over me, his weight a delicious pressure. His lips are on mine in an instant, bruising but possessive, claiming me with every kiss. I moan softly into his mouth, feeling the heat of his body seeping into mine. His hands trail down my body, stopping just at the curve of my waist, his touch lingering for a moment before he pulls back to look at me, his eyes dark with desire.
Do you really think I'm going to let you leave for that party?
His voice is rough, his breath shallow. I let out a breathy laugh, my fingers running through his hair, tugging him back to me. Maybe you should just keep me here then. Vincent grins, a wicked glint in his eye. Trust me, I'm very tempted. But tonight isn't about keeping you to myself, is it? I tilt my head, a smile playing on my lips. No, you have to share. Vincent's eyes paint to a pitch black. I can share everything but you. And then his lips are on mine again, his kiss deepening as his hands find the hem of my dress. I arch into him, my own hands tugging at the buttons of his shirt, desperate to feel his skin against mine. He breaks the kiss just long enough to pull his shirt over his head, and I take a moment to admire him. The hard lines of his chest, the way his muscles flex as he moves. Fuck, Willow, he growls, his hands sliding at my thighs, pushing my dress higher until it bunches around my waist. His fingers trace the edge of my panties, teasing me, making me shiver with anticipation. I reach for him, pulling him back down to me, my lips finding the sensitive spot just below his ear. He groans, his hips pressing against mine, and I can feel how much he wants me, how much he's holding back. Vincent, I whisper, my breath warm against his skin. Don't hold back. I want all of you. He lets out a shuddering breath, his hands gripping my hips as he looks into my eyes. Are you sure? I nod, my heart racing as I meet his gaze. I've never been more sure of anything. And then he's moving, his body pressing into mine as his lips claim me again. His hands are everywhere, touching, teasing, driving me wild with need. He pulls my dress completely off in one swift motion. I can feel the heat building inside me, a fire that only he can stoke. Vincent, I moan, my fingers digging into his shoulders as he trails kisses down my neck, his teeth grazing my skin. Tell me what you want, Willow, he murmurs, his breath hot against my ear. You, I gasp, my body arching into his. I want you. He doesn't need to be told twice. His hands slip under my back, unhooking my bra with practiced ease, and then his mouth is on my breasts, his tongue teasing my nipples until I'm writhing beneath him. Vincent, please, I beg, my hands tangling in his hair as he moves lower, his lips trailing kisses down my stomach. He pauses, just above the waistland of my panties, his eyes meeting mine as he hooks his fingers into the fabric. Last chance to back out. Don't stop, I whisper, my body trembling with anticipation. He doesn't. He pulls my panties down my legs, tossing them aside before spreading my thighs and settling between them. His breath is hot against my skin as he leans in, his tongue flicking out to taste me. Fuck, I gasp, my hips jerking as he finds my clit, his tongue circling it, teasing it until I'm panting, my hands gripping the sheets. He doesn't let up, his tongue working me until I'm on the edge, my body trembling with the need to come. Vincent, I'm close, I moan, my voice breaking. Come for me, Willow, he growls, his lips closing around my clit, sucking hard as his fingers slide inside me. And I do. My body convulses, my back arching as waves of pleasure crash over me, and I cry out his name, my nails digging into his shoulders as he works me through it, his tongue and fingers coaxing every last drop of pleasure from my body. When I finally come down, my body trembling with aftershocks, he pulls back, his eyes dark with need as he looks down at me. You're so beautiful, he murmurs, his voice rough with desire. I reach for him, pulling him up to me, my lips finding his in a kiss that's full of promise. I want to feel you inside me. He groans, his hips pressing against mine as he reaches to cup my breasts. You're going to be the death of me, Willow, he growls. My back instinctively arches as I moan against his touch. He chuckles, a low, dark sound that sends shivers down my spine as he positions himself at my entrance. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away. It's just us, Just this moment, and the overwhelming need to be as close to him as possible.
"Ready?"
he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I nod, my heart pounding, as I wrap my legs around his waist. Always. And then he pushes into me, his thick length stretching me, filling me in a way that has me gasping, my nails digging into his back. He moves slowly, giving me time to adjust, his eyes never leaving mine.
"Fuck, Willow,"
he groans, his hands gripping my hips as he bottoms out.
"You feel so good."
You feel amazing, I gasp, my body adjusting to him, the pleasure building with every thrust. He starts to move faster, his hips rolling into mine in a rhythm that has me moaning, my hands roaming over his body, desperate to touch him everywhere. Vincent, I moan, my head falling back as he hits that spot inside me, the one that makes my toes curl.
"That's it, baby,"
he growls, his pace quickening, his thrusts becoming more urgent.
"Let me hear you. I want to hear how much you love this."
"Fuck, Vincent," I cry out, my body tightening around him as I get closer and closer to the edge.
"Come for me, Willow,"
he demands, his voice rough with need. And I do. My body convulses, my back arching as waves of pleasure crash over me, and I cry out his name, my nails digging into his shoulders as he works me through it, his hips never stopping. "Vincent," I moan, my voice breaking. "Come with me," I beg, my body trembling as I feel his thrusts becoming erratic, his own release imminent. And then he's there, his body tensing as he buries himself deep inside me, his growl echoing in my ears as he comes, his hips jerking as he rides it out. We collapse together, our bodies tangled, our breathing ragged. Vincent pulls me into his arms, his lips brushing against my forehead as we catch our breath.
"I meant what I said,"
he murmurs, his voice low.
"I can share everything but you."
Before I can respond, my phone rings, and I roll over to grab it off the bedside table. Without looking at the caller ID, I answer the call. "Hello?"
"Bitch!"
Rudy shrieks loudly in my ear. "Stop fucking and get down these stairs. We are here." OMG. I pale, hanging up the phone and looking at Vincent's laughing face. This is terrible.
"Oh, it can get worse,"
Vincent murmurs, pulling me closer to his chest, the feeling of his growing cock making me moan. What can make this worse?
"You call them back and tell them they need to wait for round 2.
Vincent presses his lips on mine fleetingly.
"And 3.
Chapter 33. Willow. The wedding dress gleams under the vanity lights. An intricate design of flowers embedded at the waist of this perfect satin masterpiece. It's beautiful, expensive, flawless. Just like this wedding is supposed to be, just like I am supposed to be. Vincent took care of everything. We are getting married in an exclusive indoor Japanese garden. It's a dreamscape, an ethereal blend of nature and luxury, where the air is thick with the soft scent of cherry blossoms. Delicate petals float in the koi pond that winds its way through the room, lanterns casting a warm golden glow over the stone pathways. A towering sakura tree stands at the center, its branches stretching toward the ceiling, dusted in pink, like something out of a fairy tale. Everything feels like a fairy tale, except for me. I feel out of place, unsteady, like I don't belong here. Absolutely not, Rudy. I'm walking her down the aisle. Jasmine's sharp voice cuts through my thoughts. I blink, looking at her and Rudy, who are now facing off like two boxers in the ring. Rudy scoffs, folding his arms over his chest. No. I'm her best guy friend. It's only fair. She doesn't need a best guy friend. She has the OG, the ride or die. Me. Jasmine shoots back, her blue eyes flashing. Oh, so suddenly I don't count? Their bickering should be comforting. Normal. But today it barely registers. My heart is hammering too hard in my chest, my body too hot under layers of silk. This should be the happiest day of my life. Everyone says so. Everyone expects it to be. But the more I sit here, staring at my own reflection, the more I realize that what I'm feeling isn't excitement. It isn't even nerves. It's fear. Because I'm marrying one man when my heart belongs to 3. I exhale shakily, my fingers tightening around the armrest. It's Cass's face that floods my mind first. The way his green eyes darken when he looks at me, the way his voice drops when he whispers in Spanish, turning my name into something sinful. The way he owns every room he steps into like he was born to rule it. Then Damien. Cold, distant, unreadable. Except with me. With me, he unravels, his hands rough and possessive, his touch a brand hotter than any ring ever could be. He hates needing me. Hates that I've wedged myself into the cracks of his armor, but I have. And now neither of us can change it. I want them. I need them. And I'm about to walk down the aisle to someone else. I can't breathe. Panic rises, sharp and sudden, clawing at my throat. My vision swims, my pulse pounding so loud it drowns out Jasmine and Rudy's argument. I push out of my chair, mumbling something about needing air. Neither of them notices as I slip out the door, my dress rustling against the marble floors. I don't know where I'm going. I just know I need to go. My feet move on instinct, leading me down the hall, past guests that are visiting the gardens, past the life I'm supposed to be stepping into. I don't stop until I find the janitor's closet. It's dark, cramped, the air thick with the scent of cleaning supplies, but it's private. It's safe. My hands tremble as I dig my phone out of the silk pouch hanging from my wrist. Cass's name stares back at me. I shouldn't call. I should turn around, walk back to my dressing room, and play the part of the perfect bride. Instead, I press dial. The phone rings once, twice. I press the back of my hand against my lips, my breath uneven as my pulse hammers through me. Maybe you won't pick up. Maybe this is a mistake. Then, on the 3rd ring, Willow. His voice is low, rough, like he wasn't expecting to hear from me but knew, somehow, that I would call. I exhale shakily, pressing my forehead against the wall. Cast. There's silence on the other end, heavy and charged. He doesn't ask why I'm calling, doesn't ask how I am. He doesn't need to know. He already knows. You shouldn't be calling me, mi amor. I let out a soft, broken laugh. I know. More silence. I hear the sound of him exhaling, the faint clink of glass. He's drinking. Of course he is. Say it, he murmurs. My throat tightens. Say what? You didn't call me for no reason. His voice dips lower, rougher. Say what's on your mind, corazón. I squeeze my eyes shut, my fingers tightening around the phone. I love you. A sharp inhale. A barely there sound, but I catch it. My heart clenches. I love you, I say again, my voice firmer this time. I love you, and I don't know how to stand up there and pretend like I don't, like I'm not breaking my own heart by doing this. He lets out a slow exhale, like my words are a knife dragging across his skin. Willow, he says softly. You don't belong to me. My stomach twists. Don't say that. It's the truth. He pauses, then his voice drops, rough and edged dark. You're too good for me. I laugh. but it's humorless, hollow. That's a lie. His silence tells me he agrees. Then after a long pause, he says, "Do you know what I would have done if you were mine?" I shiver at the way his voice dips, my fingers tightening around the phone. Tell me. "I would have burned down the whole fucking city to get to you," he murmurs. "Vincent wouldn't be breathing. I wouldn't have let it get this far. I would have killed my best friend, my brother, for you, Willow." A shudder rolls through me. It should scare me, the quiet violence in his words. But it doesn't, because I believe him. Because part of me wants that. Wants to be his. Wants him to take me away from all of this and keep me locked in his world, where he'd kill and destroy and ruin anything that tried to keep us apart. I swallow hard. "Cast, where are you?" he asks suddenly, his voice sharper now, all business. "Tell me where you are, and I'll come get you." I suck in a breath. My hands are shaking, my thoughts are spinning. "It's my wedding day." Silence, then a slow, bitter chuckle. "I know." Of course he knows. "I can't." My voice cracks. "I can't do this, Cast. I don't know what to do." Then there's another pause, and when he speaks again, his voice is softer. "Yes, you do." I shake my head even though he can't see me. "No, I don't." "Yes, you do, mi amor." His voice is raw now, like it's taking everything in him to say this. "You've always known. You just have to be brave enough to listen to your heart." Tears blur my vision. My heart slams against my ribs. I press my lips together, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. My pulse is a frantic rhythm, a war drum pounding beneath my skin. "Then come get me." My voice is barely a whisper, but I know he hears me. He always hears me. Cast exhales, slow and measured, like he's forcing himself to stay in control. "I can't." My breath hitches. "Why not?" There's a pause, and then, "I'm in Fuji." The words land like a punch to the chest. I lean back against the door, gripping my phone so tightly my knuckles ache. "Fuji?" I echo, my voice shaking. "As in Japan?" A low chuckle rumbles through the speaker, but there's no real humor in it. "That's the one, corazon. I didn't want to be anywhere near you on your wedding day. I wanted you to make the decision yourself." I close my eyes, frustration and desperation tangling together inside me. "You are 13 hours away." "I know." His voice is quiet, edged with something bitter. "If I wasn't, do you really think you'd still be hiding somewhere, wondering what to do?" "How do you know I'm hiding?" I whisper. "Because you are. You are hiding, hoping I will be driving to you right now to tell you no." My throat tightens, because he's right. If Cast were anywhere near me, I wouldn't still be here. He would have had me in his arms before I even had a chance to call. The thought makes my head spin. I swallow hard. "And Damien?" "Where do I hope Damien is, since you know me so well?" Cast lets out a slow exhale. "He's 10 minutes down the road." My stomach flips violently. I blink, my breath catching in my throat. "He's what?" "He's waiting for you." His voice is monotone as he speaks, like he always has been. My fingers tremble around the phone. Damien, cold, ruthless Damien, is here. Not halfway across the world. Not bound by an ocean and a 12-hour difference. Damien is right there, ready to steal me away. He's waiting. I repeat, barely able to form the words. "Yes, mi amor." Cass's voice is quiet now, resigned. like he already knows what I'm going to do before I do, like he's made peace with it. I squeeze my eyes shut. My chest is tight, my heart hammering so fast I feel like I might pass out. My whole body feels weightless, untethered, like I'm on the edge of something irreversible. So if I call, my voice cracks. He will be right there. Damien, 10 minutes away. So close I could reach out and touch him if I wanted. If I chose to. I let out a shaky exhale. I don't know what to do, Cast. Silence. Then his voice dips lower, rougher. Do you love him? I freeze. Who? Vincent. He bites out, and I can hear the tension in his voice, the barely contained fury, the raw, unfiltered emotion clawing its way out of him. I swallow hard. Yes. There's a sharp inhale, a slow exhale. I imagine the whites of his knuckles as he grips the phone, the muscle ticking in his jaw. Then you can't leave him at the altar, Karina. His voice softens, but the weight of his words feels heavier. Final. You will break his heart. My throat tightens. Cast. No. His voice is a razor's edge, cutting straight through me. You made your bed. Now lie in it. Tears burn my eyes. I love you too. I can't do this if marrying him breaks your heart too. You can only marry one person. I shake my head even though he can't see me, my hands trembling around the phone. That doesn't mean I don't love you. A humorless chuckle. It's low, rough, almost bitter. I know. I can barely breathe. So what do I do? Cast is silent for a moment. Then he sighs, and there's something in his voice that sounds like defeat, like surrender. Go be Mrs. Beaumont. A sharp, painful crack splits through my chest. Because you can never be Mrs. Castillo. I let out a soft, broken sound, but before I can say anything else, the line goes dead. The pain in my chest burns like a brand. I feel hollow, lost, like I'm standing on the edge of something I can't control. A knock at the door makes me jump. Willow? Jasmine's voice is soft but firm, like she's been waiting for me to come out. I know you're in there. I don't answer. Another knock. This time she's more insistent. Willow, come on. You can't stay in there forever. I press the heels of my hands to my eyes, willing myself not to cry. My throat is tight, my heart so full of conflicting emotions I can barely breathe. I don't want to talk right now, I finally manage to say, my voice barely a whisper. Too bad. Jasmine's voice comes through, teasing but with a note of concern. Because I'm coming in. The door creaks open and there she is, standing in the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest. She raises an eyebrow at me, her eyes sharp, but there's a softness to them now. What the hell are you doing in here? I don't look at her. I can't. My hands are shaking. I can't even look at the phone in my hand anymore. I just needed a minute, I mumble. Yeah, I can tell. Jasmine steps closer, her gaze flicking down to the phone still clutched in my hand. So you talked to him? I nod. Yeah. She exhales, her gaze unreadable. And? I swallow hard, my lips trembling. He told me to marry Vincent. Jasmine's expression softens, but there's still a fire behind her eyes. She kneels down in front of me, looking me dead in the eyes. Then you need to marry Vincent, Willow. I shake my head, the words barely making it past my lips. But I love Cast and Damien too. Jasmine tilts her head, her voice quiet now but insistent. I know you do. But love isn't everything. Not when it's going to destroy what you have with Vincent. I can feel the tears threatening to spill. I don't know what to do. You're going to do what's right, Jasmine says, her tone suddenly sharp with resolve. Vincent's always been there for you, Willow. He's not just the guy who happens to be in your life right now. He's the guy who's never given up on you. Not once. I close my eyes, the words stabbing into me. I've always known this. I've always known Vincent was there, waiting, fighting for me. But Cast has always felt like the pull of something darker, something forbidden. Do you love him? Jasmine's voice cuts through the silence. Yes, I whisper. Then you can't leave him at the altar. Jasmine's voice is fierce now, and I feel it in every word. You can't betray him like that. You owe him everything you have, Willow. If you love him, really love him, you can't do this to him. You'll break him. You'll break both of you. I shudder, the weight of her words pressing down on me. I can't break Vincent's heart. I can't. I don't want to hurt anyone, I say softly. Jasmine stands up, holding her hand out for me. Then don't. Marry Vincent. You're meant to be with him, Willow. You've been through too much together. I feel like I'm drowning, my chest tight, my mind racing. Cast's voice still in my head, haunting me. But Jasmine's right. I made my choice the moment I started this. I take her hand, letting her pull me to my feet. My legs feel like jelly, my heart heavy. But Jasmine's unwavering presence gives me just enough strength to stand. She smiles faintly. You've got a wedding to get to. I don't know how I managed to get ready, but the next thing I know, Jasmine is checking the final touches on my dress, making sure every strand of my hair is in place. The shimmer of the gown, the delicate satin, it all feels so surreal. The weight of everything, of the people around me, of the vows I'm about to take, feels like a fog, something I'm stumbling through but not fully aware of. Are you ready? Jasmine asks, a small but determined smile on her face. I can barely nod, my throat dry. I'm not sure I'm ready for any of this. But here I am, walking down the aisle. Rudy stands by my side, his hand resting lightly on my arm. You look beautiful, he says, his voice thick with emotion. I force a smile, though it's a hollow one, and look back at Jasmine, at Rudy, my two best friends, the ones who have stood by me even when I didn't deserve it. They both step beside me, and together we make our way to the grand entrance. The doors swing open, the light blinding at first, and the smiling faces of Jasmine and her guys, but I don't see them, though. Not really. Not when my eyes are already searching for him. I spot Vincent standing at the altar, his broad frame stiff with anticipation, his eyes locked on me. He mouths the word, princess, and the butterflies in my stomach erupt in chaotic flutters. The heat in my chest rises like I'm suffocating, and yet I feel alive in a way I've never known. I'm walking toward him. This is what I've been waiting for. But then something shifts. My chest tightens, sharp and unforgiving, like a vice closing in. My breath hitches, and the world starts to tilt around me. I gasp for air, clutching at my chest as the pain spirals through me. No, not now. My legs begin to feel unsteady, my vision blurring, the ground beneath me swaying like I'm caught in the current of an endless wave. Willow? Vincent's voice breaks through the haze. He's shouting my name now, panic rising in his tone, but it's too much. The pressure, the emotion, the weight of everything crashing down on me all at once. It's too much. I try to take another step, but my body betrays me. My knees buckle. My breath seizes, and the world goes dark. I hear Vincent's voice again, more desperate this time.
Willow!
But it's the last thing I hear before everything fades into silence. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Lords of Ruin, Savage, Dark Reverse Harem Bully Mafia Romance by Sophie J. Rivers. Narrated by Tor Tom and Demi Fox. Copyright 2025 by Sophie J. Rivers. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.